Outrank is a $1 million a year SEO content generation SaaS. But want to know a secret about it? It's practically just some fancy n8n workflows under the hood. They're not magic. They're systems you could build for yourself in a weekend. Every day, people are paying thousands for SEO tools that are just a string of simple tasks put together. And after building over 150 automations for my own clients, I decided to have a go at breaking one of these tools down. So today, I'm showing you how I rebuilt Outrank, $1 million per year SEO SaaS, completely in n8n. You'll watch the entire process from start to finish. And by the end, you'll know how to reverse engineer any SaaS product to build your own version. You'll know how to create an SEO content system that could save you thousands of dollars per year, as well as turning workflows into products that clients will potentially pay thousands for. Let me show you what we end up with. This system takes a keyword like automation engineer, it researches it, writes a complete article over 2,000 words, it adds images and formats everything, just like the $1 million tool does, but without the monthly fees. We'll end up with just 6 workflows that pull everything together inside n8n and Airtable. And then we'll even build an interface to display all of our results. So how do we start this reverse engineering process? Well, first, let's look at what Outrank actually does. So ultimately, we're focused on search engine optimization because we want visibility. And this fact kind of sums it up, which is 93% of your customers or anyone that searches on Google won't go further than the first page of Google. So if you can increase your SEO scores, you will increase your visibility, you will get on that first page of Google, and ultimately it will lead to more traffic for your website. Now, one of the largest factors inside SEO is actually content. Like, how can you rank your website for keywords, both long tail keywords like sentences, but also short tail keywords as well. And of course, there are multiple ways to do this. You could actually just pay somebody to write blogs that are keyword optimized for your website, or you could get ChatGPT to create content on your behalf. But to actually start ranking well, you're going to need a full content system, and you can either go and outsource that to a company that does AI content blogs like Surfer SEO. It's all about boosting visibility on Google, ChatGPT and beyond. Could be something like Jasper, which helps you with your content writing. Something like Byword, which focuses on high quality AI articles as well. So the only SEO content platform you ever need. But if you look at all the pricing of these different platforms, you're going to get something like 25 articles for $99 a month, or another one, outrank.so, which is one of the best platforms out there. You get $99 a month, 30 articles a month, which arguably you don't need more than that. But if you're a small business, you can probably produce high quality content that matches, or if not, performs better than this content in a short period of time. That's going to save you a lot of money and save you a lot of time, and it's going to be tailored towards your content as well. So that's exactly what we're looking to do. We're looking to create a full SEO content writing system that creates high quality blog articles. So we've got 4 kind of main features or goals of the system that we're going to run through in the videos. The first is that we want to produce really high quality blog articles. So we're not going to be producing AI trash, like a lot of the blog articles you see out there that are completely keyword stuffed. They are short, they're not cited, and fundamentally they're not interesting. You need your articles to be interesting and engaging to actually get people to read them and increase your on-page time. If the article actually gives people information, they're going to stay on the page, they're going to get a lot of value from it, and therefore you're going to start ranking higher as well. So the main goal is to produce high quality blog articles through this. And some of the sub goals within that is to make it sound human. So we want to beat content detectors and make it sound like it's written by a human, which we can definitely do with our prompting. We want it to be cited and informational. We want it to be a decent length. So we're not talking a few paragraphs, we're talking 1,000+ words. And we'll talk about interlinking other pages of your blog as well later on. And we want it to be engaging. So fundamentally, the blogs that you read that are engaging embed things like diagrams, YouTube videos, images, listicles, bullets, all those kind of things that we wanted to include as well. So we're going to be building that out. And ultimately, there's no point creating this if we're not going to optimize it for the target audience that we're targeting. So we want it to be SEO optimized, and we want to target relevant long tail keywords for your business audience or your client's business audience. We want it to fit into your current keyword topic. So if you've already got an existing blog, we don't want to cannibalize your content by writing about things that you've already written about. We want to take that into account and actually write about long tail keywords that relate to that topic cluster, but are not exactly the same. And then we also want to internally link. So best practice in SEO content is actually internally linking between our blog articles. So we're going to need to have a track record of what we've already written, what's published, and therefore which articles to link to which as we go and create more content. And ultimately, we don't want to do this in a completely separate workflow to how you currently work inside your business. So we want it to fit in with your current workflow or blog. It should schedule the content on your behalf. It should allow you to make edits and rewrites. So it's never going to be perfect. You might want to actually change some of the topic content or rewrite it. We're not going to publish directly through our n8n workflow, so we want to connect it to where we're actually publishing. So that could be Webflow, WordPress, etc. So we'll build it out so it's adaptable, so you can add that on. And then we also want to be notified whenever a new blog is created and it's ready for our review. We can actually get notified and say, okay, that's great, or that's not quite there. And then finally, a target we're not going to be covering directly in this video, but we're covering later, is user authentication. So actually, how do we store different products that we want to write content for separately? And how do we have a login? So for example, we could offer this as a SaaS product where multiple users could log in, have their own content creation centers, and the data stored for their respective blogs and websites, etc. So with that being said, let's cover the overall architecture of what we're actually about to build. And the first part is all about the front end. So it's all good and well having these n8n workflows in the back end, but if we've got no way for a user to actually interact and click buttons and make things happen, then it's just going to be a really poor experience, and we're not going to be able to sell it as a SaaS or offer it to our clients as a service, etc. So here's some options that we're considering around the front end, and we will cover which ones we're going to actually use later on. But we've got things like Lovable, where you can code using the user interface or the chat window. We've got Softer. So Softer's been really developing lately and has the ability to drag and drop sections in and actually build UIs visually. Similarly, we've got WeWeb. So WeWeb has a bit more functionality in the back end, and we can change the actual code. We can also visually drag and drop and also talk to chat to make changes like Lovable. We've then got Retool, who mostly do internal tools, really logical build out process, and a really powerful way to actually connect that to your backend data. And then finally, we've got Airtable. So you can actually use Airtable as a basic version of this. Airtable interfaces, where we can actually give one client, for example, their own interface when they can interact with this data. And also we'd store the data directly in Airtable as well. So for the database, we're either taking it from Airtable, which will be our first version that we build out, and then later on we'll migrate that data to Supabase so that we can handle things like user authentication and actually row level security there. And then for our actual content creation, so we're going to need to actually create these blogs. When a user clicks a button on the front end, we're going to use our usual tools of connecting data and connecting all the software platforms together using n8n, and actually building out workflows there to create blogs, grab keywords, and prioritize exactly what we want to do there. We're then going to use Data for SEO, which is a really cheap and readily available API for all of your keyword data and lots more. And then for the content, of course, we're going to use AI for that. So we're going to use things like OpenAI and Claude to actually start creating the content and make it sound like a great blog article that's human readable. But we're not going to cover all of this immediately, and we're actually going to break it down into two different versions. The first is going to be Airtable plus content creation. So we're not going to focus immediately on building out the front end. Let's build out the back end. Let's put it in an interface inside Airtable that's very visual and very easy to use. And once we've got that working fully, we can then in version 2 display that through a front end and start worrying about user authentication. So we're breaking this down into 2 big milestones, and version 1, which we'll run through today, is going to be a front end using Airtable interfaces that migrates or integrates directly with its own data in the database. And then the content creation is going to be exactly the same. So we're going to start creating all of the different flows here that we might need. And then version 2, another time, we will talk through which front end platform is the best for our use case. We'll use Supabase for the authentication and the database, and then our content creation flows will remain exactly the same. So we'll be moving from this Airtable version through to displaying that in a second version later. Now, when I'm building out a system like this, I'm always interested in what is the best in class to make sure that actually things that are servicing lots of clients currently are clearly operating and performing well, and they clearly have a market need or demand. So I found a few, and we mentioned a few of them earlier. We've got Surfer SEO, we've got Jasper, which is predominantly for content writing. We've got Byword, which focuses directly on blog content creation, but we've also got Outrank.so, which is all about growing your organic traffic using backlinks and also SEO-optimized content. So exactly what we're looking for here. I've had a look through all of these platforms, and actually I really love the simplicity of something like Outrank.so, and I'll talk you through exactly the inputs they use, the outputs they use. And the reason I'm doing this is because actually if we look at what's best in class, then maybe we can start emulating that using our n8n workflows and our Airtable interfaces. And then when we come to build the front end, we can work out how we want to change these workflows. But what we want to do is try and get to some really solid outputs in terms of blog content that are cited, blog content that is long, that's high quality, it's human readable. It embeds various different things in n8n and Airtable, and then we can start actually putting a front end and a nice aesthetic on the front end to actually interact with that data and allow people to access their own instance of that data through authentication. So we're going to take a look at the business, at all of the inputs that Outrank.so allows us to do during their onboarding process. And then we're also going to look at the outputs that we're trying to achieve through this workflow as we build it out. So I've taken screenshots of when I've signed up to Outrank.so and started entering details, just so you can see the actual inputs that they're taking, because these are the ones that we're going to be emulating in our Airtable and n8n workflows. So you can see exactly what information they're taking and how they're using that then to generate blog content that is keyword optimized. So you can see it's like a 6-step onboarding process. And the first step is business input. So we take information about the business, so the website address, and then you can either also complete that with AI and it will pull the business name from the website, the description, and some target audience descriptions, or you can write that yourself. So I guess like this is actually just like your ideal customer profile, I guess, like the target audience and just a description of what actually you offer so that the keywords and the blog content can be optimized towards that. We've then got the competitor input. So when you are looking to rank on Google or rank with SEO, we need to understand exactly what your competitors are ranking for. So if you can identify the best performing competitors in your niche, then we actually can list those out, and we take website URLs, and actually we can take information around what keywords are those competitors actually already ranking for that we could also rank for, where are the gaps in what they're ranking for at the moment, and how well are they performing, and what things do they talk about, so we can actually emulate what they're talking about. So we have business inputs and competitor inputs. This one should actually be kind of blog inputs. So if you have an existing set of content or blogs, you might be starting this out for the first time, this might not be relevant. But if you have existing blogs, we don't want to, what we call, cannibalize your own content by writing about the same keywords that you've already started ranking for. What we want to do is like read everything on your blog and do a couple of things. One is understand the way that you write so that we can transfer the way that you write into the blog content that's being written. So almost think of it as like taking your brand or tone of voice. The second thing is we don't want to write about similar keywords. And I guess you can consider each article that we write is going to be about a specific long tail keyword. And several of those might fit into kind of a cluster topic around a larger set of keywords. So we could have something like we're trying to rank for the term cars. Now, cars or cars for sale is going to be a really hard term to rank for because it's going to have a lot of competition and a huge amount of volume, right? So if you're looking for a car on the internet, you're going to get things like Auto Trader, etc. But the way that we can rank there is actually look for longer term, lower volume, but easier to rank for key terms or long tail keywords like cars for sale that are read in Chippenham, which is a town in the UK, or cars for sale, pink, under $2,000. Things like that, we're going to actually start to work out what are the topic areas that we could start to actually rank for with our blog articles that would help push us up and start ranking for the short tail keywords like cars for sale. So we take in information around like what is the sitemap URL so that it can work out what pages to internally link to and what keywords and pages to create or not create based on what's already created. And if we just go to the sitemap URL, most sites will have this and it will tell you these are the different web pages that currently exist on the website. So it's able to scan those and actually pull information from there. And we need to make sure that all of the pages within our blog exist in the sitemap because otherwise Google can't actually go through and rank those pages. So we take in information around your blog. We then try to take in some branding and style inputs. And don't forget, this is all on outrank.so. So we're just using this to understand what kind of inputs we might need when we create our full system later. So it might be what language are you writing? What tone and style do you prefer? How many internal links should you have per blog? And there's a recommendation of 3 there. Are there any global article instructions that you want? Like always include practical examples. And this will be fed into their AI content generation. So actually when we're creating content, it sounds more similar to you and your tone of voice. And then we've got things like enhancements. So like what image style do you want in your blog? What is your brand color? So it can try and include the brand color in there. And do we want to add and embed things like YouTube videos, call to action, infographics, and emojis? All of these we're going to look at in the larger system as well. We've then got a choice, which is like, do we enter our keywords manually or do we automate them? So what outrank.so does is generates 30 keywords, long tail keywords, that's relevant to our target audience and our brand based on what our competitors are ranking for, and then generates content based on those keywords. And we'll try and emulate that as well. And then finally, when we're setting this up here, in a similar way, there's no point creating blog articles if you still have to post them yourselves and format themselves on a website. So we're going to look at how to adapt this to actually post directly through n8n to something like Webflow or WordPress or Shopify or any other site that allows us. Now, in terms of the outputs that we're going to be able to achieve here, and again, this is screenshots of outrank.so, so it's going to look different when we create it for ourselves, in particular when we're using Airtable interfaces at first. But the first output is like a content repository or content history. So there's a list of the previous content that we've created that we can click into, gives us a few stats around keywords. So like the keyword is digital transformation strategies, the difficulty is low, and we're targeting low difficulty words, and the volume is kind of like mid-range, 390 searches for that over a certain period. And then we're able to click into that and actually see the blog content. So we will output the blog content, we will have an overview of that and be able to click into that. And then the other major output that we're going to need to create is a content schedule. So it's all good and well having the content created, but actually the best case scenario is having this pre-planned for you in a calendar-like view where we have the different keywords that we can create content for that directly, like what is an API integration, which is here. What is an API integration? We'll be able to create that content. It'll be able to look up our existing articles and create internal links based on what we've already written. It will be able to add it to this list over here, and we'll be able to rearrange which articles we want to publish when, and have some more info showing about that content topic that we want to write about. And in terms of our case as well, something that Outrank doesn't do so well is actually give a list of the keywords. So we might have a view like this as well, of a list of the keywords that we are looking to write articles for as well. So that now we understand the complete brief of what we're trying to achieve. Version 1 is going to be about, if I can find it, building the backend n8n workflows that pull keyword information as well as generate the content that's potentially put into a schedule and storing that all in a database inside Airtable, and then making that into an Airtable interface afterwards that we can hand over to a client, and they could actually just set this up for themselves and start generating content that goes into a schedule. And then later on in a separate video, we will be talking through how to actually take all of the back-end stuff that we've done and the amazing blog content that we've created and actually put that together with a front end with authentication, where we can charge users access to it or offer it to clients as a service and actually turn that into a full-blown web app. So with that being said, let's open up an n8n environment. And if you're not familiar with n8n already, then check out the resources linked in the description. We do a full course on mastering n8n inside the school community below. But once you're inside n8n, we're going to create a new workflow, and we're just going to call this something like SEO content generation system. And we're going to start from here. So skipping ahead a bit, if we think about the inputs and outputs, I've now mapped those into our workflow into notes. So in terms of the inputs we had to outrank.so, we've got the branding info, e.g. colors, style of the images. We've got the company info, so things like who are our target audience, what product do we actually offer, so we can find relevant information. We have our competitors info, so URLs of our competitors that we can go and scrape for information as well. We have keywords, so we're going to use all that information to go and get keywords, but then keywords also act as an input into our blog content. And then we have blog content, which will later act as an input because we'll want to know what we've already written about, so we don't write about it again. And we also want to interlink as well. So we've included blog content as both an input and an output here. And then in the outputs, what we want to get to are relevant keywords, blog articles that have embedded videos, infographics, images, they are cited and they're well written. And we also want to get to a schedule. So all of these inputs we need to capture somewhere in something like Airtable, and then also work out how to generate the outputs from those inputs. And we're going to use n8n to basically structure that out once we've created our outlines of what data we're actually going to collect from our Airtable database. So if we jump to a brand new Airtable here, what I've done is just start mapping out exactly what the tables might look like. So for example, in our company, where we're taking in information around our own company that we want to write blogs for, or our own website, I've included things like company name, website URL, the company LinkedIn, because we can actually pull information from that, a tick box which we'll use later to actually generate information around that, but also some fields that kind of map out in a bit more detail, like the product description, the ideal customer profile, the pain points and challenges, the key goals, and how do they currently solve their problems, how do their audience currently solve their problems, as well as a status column. It's always useful to have things like a status, because then we can work out what's been done and what hasn't as well. So as we saw in outrank.so, if we go back to the diagram in here, when it said tell us about your business, it had this autocomplete with AI. So they put in the website here and it will generate information based on the website around business name, description, and target audience. We'll do a similar thing where we actually generate things like product description, the ideal customer profile, all of these more complex stuff, and you can go in as a user to then edit that information, but we'll allow manual inputs to be the company name, the URL, and the company LinkedIn before that, because we need some starting point to work off. Then inside our competitors sheet, if we go back to the information we're taking around competitors here, it's literally just the URL. So in our Airtable, we can put the URL here as our first field, but we're also, because we're using Airtable here, and we might have multiple products that we're writing about. So there might be a competitor to my business, automate.io. There might be a competitor to your business, which is another URL. We're going to have one field which is related to our company table, and that will just be a link to another record and link it to the company. And because it can be a competitor of multiple companies, we're going to leave it like this. But what we're going to do is just call this competitor of, and we're going to allow that to link back to a company. So for example, if I put in Nate Herc's TrueHorizon.ai in here, then that's going to be a competitor of Automake, or you could have someone like Custom AI Studio by Devon, and we would also put that in as a competitor of Automake potentially. And you see how you then have a list of competitor URLs and a way to link it back to a specific company, which is the company we are working on. Now later, when we put this into a Superbase database, this will be easier to see the relations between the data, but right now we'll have it in one table. If I just delete these fields, that has all of the URLs and all of the related competitor of fields in here as well. We then have these two, the blog inputs and the branding/style inputs, which we can probably actually put in one table. So let's start from scratch and let's just call this blog inputs for ease. And what we can do is just emulate exactly this. So we can have a sitemap URL. And again, let's have that as a URL field. We want to link it back to our company again. And we want the blog root URL. So let's just delete all these additional fields. Always good to have a status. So URL, blog root URL, best article example 1, 2, and 3. And again, they're going to be URLs. And then in terms of setting up the articles, we can also have information in this table just for ease for now. We can change it when we have a front end. But these are just the blog inputs. So we can pull all this information into our n8n workflow when we go to create the blog content that says, okay, look back at this information. What do they do well? And create some guidelines based on that, or create the new blog content based on that. So we have language, tone, and style. But for now, we're going to leave this in English. So let's just have tone and style. And we can have that as a single select field. We can have options as informational, listicle, so an article that lists out maybe 10 competitors of X. Change that to informative, listicle, and let's just keep those two for now. And then we'll have no default there. We'll create that field. Let's have the number of internal links, number, and we can set the default there as well as 3. And that's just the number of links between a blog article and other blog articles on your website. And then let's have the global article instructions, and this should be a long text. And you're starting to get the idea of how this can make a personalized blog, because actually you're giving it a few different inputs, or we can have default inputs here that tailor it to your brand specifically. So we've got the global article instructions, and then maybe for now we have 2 image styles, the brand and text realism and the watercolor realism, with a brand color in there as well. So we have the brand and text realism and the watercolor realism, and when we create images, we'll feed that in to the image prompt. I'll put brand and text realism as the default there. We'll put brand color and leave that as a single line text. And then let's just add 4 fields that match these: YouTube video, CTA, infographics, and emojis. I will just have these as single selects with yes or no. And the default can be yes. So then we've got those 4 fields in as well. And we're going to assume for this that actually we're going to automatically generate keywords. So there's no need to put in our own keywords, but we will have a keywords output. So we'll have a table that takes in from n8n and data for SEO. It will take the primary keyword, what date it was put into here, a competition number. So it's going to give us a value of how competitive that keyword is, the volume of search. So we're interested in high search volume terms that are low on the competition where possible. We've got a cost per click, so the higher this value, the harder it is going to be to rank for that word, and the higher the keyword difficulty is going to be. And then we're going to relate that back again to the company so that we can have multiple companies and rank keywords or relate keywords to different companies. So there's going to be a list of keywords for my company, there's going to be a list of keywords for your company, all in one table here. And I've got some examples here that you can see, and we'll run through how to get these. But for example, the keyword n8n automation, we've basically got a low keyword difficulty word. It's related back to the automate company. It's got a cost per click, a volume number, and competition, and we'll go over exactly what those mean and which ones we're going to write blog content for. But you can see we've got 20 example keywords in there that we could start generating content about. And then finally, we're going to need to produce blog content and then schedule that blog content. So what we can do for now inside Airtable is probably start from scratch a new table, and we'll call it blog content. And again, we're going to need to relate this back to our company profile. We'll probably have a unique ID here. So let's give an auto number, which is blog ID. We know we'll have a keyword that it will relate back to. So let's actually link to another record and link to the keywords table, and we'll call that keyword. And it's best to link it between the tables rather than write it as a single line text, because then we can always see what blog this relates to, or what keyword this blog relates to rather. Maybe we want to store related information like difficulty, volume, and date. Let's have something like date in here. So let's edit this field, call that date. We'll add the relations to the keyword later, like difficulty, etc. We'd want a title of the blog. And then what we'd want is a non-rich text formatted blog content. And the reason we don't want it text formatted inside here is we want to capture all of the potential formatting so that when we send it later to where we're actually going to post it and view it from, which might be Webflow or WordPress, it's going to capture all that formatting. But for now, what we'll do is we will put blog content in there. We'll delete this final field. And then to show you what it would look like if it was rich formatted, we'll do blog content, rich formatting, and we can show you exactly what that is, like by enabling that rich text formatting there. And the content schedule is a separate view on an output, but basically takes the same set of data. So actually in terms of the table, let's just add a date field and we'll call it date scheduled. And for now, we won't worry about scheduling it into a calendar, but we will put the field in there. So we're effectively going to have all of our blog content in here. We can change the way in which this table is viewed later, but we know we've got the infrastructure to take blog content. So let's go back to our flow here and just double check that we've got everything. So we've got the branding info, the company info, competitor site info, keywords, blog content, and we're outputting the blog content, relevant keywords list, and the schedule. So we know we've captured all of that. Now we can start mapping out and putting in our inputs to start actually building out this workflow with n8n, with data for SEO, and we'll explore those platforms too. So what we're going to do is start building out the first couple of workflows that will generate the information that will go into these tables now. So the first one we're going to actually do is just make sure that we've got some dummy company data. And by the way, if you want these workflows, they'll be available in the school community linked in the description, or you can build it alongside. But what we're going to do is copy the Airtable base so that you have your own Airtable base to do this. If you've not already created one, you're going to set up all these tables as I showed they were. And then what you're going to do is fill out the information. So we've got a demo company website URL, a company LinkedIn account, and a checkbox, which is a generate info, which we're actually going to change to a button in a minute, and I'll show you why. And that will trigger our webhook inside n8n. It's just going to work a lot quicker than doing it with a tick box. We'll then add, it will generate, things like product description, the ICP, the pain points, the key goals, and how they currently solve their problems, as well as the status there. So I've actually already mapped this out in a previous video, so I'm not going to rework this exact workflow, but I'm going to copy and paste it into our workflow environment, and you'll see exactly how this is produced. So it's a very simple workflow. and we'll put this here, and we'll just put a little note above this to say exactly which part this is, because we're going to have quite a few different workflows in here. Most of them were built from scratch. This one, like I said, I've already made. So this is the ICP generator, we'll call it. We'll just give that a purple label, and then we'll get rid of the sticky notes there. And in essence, what we're doing in this workflow is receiving when they push the button in here, which we will change now to a button. So we just need to edit the field type to button. We'll call it generate ICP, give it a nice color in here. And what it's going to do is open a URL, and it's going to open our webhook URL, and we will send the record ID so that we can retrieve the information about the company in here. So what I'm going to do is go back to this webhook, make sure you've got a webhook in here, and you're going to take the production URL, and we will just give that the randomly allocated production URL webhook address. So we'll delete any path that's already in here, and it's going to be, let's leave it as a get request now, and we'll copy that production URL. And what we will do is just save it here, turn this workflow to active, otherwise that isn't going to work. Let's just do these, and we're going to go back to our Airtable. And what we're going to do is put an equal sign. We're going to paste in the URL here, and we're going to put quotations around this. And we're just going to, and in fact, I've removed the equal sign. Let's see if this works. And then we're going to put an and then we're going to automatically append the record ID. So if you start typing in record, you can come down here and hit record ID, make sure the parentheses are closed there. And what that's hopefully going to do is when we click the button, it's going to open this webhook URL, but also append the record ID to the end of it. So we're going to make sure there's a question mark on the end here so that we can append the record ID to our query. Let's save that. Let's try and click the button in a second. And what we're going to see is, does it go to that URL and does it actually send the information that we want? So we're going to go back to our record here. We're just going to get rid of any connections here. You might just have a webhook at this point receiving the information, and what we're going to do is just unpin any data there, and it's an active workflow. So let's try and click the button, see what it says. So it's now said workflow started, which insists that actually if we go to executions, there should be an execution, and there is. So we can go into the execution and we can see that the query contained the record ID there. So it has actually sent that record ID. But what I've realized when doing that is actually we should append it as a record ID. So what we're going to do is just write record underscore ID equals after the question mark, and then hopefully that will, if we reopen that, confirm, generate ICP, look at the second execution, and you'll see that we've actually now received inside the query record ID and then a value inside there. And that just makes it easier, because if we were to send anything else in the query, if we wanted to send any other values, we could do. But what we're going to do is just send the record ID, so that if we just copy this to the editor, now we're going to use that record ID to get the record of that company. So we've pinned the data, and from the query, we've got a get record Airtable node here, and it's saying from the base, so make sure it's connected to the correct base, from the company table, use this record ID to actually retrieve the information about that record. And if we just execute that, you'll see that all of the information that we have there has come back. But what we're actually expecting at this point is for the product description, the ICP, the pain points and challenges, etc., to be completely empty. And effectively, we're only going to process if the status is equal to incomplete, because we don't want to keep overwriting our information. So the status will automatically, if we add a new record, be incomplete. And actually, we're only processing if it's incomplete, because we don't want to overwrite this information. So right now, if we ran it, it's got the pinned data. So it's come back with the status as incomplete there. Now, all we're doing at this stage is actually using an AI agent. And the reason we're using an AI agent is so that we can go and research using Perplexity. So we're using a tool here to actually go out and get information about the company, i.e. our company, from our website and from our LinkedIn. So if we look inside this structured output parser here, we're basically outputting everything inside the Airtable that we were looking for. So product description, ideal customer profile, pain points and challenges, key goals, current solutions. If you look through here, that's everything that we are effectively looking for. So what we're asking in the prompt here is we're saying we are inputting the company name, the company URL, and the company LinkedIn URL. And we're just saying use Perplexity. If I open up the system prompt here, use Perplexity and research and analyze companies to develop detailed customer personas, pain points, and market positioning insights for strategic business development. You must research all three provided inputs, the company name, the URL, and the LinkedIn URL thoroughly. Focus on B2B customer characteristics and pain points. Ensure all sections are completed with detailed, research-backed information. Do not make assumptions about company operations without supporting evidence. So we're just saying, go out and research that information. Now, there are other ways to do this. We could have attached a scraper. We could have attached something that goes and looks at LinkedIn profile information, actually pulls that information, but we're keeping it fairly version 1 at this point. And what I mean by that is we're just seeing how much information Perplexity can actually go and get by itself. And then we've given it just some instructions around how to go and research and analyze and synthesize the findings in order to give us the following outputs, which are product description, ICP, pain points. We've just given it some guidelines around how to do that. Now, the prompt probably doesn't need to be this complex, but we've used a prompt generator inside the community to actually holistically get a lot of information for us. So we could probably simplify this a lot at this point, but right now, because we've actually built this out before, we're just going to reuse this prompt and see how well it does for us. So it's going to go and research using Perplexity, using Gemini 2.5 Flash, because that's really good with information. It's really cheap. And what we're going to do then is go back and update that record. And what it's going to do is basically put the information that we've received from the output of the ICP research back into our Airtable. And it's going to mark the status as complete there. And it's just going to use the ID to effectively make sure it's going and updating the correct record. Now, if we were actually using this, for example, in production, we could add an additional stage in here, an additional status that suggests it's processing. So what we want to understand when we're working from an interface, often when you like click a button on a website, you will see a loading indicator. So we want the same when we're working from an interface like Airtable, where it tells us actually something is in process and it's not just frozen, especially when it has to go out and do research and actually come back here. So what we do is just actually have a middle ground stage here that says, okay, if this is true and correct, i.e. it started doing the ICP research, we should just update the record here, not with any of this information, but actually just with a status that is, if we refresh here, a status that is actually just processing. So whenever we click that button in future, pull this update status, whenever we click that button in the future, we will get that middle ground that says, okay, the information is now being processed. So let's try and run this. I'm going to delete the information from here. I'm going to leave this as incomplete. And what we're going to do is just make sure this is saved and generate the ICP. Hopefully that will go away, start the workflow. This will shortly switch to processing. It's already done it, which suggests that actually it's in process. It's going to bring back the information if we don't have an error, and then it's going to switch to complete as well. So as a user, I'm able to see from the interface that something is happening here. And this is something you commonly use on client or production workflows because they're not in the background inside n8n looking at these workflows. Similar to a SaaS customer, you are on the website and you just want to see something is loading to give you a confidence that it hasn't errored out, for example. And it has errored out, probably because the connection to our model in here. So let's just switch to Gemini Flash 1.5 and let's just rerun that workflow. Actually, now it's in processing mode. It's not going to work. So let's switch it back to incomplete and hit the workflow start button again. And that's going to effectively run our execution. Then we'll see this time if the model is now going to work for us. And this is exactly why we have this processing stage, because actually when you run these flows, it took 30 seconds. So you don't want a customer thinking, oh, it's just broken, but it has actually put in the information in here. And let's just have a look to see if it scoured it correctly, because we want to make sure that at least at a basic level, Perplexity is getting the right information. So Automake offers custom automation solutions powered by n8n. Great, we do. They design and implement automated workflows reduce manual effort. Great. So it's picked up the correct kind of thing. Who the ICP? Businesses of various sizes. These companies experience challenges with manual, multi-system workflows leading to inefficiencies. Great. That totally hits the nail on the head. Automate addresses several key pain points. Manual repetitive tasks, poor system integration, limited scalability, lack of visibility, and data tracking, insufficient resources. Great. It's actually done really, really well with a limited prompt and a cheap model here. So really happy with this. And if you remember back to our Excalibur where we have the inputs, we basically have the business inputs where we give it a website. We're actually giving it a bit more. We're giving it a website, a name, and the LinkedIn page as well for the business. And it's giving us everything in return. It's giving us way more than we're getting on Outrank. We're getting the description of the business, the target audience, all of that information that's going to support our outputs later because the content is going to be hyper-focused to our audience. And we can see inside the execution that actually it's executed really well, passed through all of the inputs correctly, and actually given us everything here that's been put into the Airtable as well. It's even got the current solutions. They vary depending on the client's existing infrastructure. Some clients may utilize other automation tools or manual workarounds before engaging with Automate. Automate's service aims to replace these with a more integrated and efficient n8n based system. Hit the nail on the head. So that's done really well. So ICP generator, done. We can tick that one off. Now, if you remember what our outputs are, we're going to pull out a relevant keywords list and blog articles, and then we're going to schedule them. So if we think about the next input, we've got the input, which is like, what's our ideal customer profile? And that will tailor to things like what the keywords should be, and therefore what the blog content should be. The other key input we have not yet got is like our competitor site info. So what are our competitors currently ranking for in terms of keywords that we should then use to choose our keywords as well? So this is the ICP generator, so information about us. Let's now work out what keywords both our competitors and us are actually hitting already, because we can use that to tailor our keyword strategy and therefore what goes in our blog content too. So we're going to just copy this down here, and I'm literally walking through exactly how I would do it because I've never done this specific task before. So we're going to go out and explore and see if things like data for SEO as a service there offers like data around what keywords a certain competitor is ranking for, as well as us, for example. So we'll call it competitor keywords at this point, or actually let's call it competitor research, because more holistically we're looking at what our competitors are ranking for there. And the first part of this process is probably going to be exactly the same, in which actually what we're looking for, or what we'll be doing, is activating from a webhook. Nearly identical process here. So let's just get rid of that note. So we're receiving from a webhook. We're going to get the record. The webhook's going to be to a different production URL. So we'll have to set up a button inside our Airtable to send that information. We're going to get the record. And then what we're going to do is update the status as we did before. So I'm just going to leave that as a draft. We're not going to add the button right now. And then what we're going to do is go to a service like Data for SEO, and we're going to go to their documentation, and we're just going to have a look through, and I'm going to spend some time going through and understanding, can we get information around keywords that are already being ranked for on a given URL, whether that's our own URL, whether that's our competitors' URLs, because that's going to really influence our keyword strategy here. So I'll be back shortly with some information of what I found when I look through the docs data for SEO. So I've been going through the data for SEO docs, and there's quite a lot. It's like an overwhelming amount of endpoints here. And I've tried to summarize what I think would be the best approach for this. So it's actually a huge amount of valuable data. It's just working out which one's actually relevant for the use case. So I've used Perplexity to try and help me summarize this. But the way I'm thinking about this is that we have effectively one company here, which in this case would be Automate. We then have lots of URLs that are related to that. So let's put URL in here. And that could be like our own company URL, or it could be our competitors' URLs, right? And then we have a bunch of keywords. So we have 4 arrows in here. Move this all down. So we have a bunch of URLs, right? Which is our competitors, our own URL. And then for each URL, the site is already probably ranking for some keywords. So even smaller than that, we have like keyword, and this could be something like a seed keyword, like car, or using our earlier example, a longer tail keyword, which we have car for sale in Bath, UK. Like there will be ranking for lots of keywords. So each URL potentially has multiple keywords. So we have, let's just do 3 as an example, 3 keywords that each one is ranking for. So we have 3 arrows that are relating to those for each URL. And you get the point. We end up having a lot of different keywords that are related to each URL. So if we just copy those down, we have like each URL ends up being a swarm of keywords, and those keywords will probably all be fairly relevant to what we're working on, because they're from the keywords that our sites are already ranking for, or our competitors are already ranking for. So if you remember, if we go back here, we've got a list of competitor URLs, and we've also got our company URL. And it's probably worth, for ease of data and pulling the data, adding our own company URL to this here. So we basically have this list of URLs that have related keywords to it. And then each of those keywords, let's move this out of the way, turn that to a different color. Each of these keywords has potential subtopics related to it, or sub keywords. So again, we get even more granular, where let's just turn this to yellow. And I guess that subtopic is basically a long tail keyword. So we effectively have potentially, hundreds of these, each relating to each keyword. So for one given company, let's put 5 in there. So for one key company, you have, a list of 5 long tail keywords for each keyword. And you probably have more than 5. 5 is just a small example, but it's like what topics are related to those keywords. And there's multiple ways in which you'd actually use traditional research methods in SEO to find these. And that is what Perplexity's helped me find. So I've gone through all of the different documentation on data for SEO, and then asked, based on a given URL, how can I find some keywords that already be ranking for? And that's given us this endpoint here, keywords data, Google Ads, keywords for site /live. And the input here is a domain /URL. And what that does is basically provides keywords relevant to a specified URL, including volume, the bidding data, so the cost per click, the competition from Google Ads. So that's going to give us basically those initial keywords for our URL. And we could get as many of those as we want. And then to find like subtopics or related keywords, there's multiple methods in which you traditionally use inside SEO. The first one is actually just using the autocomplete. So whenever you type something on Google and it starts auto-completing the rest of your sentence, those are actually being auto-completed based on what other people are actually searching. So we're fetching suggestions directly from Google's autocomplete feature, and we're doing that by putting in an input seed keyword like car to then find out what other things or other topics or other subtopics get put inside when you type in car. And that basically helps us to gather trending or highly relevant queries. We then have what keywords exist in the same product or service categories, including semantically related terms. So this helps us uncover broader or natural keyword opportunities. And again, we input the seed keyword there. So autocomplete and keyword ideas all go to help us find these long tail keywords. And then there's 2 other methods and 2 other endpoints that we're going to use as well. And you can switch these on or off depending on what you use, but it's nice to get a holistic view on all of these different approaches, have them in as HTTP requests, and then be able to take some out. So we then have like keyword suggestions. So return search phrases containing the seed keyword focusing on long tail keyword expansion. So this is a good example of the car or car for sale in Bath, UK, and it will help us build a list of longer full phrase matches for SEO targeting. And most importantly, those longer keyword phrases will be easier to actually rank for because there'll be lower competition and lower volume, but hopefully enough volume. And then we finally got the related keywords, which uses the Google search engine results page to find keywords from Google searches or searches related to that. So we have 4 different methods, which basically go from a single keyword, which we will get by using this keywords for site. So we'll have a single URL or multiple URLs in this case that pertain to a given company. And each of those URLs will give us a selection of seed keywords, of which we'll use the full methods to get us a huge list of long tail keywords. We've then also got some really powerful other endpoints inside Data for SEO, which we might explore later. One of them is inside its content generation API, which is actually generating subtopics. So you input a topic, and this might be our long tail keyword that we're trying to target, or the keyword we're trying to target in the blog. For example, here's Steve Jobs, and the output will give us subtopic ideas. So blog articles we could potentially write about: the passion for Apple's success, building a great company in an era of business disruption, how to build a great team at Apple, Steve Jobs and the power of a good story. So it goes and finds out subtopics that would potentially be good to write about. So we may revisit this one as well. So off the back of this, we're going to have effectively off each long tail keyword, probably one, let's say one for ease, subtopic that we could write about, or 2 subtopics. So again, it gets even more granular, where we have, subtopic for blog, and then eventually we'll write a blog about that. But we will write a blog about each of these long tail keywords. It's just working out which ones we want to target first to put those into the schedule, and then creating content around that. So hopefully that makes sense in terms of the overall holistic flow we're going for, and the endpoints that we're going to set up inside our n8n workflows. And we'll go ahead now and actually start setting those up one by one. And I might skip through some of the minor details, but what you'll receive is the full HTTP requests that will show you exactly the inputs and the outputs we receive. But one thing we're going to need to show you for sure is actually how to set up the authorization key for Data for SEO. So Data for SEO uses a different method for authentication. So I'm going to show you that now. And for each of these, they're going to be really straightforward to set up the actual HTTP requests, because in the Data for SEO docs, you just need to find the relevant endpoint. So going exactly to the endpoint that we talked about and the endpoints that we'll share. If you go to those, they actually have the curl request written on the side here. So we're going to start with finding the keywords for a given site that's live, i.e. finding the keywords for a given URL here. So we'll just try this for one. And the way we can do that is just copy and paste this curl request directly from here. And we'll go back to our n8n instance. We'll set up a HTTP request, and we won't connect it to anything right now. We'll keep it running by itself. We'll just add a manual trigger so that we can actually execute this. And we'll double click into the HTTP request, import curl, and what we're going to do is just copy and paste exactly what we just copied in there. It's going to automatically fill out the HTTP request, which is going to make it super simple for us. So you can see that it's got Google Ads, keywords for site, /live. The authentication hasn't filled out for us because it's filled down here. We'll do the authorization in a second. But you can see that effectively it's given a location code and a target URL. So for now, let's leave it as a global search and get rid of the location code. And what we're going to do is just put in the target for automake.io, or let's do something more popular like n8n.io for now. And now we're going to basically need to fill out the authorization. And the way we do that is we go back to data for SEO, we go to our API access page, and what you'll probably need to do is reset your API password here or send it by email. I'm going to go to my email, and in the email you will see your API password. I'll obviously need to remove mine now, but you can use the API credentials in the format login password encoded in base64. So we're going to go base64 encoder on Google, and what it's telling us is we can basically put our login and then our password inside here. So it would literally be typing in login password in here, encode that in base64, and then whatever comes out here we're going to add into our HTTP request. So what you can see is my login, which was my email that we had back here, and the API password we've received up here, and it will basically give us this base64 encoded. So if you don't have this already in an email, you can basically get it using a base64 encoder, login, password, click encode, and this will be the same as the one in the email, ends in NTA3. So it's basically encoded credentials there. So what we're going to need to do now is go back, and if we go to the authentication section, you'll see it says authorization, basic, and then we put our encrypted or encoded base64 login password. So what we're going to do is go back to n8n, and we're going to put in authorization, which is already there, and it says basic, and then it's got basically this saying input your credentials there, and the credentials will be our encoded value. So you can see they've got an example here. So if we take our encoded value back from here, we put it into here in place of that, then now if we send this request and we make sure that we've got some API credits in here, I've just got $1 was added here, then we're going to try and run that, and let's see if that actually executes. And it has executed, so we can either show the data or download the data. Let's just show the data, and this should be now a keywords list that is live for our given URL that we've input here. So we've now got a list of values, and the JSON response should look a little bit like this. So we have, or should look exactly like this. We effectively have the keywords that they're ranking for. So in the result, we've got 3 SEO tools, it's got a location code, it's got values around competition, search volume, and cost per click. So everything we wanted, including all the historical search volume for that as well. Now, all of the individual API endpoints on data for SEO have a different price. So you can go to the pricing page and actually work out for this given search query, keywords data, Google Ads, keywords for site, based on the live mode, I believe, it's a 0.075 per task there. So we're not limiting the number of results we get, but per task we're paying less than, well, about 8 cents. So to actually get from a given URL to lots of keywords, we're paying 8 cents. So I imagine by the time we start creating blog content, we could probably create, the keywords will probably get us to around $1 per product. And then once we start creating blogs, it will depend on the AI cost of the model that we are using there as well. So it's going to be significantly cheaper than using one of these services through the service itself, which normally costs you $99 for 20 to 30 articles. This is going to cost us significantly less, and we can work out at the end how much exactly this is going to cost us. But all you need to know for now is it's significantly cheaper doing it this way versus using one of these services, and we can make it much more tailored to our specific needs and requirements as well. So what I've done is, just to make it visually easier, is added a split out node to show actually how many keywords there are. So it keeps freezing if you show this much data, but it's basically collected 1,215 keywords, which we can see if we open this. And the keywords are like workflow automation tools, workflow tools, etc. So it's going to collect a lot of items. And let's just, for example, from this method, let's start with 20, let's say, or probably 10 actually, 10 seed keywords, which are equivalent of the word car that we talked about earlier. They're like high level seed keywords that we can then start generating content around or long tail keyword terms around. So I've called this now get keywords. So I've renamed the HTTP request. And if we just pin that data in here and just rerun that, that will pull the latest 10 items. So you can see then if we go into the limit node, we've got workflow automation tools, workflow tools, AI workflow automation software, etc., etc. And it's also got things like the competition, the search volume, the cost per click that we talked through earlier, even down to the monthly search volume globally for that term, because we searched like any location for that. So what we're doing right now is just basically setting up the infrastructure for when we want to do this keyword research. So we've got the first part, and I'll just put notes by each of those. And the first part is effectively getting keywords for a URL. Just turn that purple, and let's just leave that as a note there for now, just so that when we create more of these HTTP requests, we can track exactly what's happening. And what I'm going to do is just unpin this data, because it's quite a lot of data to store in an execution. If we clear the execution, we'll be able to stop it from freezing. So the next part is then using our 4 different methods to get sub keywords or long tail keywords from those keywords, and then we'll group them all together and put them back into our keywords and link them back to a specific company, which in this case is going to be Automake. So the way that we do that is exactly the same as we did here. So actually the better way to format this HTTP request is not to have the authorization parameter directly in here. What we would instead do is set up a header authentication for data for SEO. So let's go to generic credential type, header auth. And then what we're going to do is set up a new authentication credential, call it data for SEO, header auth. And we're going to put in authorization as we did before. I'm just going to save that with 0 value, come back and grab this, and we will put this directly into the value here. We'll save it. And then what we're going to do is just remove this header parameter. We don't need to send headers anymore. And let's just rerun this to check that it is actually working. Great. And that has actually worked. So convert that into a header auth. And that means whenever a request is sent or you share your JSON workflow, it's going to be encrypted, and you won't share your password or your encrypted value with anyone there. So what we're going to do is clear the execution. We're going to copy this HTTP request, and we know we're going to create 4 new requests. So I'm just going to create 4 new ones here, and we'll go through sequentially and quickly grab the curl requests for each. And to remind you, they are getting related keywords, so that seed keyword, keyword suggestions, keyword ideas, and autocomplete results as well. So what we're doing is just getting a bunch of long tail keywords for each seed keyword that we've just generated, and we can test that on one seed keyword that we've pulled. And you can even get Perplexity to write out the curl requests for each of these, but it's actually simple enough to go to the correct page. Let's say we want to go to Google related keywords /live. So we'll go to the data for SEO page, go for the data for SEO labs API, we'll go to Google, we'll go to related keywords, and then you can see related keywords live. So it's a post request to here, but all we're going to do again is just take this curl request, and you can see the input is keyword, the language, the location code, and the limit on the returned results here. So we probably do want to limit this, because otherwise we'll end up with thousands of results. So let's go back to this HTTP request, and we'll call this get related, and we'll go into this here, and we will just import curl request. And again, what we're going to have to do is just take away the headers, but now we've set up our credential type. We'll go to generic credential type, header auth, and data for SEO header auth should be populated down here. And we're going to input one of the keywords, which was, I believe, AI workflow tools. Let's go AI workflow tools, just as an example. And let's limit this now to 3 per one. And again, to find out the pricing, you would need to go into the pricing page for that specific endpoint. and it's going to tell you, okay, based on the live mode here, a single post request should take 2 seconds, and it's going to cost 0.001 per item. So what we're doing is probably delivering 3 items back, so it's costing 0.003 per keyword. So for every keyword, say we've got 20 keywords, multiply that by 0.003, and that's your cost to get the keywords back like that. And the other endpoints we're going to use will probably be a similar price as well, but you can, in the data page or the API docs, you can go to the pricing page directly and find that out. And later we will dynamically populate the keyword in here, but for now we can just run this and see what it comes back with, and then we can see the exact data, and you can see this is the seed keyword we fed in, and the item that it's brought back for a related keyword is Zapier, which is another platform, as you probably are aware. And then again, what we can probably do is split out the values so that we're just pulling the related keyword data. So before it was tasks nor result, and let's see if we try that now for the get related. Let's see if that actually pulls the same, and it seems to have pulled that. So it's pulled, okay, that's not quite right. What we want to do is go one level down, so task.result probably .items, and see if that executes correctly. And okay, that's not quite right, but the way we can access this is effectively going into the tasks, task naught, and what we're looking for is where we had it's .result and then possibly .result 0. But the easiest way to find this out is actually just drag and drop this over here. So if we go tasks first index result first index .items, then we get effectively further down where we have the keyword data, and the keyword here is Zapier, all the data around Zapier. Then the second keyword is n8n, expectedly, and the third one is AI workflow automation. But we also have related keywords here, so it's kind of pulled even more than 3. It's pulled a couple per, or 7 even here, per each of these. So we can actually pull all of this data, and I guess the important thing here is we've split out each of the 3 items correctly. So at this point we can then add it back into our table, and we can do that afterwards. So let's move on to the next one. So we've done the get related. The next one is keyword suggestions live, keyword ideas live, and then autocomplete. So I'm going to go to documentation. I'll show you the end result, but I won't show you going through every single curl request the same. So we've done the get related. We've now got get suggestions, get keyword ideas, and get autocomplete. So the 4 ways in which we can get long tail keyword terms. So we've got all of the different URL endpoints in here, and then the various workflow bodies, of which the keyword I've put AI workflow tools, and of course we'll pass that in dynamically. But we've got things like limiting it to 3 per each of these. So you can see again, AI workflow tools limit to 3. Otherwise, we'll end up with thousands of these. And actually all we want is a number of these to go off so that we can actually have a few long tail keywords that we can then create subtopics about. That is the whole point of this. So we have seed keywords, then we have related keywords. We'll put them all back in the keywords table relating to the company or product that we are writing content for. That will all form the keyword strategy behind what topics we then create for the blogs as well. So let's run those 3 and just check the outputs of each of those. And again, we'll have to go through the process later of splitting out the actual keywords. But you can see we've got on the get suggestions, if we scroll down, we've got things like AI workflow automation tools. So it's added the word tools to the end here. AI tools for workflow automation. So this is like variations of the same phrase or seed keyword, but it's got like different words wrapping it. So best AI workflow automation tools. So this might be a search term that is in the same category. So we'll be able to split those out. We've then got keyword ideas. And again, all the data is fairly well structured from data for SEO. So you just need to go down to the items, I believe, items in here. And then you have like the keyword ideas. So character AI, humanize AI. So like these are keyword ideas that are similar to the original keyword, seed keyword that we've put in, which was AI workflow automation or AI automation tools. I can't remember which one it was now. And then autocomplete would be more like what would Google suggest are trending things based on our search term in here. So we've got like AI automation tools examples, AI automation tools course, AI automation tools open source. So these are all potential topics that we can start writing about, but would effectively form our long tail keywords. So we've got keywords, the seed keywords, and then we've got the related long tail keywords that kind of form this strategy here. So we've got the original keywords, and then we've got all these long tail keywords. Now we're at the stage where we need to group all those together, put them into Airtable to store them, but then move on to actually creating subtopics for blogs. And then we can worry about how do we actually generate blog content for this. So whilst we're doing this, let's also set up this content generation endpoint, which was actually all about generating subtopics, because I'm intrigued, given a given topic, which could be a long tail keyword, what subtopics could be created here. So let's grab that and turn that into a HTTP request as well. And we may end up using that later to generate our topics. If not, we can use actually AI to generate our topics as well. So let's import from curl, add the authentication, and you can see the topic is Steve Jobs there. We'll call it AI workflow tools, I think was the seed keyword. I could be remembering correctly here. And we'll call this generate subtopics. And let's actually just attach that to the trigger and just run this generate subtopics to see the quality of results that come out here. And you can see this is actually a very straightforward output. So based on AI workflow tools, we've got introduction to AI workflow tools, key features of AI workflow tools, popular AI workflow tools in 2023. We probably want to update that to 2025. Challenges in implementing AI workflow tools. So these are all topics that you could potentially write blog content about that would then actually target the keyword, which is AI workflow tools. So you're probably getting an idea how this all sequences together. You generate blog content around core topics, which form clusters of larger topics. So the seed keyword AI workflow tools, we might have 12 sub long tail keywords around that, and then lots of topics in which we could write about. And that will help us produce content on that and therefore rank higher in Google for those topics. I hope this is making sense. So broadly speaking, the next steps are adding those keywords to our Airtable database and linking them back to our company, generating topics to write about, and then actually writing about the topics. So creating a new flow to actually write in a human way with great quality content about those topics. So coming back here, I've just gone through and tidied this all up and added a few notes, and I'll run you through all of those notes and what exactly the outputs we've got so that we can move quickly to the next stage, which is actually adding those keywords to the Airtable. So to go back and summarize, we've started to set up this competitor, or what we've called competitor research flow, which is actually just taking a URL and getting keywords, seed keywords for that URL. So I've split this out now into two different sections. We've got getting keywords from a URL, and for all of these HTTP requests, we're using data for SEO. So for getting keywords for a URL, we have the input of a URL, as we saw before, and the output is 10 seed keywords. So if we go back to our diagram here, you can see that for each company, we would have a given URL, which is our company website. And for each of those URLs, we'll have 10 seed keywords. So that's something like car, some generic keywords like AI automation workflows that will be really difficult to rank for if we don't have a huge domain ranking or domain rating. We then have for each of those keywords a bunch of suggested and related long tail keyword terms. So that is our example of car for sale in the Bath, UK. So for each individual keyword, we've got multiple long tail keywords. And in this second flow we have here, we have a getting long tail keywords from a keyword. So the input is our 10 seed keywords that we had here. which each relates to one company URL. And the output will be long tail keywords. And we said that before we were using 4 different endpoints on data for SEO to get suggestions of related keywords so that we get a rounded view on long tail keywords here. And you can pick and choose which ones you want to actually use, but we've got all of them summarized here, including a link to the documentation and endpoint if you want to download this template from the school community. So we've got the long tail keyword suggestions here, and we've got 4 different endpoints that we're using. And like I said, they are all being used to get long tail keywords that relate to a single keyword. So we've got related keywords, which finds keywords from Google's searches related to section using the search engine results page associations. So basically finds searches related to that key term. We've then got suggestions, which is the keyword suggestions endpoint, which returns search phrases containing the seed keyword and focuses on long tail keyword expansion, like we said. We've then got the ideas endpoint, which finds keywords in the same product or service categories, including semantically related terms. And then finally, we've got fetching of the autocomplete, where, like we said, if you type something into Google, it will try and autocomplete based on trending topics and topics that heavily relate to that term. So we've got 4 different endpoints, which basically give us a bunch of different long tail keywords that then relate to the seed keywords that then relate to the company. And for each of these long tail keywords, we can then start thinking about topics to actually rank for those keywords. So you can see how this is very nested, but that forms our long tail keywords. And you can see from here, we've pinned some data so that we can run through it. We've got 10 autocomplete, 3 keyword ideas, 3 suggestions, and 3 related. And now we've limited it to those number, but you can actually generate as much of these as you want. Inside the individual HTTP requests, we can actually set the limit to anything, but we're keeping it fairly cost effective because in this sense, for one individual company, 10 seed keywords, each seed keyword will have 3, 3, 3, 10, so 19 long tail keywords. So that's 190 keywords already. So actually, you may even want to reduce this further because for each of those 19 keywords, the next stage is getting topics. And we're going to go down here in a second and talk about, actually, we're going to just use data for SEO's generate subtopics endpoint to generate 10 topics. So if you think about that, for each given URL, we'd have 1,900 topics. So we actually might want to reduce this further or limit this in some way, but it's going to give us plenty of topics targeting those keywords to give us a choice of what we want to actually create topics about for those keywords and to rank for that keyword. So let's have a quick look inside the data for all of these different terms in here. And all we're doing is basically, like we said before, splitting out the keywords and the data. So I've created this edit fields or set node that basically pulls out the seed keyword, which actually in this case should be long tail keyword, sorry, not seed keyword. So I'll change that. So we're pulling out the keyword. Let's just call it a keyword. That would be less confusing when we start adding to Airtable. The keyword, which is a long tail keyword, a competition index, which is from 0 to 1. So 1 indicates high competition. So this is like keyword difficulty of medium, which we're pulling from that competition level. We've got the cost per click. So some terms are going to be really expensive to rank for. This is $3 or 3.52, which I think represents $3.52, because if we want to try and rank for the keyword Zapier, when there's a company called Zapier out there, it's going to be actually very expensive to try and rank for that, because Zapier is well known as an AI automation workflow platform. So to rank for that key term over the competition is going to cost us quite a lot. So if we wanted to create ads, we can understand that actually that's going to be something that's very expensive to rank for because it's a very short tail keyword. And then we've got the volume. So we've got the average search volume over a given month, I believe, for that keyword. So what we want to do is target keywords that are low in keyword difficulty to rank for, but have high volume, but also heavily related to our service. So something like Zapier, we probably wouldn't end up trying to target because actually the competition is too high, and that's shown through the medium keyword difficulty and the cost per click here. Despite the volume being huge, we probably wouldn't rank for it, especially with a new site. However, if you have a domain rating that's really high, then this would be something that you potentially target in your blog content. So we then have suggestions, which again pull out words like AI workflow tools, AI workflow automation tools, and best AI workflow automation tools. So you can start to see a picture of what these pull out. We've got keyword ideas, which pull out things like character AI, AI, and humanized AI. So they're a bit broader. Like we said before, they are in the same product categories or semantically related terms and semantically related terms. And then autocomplete, we've got to do some extra processing for because actually it doesn't come with the keyword historical data. So inside the autocomplete, we come out with suggestions like AI workflow tools, AI workflow tools free, AI workflow tools open source, etc., 2025. But it doesn't come with any of the data, so we're using an additional endpoint to get historic data from data for SEO, and we're passing in a list of those keywords. And if I just run that, you'll see exactly the outputs that come through here. And you can see for these suggested terms, which are put in as an array inside the body of this keyword request, pulls all of these different keywords, as well as where possible, we pull the competition, the volume, the cost per click, and the keyword difficulty. But you can see some of them don't actually return any data, so we're just gonna have to work with what we've got there and still put them into the Airtable database. So that brings us to a point where we've got long tail keywords that relate to a keyword, that relate to URL, that relate to a company. Now it's time to start thinking about subtopics around those keywords that we're targeting for our blog content before we write any blog content. So we're using this generate subtopics endpoint for data for SEO, and we're getting topic ideas from keywords. So we're inputting all of our keywords, our seed and our long-term keywords, and we'll pull those from Airtable once we put them in a moment. And then what we're outputting is topics related to each keyword. So as an example, for the keywords that we put in here, which was AI workflow automation tools, we've basically got these topic suggestions, overview of AI workflow tools, benefits of using AI workflow tools, key features to look for in AI workflow tools, case studies, successful implementation of AI workflow tools. So you can see how these are much more similar to actually blog content and blog topic posts that you would potentially write about. So we just take these suggestions and actually then start fleshing them out into an actual blog. But first we need to get all of this data out of Airtable, out of n8n and into Airtable, where we're going to process it, where we're going to actually be able to do this on an individual basis and start working out. We need to get all this data back into Airtable, and then we can start manipulating it and start running through and getting topics for each individual blog. So that's why we've left these center database yellow notes here, and we're going to start doing that now live so you can see how to get that data all back into your Airtable and how I'd structure that as well. And don't forget, this is a constantly iterating thing, so we might notice that there are a few fields missing and we'll just add those as we go along. And we're thinking through step by step exactly how this should look before later in a future video we build out a front-end interface where you can actually interact with this data. We just want to get all the core logic correct first and get a blog written about a certain topic based on actual keyword data related to our website. So let's go back to our Airtable database and start mapping this out and actually getting this into Airtable, and then we'll use this start of flow to actually pull the data from our Airtable, but also add it back to our Airtable. So to remind you, we have a keywords table and we have columns relating to an individual keyword, and we called this primary keyword, but maybe we'll change this back to our seed keyword, and then we're going to have keywords that relate back to that seed keyword. As you saw in the diagram, we've got this full link of seed keywords, long tail keywords, subtopics. So we need some way to relate these in here. So we're going to call this seed keyword, and then we're actually going to duplicate that field, and let's just call this keyword now, and that will take any related keyword. We're going to also need to relate it back to our company because we're relating it to a specific URL. So let's start by going back to our n8n, and actually for each URL, or for each company in this case, we need to add those seed keywords to the database. That is going to be our first flow here. And we could do this as one huge flow, but actually I prefer this as a modular flow where we put in the seed keywords first for a given company URL, and then we take the given seed keywords and get long tail keywords. So it's almost like a sequential process that's activated at certain stages. And if you remember, we're also including competitors' URLs that relate back to a company. So we've got competitors that relate back to company, keywords that relate back to these URLs, which relate back to company. So everything is going to be completely interlinked in here. So maybe what we're actually looking to do here is put in a button which will activate our workflow and pull, let's call it get keywords. And then we should add a status as well to this. Let's give it a solid blue color, and let's just link it back to our webhook in here. And if we unpin the data, we'll give it this production URL in here. And if you remember, we put it in the quotation marks, we add a question mark in there, and then I believe we do and record ID. But actually what we're going to do is put record ID equals, and then it's going to append the record ID there for us. So we'll create that field there. So then whenever we click on get keywords and our workflow is active, it's going to send data here. It's going to send or get the record, and then we're basically going to use the status, which we will set here. Status is a single select. Let's call it keyword status, where we have incomplete, processing again, and complete. And we'll give it a default value of incomplete. Let's set these all as incomplete. And you're starting to get an idea of how this all links together. So when we come back to the n8n workflow, we're basically going to send the data through to this webhook. It's going to get the record, and then we need to match this up to status, which is actually keyword status in this instance. And if it is incomplete, it's going to start processing, and that will link to our next stage. So let's just test that out first. So for automate, let's click get keywords, and it's saying workflow has started, and this should now pop into, if it's working correctly, into processing status. And it seems like it's taking a little bit too long, so perhaps there's something wrong here. So let's go back to the executions, and we can see that there's an error, and you can see that it's processing correctly, but actually what it's not done is updated the correct table, because actually we're updating the competitors table. We're using the ID to match here, and actually we're just updating the keyword status as well. So let's rename that. Let's reprocess it from webhook 1, and if we go back to the table, it's now showing as processing, so that has worked correctly. Let's just go back in here and check we've pulled the correct record ID, URL. It's got a link to our company table, which we're going to need later, and that is everything. We're just using that as almost like an activation panel to get our keywords and then put the keywords into here. And right now, because we've not made any inputs for the blog, we've not actually got on to writing the blog yet. We're still worried about the keywords. So what we need to do now is map the fields to this seed keyword, the keyword, and relate it back to the company, and probably relate it back also to by using a linked field to the competitors. And we'll call this URL, and later we will see the blog content link in here as well to a specific URL, but right now we're just worried about the linking back to the company and URL, because we want everything at each stage to be linked in our data. So instead of calling this competitor research, let's update this now to keyword research. And actually now we've got to the point where we've tested that, we can start pulling in getting keywords for a URL. So actually instead of keyword research, let's just pull all of this up here, pull the title over here, we're updating the status, and now if true, we should be starting the process. And the process is basically setting the URL of which we want to go and get those seed keyword data points for. So let's make sure the URL is now dynamically input, and we're now pulling it from our data where we click get keywords. So hopefully now, making sure that we've got all of our dynamic inputs set, json.url, it should now pull out 10 keywords. And what we want to do is just update our keywords table with those keywords. So we're now going to fix this to send our data back to the Airtable. So we'll pull out update keywords, and we're going to make sure that we're updating the correct table, which is keywords. We're going to map it based on ID. Let's refresh the fields here. And what we're going to do is just deactivate this. We're going to run this once to see the data, and then we're going to map the data once it's here, we can see the historic run. It's just an easy way to visualize it rather than going back and forth trying to look for the correct field. We can just drag and drop. So I'm going to come back to competitors. I'm going to turn this to incomplete, and I'm going to hit get keywords, which should start the flow. It turns to processing, and it should now reach the point in the execution. You can see it's already done. 1.2 seconds to get to that stage. Sorry, 6 seconds to get to that stage. So it's very quick. We're going to copy this to editor, unpin the current data. And you can see that because we've limited this to 10 keywords, because the later stages, we would be so overwhelmed with data if we did more than something like 10 to 20 keywords. We now have the data being passed in here, and we can start to map it to our actual fields. So the ID that we're using to match actually is going to need to be pulled. So the ID that we're using to match is actually not true, because what we're doing is creating records, not updating them. So we're going to click create, and then the ID is going to be auto-generated by Airtable. But what we are doing is pulling the original seed keyword from, and what we are doing is mapping this to the seed keyword. So if you remember, this part of the flow is basically taking a URL and getting 10 seed keywords. So we're not going to worry about mapping the individual keywords. This is all about just getting these seed keywords in. So actually we've got the keyword in here as the seed keyword. The date we're going to put in as now, because it's the date we've pulled the data, and we'll see if that transfers correctly. The competition is, the first competition field is actually the competition index, which is a number. The volume is the search volume. The cost per click is the CPC. The keyword difficulty, or as we've called it, is actually the competition. So low, medium, hard. And then what we're going to need to do is relate it back to our company record, which, if you remember, is actually in the competitor of field. So if I go back to the table, you can see the competitor of is Automake, and that's pulled the ID from the company field. So actually we're just mapping it to this record ID, and you'll see when that populates inside the keywords table that inside this company field, it should appear as a linked record to Automake there. But what we also want to do is map it to that URL. So let's just refresh the fields here and add the URL column, and instead of dragging the URL directly in, we want it to be a linked record. So the linked record is to the record that we've pulled from the competitors table, and we pulled the record from the competitors table here when we got the record, because that's where we activated the button. So this record ID is what we're looking for the URL there. So we're going to go back to get record, and we are going to link the ID in here, and hopefully these publish. And I know that you have to put these in as an array, so let's see if it correctly processes, and we'll sort out any formatting issues afterwards. So let's just activate it as if we were going through the process and make sure that this is back to incomplete. And it seems through all the testing I need to top up my account. So I'm going to go and top up my account. We'll come back and we'll rerun this. And by the way, data for SEO.com has a really good dashboard for understanding your usage. So you can literally go through each of the endpoints and work out how much you've been using at any one point and see exactly what you've used it on, so you can optimize for costs in certain areas or remove any HTTP requests that are costing you too much. But this is going to be significantly cheaper than doing this through an external service, and it's a really powerful API. So coming back to the workflow, exactly as expected, we had an error where it was expecting an array, but we actually input a string. So all we need to do is effectively put this I believe in an array format here, if we put these square brackets and inside a string, hopefully this will resolve this error. So both of those in an array format now. And the other thing it's failing on is the date time. So we're going to make sure that it is typecast, which is going to hopefully force it into the right date time value. We're going to rerun that. If we go to the keywords table, we can now see that the keywords are being populated inside here. And these are all the seed keywords, don't forget, with the date of today, all the competition, the volume, the cost per click. And we've also got the link back to the company and the URL from the competitor as well. So we know exactly what company and what URL this relates to. So we've got that full linking system now from keyword to URL to company. Now we need to start putting in the long tail keywords. So we're going to do almost exactly the same, but for each seed keyword, we're going to enable to actually, okay, we're happy with that seed keyword. We want to generate a bunch of long tail keywords for that seed keyword. So inside the keywords table, it's still going to be related to the company Automake. The URL might be slightly different if we want to actually fill a different competitor. So let's just fill the keywords for custom AI Studio, for example. We'll let that populate in here, but it should all come under the same company, but the URL will be different. So you can see them populating as we go through here. And you can see that they're different. We've got AI in marketing, AI generate, build AI, my AI. So some different seed keywords there. So what we're going to do now is basically generate long tail keywords from those and then generate topics from those and put them all into this database of information as well. And this would also work if you wanted to do multiple companies, because actually we would just put in another company in here, generate the ICP, we'd put the competitors in here and generate the keywords. So we're making sure that we're building this in a modular way so you can do it for multiple companies, whether you own multiple products or you want to service multiple clients with this. So we want to emulate almost the same process here, where instead of getting keywords for a URL, we're getting long tail keywords from a keyword. So it's being activated by our Airtable base in exactly the same way here, but by a different table. It's now going to be activated through this seed keyword table. So say we want to target automation platforms as a seed keyword, we should have a button in here which says, okay, great, let's get our long tail keywords, which are then all populated in this same table, but relate to this seed keyword. And then possibly we're going to group it so visually we understand what is going on here as well. So what that means is we need another button. And let's just call it get keywords. And we'll call the actual field get long tail keywords to make it clearer. And what we're going to do is make sure that we have the same opening again here, opening set of events. So we're going to copy and paste that in here and make sure it relates to the correct table. We'll test it again, and then we'll hook all this up exactly like we did before for getting long tail keyword suggestions for each keyword and then populating them inside Airtable. So we're going to have a different webhook address. So let's take the production URL address here. Let's put it in quotation marks. Let's put our question mark and record ID equals, and then let's append the record ID there as well. Let's create that field, and actually let's try it for n8n automation. And again, this is going to probably cause an error because we're updating the wrong records, but it's basically going to retrieve the record. If we copy that to the editor, we're checking a status that doesn't exist right now. So it gets the record, n8n automation, it gets all the keyword data about that. All we're interested in really is the seed keyword, but also the URL to relate it back to as well. So we're getting that record, and then we need to make sure that in our Airtable there's a status column again. So drop down status, we'll call it long tail status, incomplete, processing, complete. And this is just good practice to do. Let's set them as incomplete. And you can see how we build this out step by step, following the logic through, so that later it's very easy then to actually link this all back together. It seems like a monster workflow when you look at it like this, but actually step by step, it's very intuitive and easy and logical to actually build out yourself once you understand the core fundamentals. So let's make sure we're checking the long tail status. and let's make sure we're checking it in the correct table. Yes, we are. And let's update the keyword status in the keywords table. Use the JSON.id to match, and then instead of the keyword status, it will be the long tail status. Let's delete all these other fields. We're just updating the status to processing, don't forget. We'll just put LT status there. So now once that is true, which it should be if we execute webhook 2, it's now true. We can now do the same again, where we pull all of this info up for getting me long tail keywords from a keyword. We'll pull all that up, and because it's so massive, we'll actually have to pull everything else down. So let's put that up there, and we'll drag that across there so that we've got the start of the flow down here. We'll move the note from earlier. Now just tidy it up a little bit so that everything's at the top. And there we go. We're now connecting into our next part of the flow. So similar here where we set the URL, we're just going to make sure that we set the keyword based on the data that's being passed through, and make sure it's connected to true, not false. So we'll make sure the seed keyword is passed through. And now what we're going to do is basically get all the keywords from the relevant endpoints here. Let's unpin this data because we're passing it in dynamically. And then now that we trigger it, we will pass through the keyword. It will get related, it will get suggestions, it will get keyword ideas, and it will get the autocomplete. We'll have 19 keywords at the end of this which relate back to a keyword. So what we need to do then is update Airtable, and we're updating the keywords table. So let's copy and paste that down here. And we'll probably just do them one at a time. And all of these edit fields nodes standardize the outputs, so they all have the same outputs, which means we can actually just link in all of these edit field nodes to the same Airtable database. Update, call this update keywords 2, and we will now just map the field. So I'm going to deactivate this node, and in fact I won't deactivate it because I think it's almost going to be exactly the same as it was previously, the one we copied and pasted. It's just now we are looking to update the keyword, not the seed keyword, but we're still relating it to that seed keyword. So the seed keyword, we're still pulling n8n automation from here. So actually the seed keyword should be from get record seed keyword in capitals. So getRecord.item.json seed keyword in capitals should be the correct field that we're pulling. We'll see if that pulls through correctly. And the keyword is probably just going to be the keyword from the previous, or I know it's the keyword from the previous edit fields node. So it'll be JSON dot keyword with no capitals. We'll make sure it's typecast. We'll make sure we're passing these records back in, and let's make sure that actually they're pulling the correct information still back in. So I'm going to run this, but I'm expecting an error here, and we're going to fix the links back to the record information to make sure everything is linking up correctly. So let's go back and run it directly from here again for n8n automation. So we'll switch it to incomplete. We'll hit get keywords. The workflow started. It will say processing, and now it would potentially start updating our table in here. But if it comes across an error, it's going to actually fail, and it looks like it has actually failed there. But what we can do now is we can see exactly what's been passed in and the error as well. So we're trying to pass in the company and the URL records, and it's saying that the URL record belongs to one table, but we're basically trying to pass in another table's record ID. So there's something wrong there. So if we basically look for where we're getting the company information and the URL, which will be directly from the initial pull here. So if we debug in editor, we can see that when we get the record for n8n automation, that we actually should be pulling this company record and this URL record. So we should just be pulling it directly from get record ID, company, and URL. So let's have a look. Get record 2, and this would just be company, and this would just be URL here. So hopefully that now fixes that issue. Let's rerun it here, and the workflow is started. And you can see with this, it's a lot of trial and error until you get the correct formatting. It's just a bit fiddly with the formatting. And we'll debug in editor again. We're just going to update these two fields to competition and volume, and they'll pull correctly, but it still seems to be trying to call a different record. And actually now I'm just running it for a different record because I thought maybe we'll just start with a different one. So AI automation is now in processing, and you can see a number of fields are being added for AI automation, and then it's basically given some additional keywords. We've got AI automation directly, AI automation agency, so it's starting to pull out the additional keywords, and maybe it's failed at a future node. Let's have a look. We can see that it's actually probably failed on the final one. It added the 9 items from these 3, so maybe there's a different format for the final one here. Competition expected number, but we got medium, so actually it was just down here in the edit fields node. We should have pulled competition, not competition level. A part of the pain in having it create new records each time is when you're running tests, you just need to go back and remove some of the tests, otherwise you'll get duplicates. We can add stages in the future for removing duplicates, but right now whilst we're testing, we will just re-execute that. You'll be able to see 19 fields, hopefully, added to this table here. And they're all going to be under this seed keyword, but we've got basically long tail keywords being put in there. But they're also related back to Automake, the company or product we're making this about, and the URL that we're making this about. So if we think back to the diagram, we're now starting to have long tail keywords which relate to a keyword, which relate to URL, which relate to a company. So quite a nested set of things here, but the output of this is basically now we're going to have an amazing set of resources around the historic data of searches around keywords. So we're going to be able to create SEO optimized blogs. It's all really important to actually choose what blog topics to write about. And the next stage would be putting in the blog topic as well. So we can see we've now got 39 records in here. And to make it easier to visually see, let's group or add a subgroup by seed keywords. So you can see that for Automake, we've got all of these different seed keywords, one of them being AI automation, the one we just ran basically for each of these. Now the danger in the way we've set it up here is we've effectively got AI automation with the ability to get keywords there, but also we've got the same ability to get keywords for these again, but it's just going to run the same thing for AI automation. So you need to make sure that you're only clicking this once for each keyword. And let's do another one for AI and marketing, just as a test. Let's get the keywords. Let's go switch to processing. You can see that it's now adding for Automake, for AI and marketing, all these different long-term tail keywords that we can target. And then we're going to expand on that further by inputting subtopics that relate to that keyword. So everything is nested. We have clusters of topics, and we're going to basically build what's called a hub and spoke model. See if there's any good diagrams out here. We effectively have this hub article, which you can consider our seed keyword. And then around that, we have all these spoke articles, which are all of our sub keywords that form basically content clusters. And this all impacts your SEO ranking as well, or your client's SEO rankings. So it's pulled all the data where it can, it's related it back to the URL, related it back to the company. The company link is the most important because that's how we're going to decide what company we're writing blogs for and where to post that. We also need to make sure that we update these statuses to complete afterwards. So let's quickly add a column to send in here with the long tail status as complete. And we'll do the same for the one we did before. We'll make sure that we have, if we refresh the columns, long tail status. And actually for this one, we need to update the status in the competitors table, we're not updating the long tail status here. We're actually updating, if you remember, the competitors table to make sure that this is not processing it and is now the keyword status is complete. So make sure we're on the competitors table, and it's not a create operation, it's an update operation. We're making sure that we're updating the correct things. So we will get the ID from our get record one. We use an expression, get record one .item.json.id, because that's what Airtable uses as the record ID. And then all we are updating is the keyword status to complete at the end. And later we would add things like error handling, etc. as well. But right now we're just updating the status to complete so that when these run, they will now appear as complete in there, as will these in here appear as complete. Okay, so we have got a company or a product. We've got multiple URLs of our own and our competitors, and we understand what keywords they are ranking for. We've therefore pulled those keywords, which are our seed keywords like car, and then found related, suggested, autocomplete, and the keyword ideas, which are long tail keywords like car for sale in Bath, UK, around those. The final step of our keyword strategy, which will form the basis of what topics we write about in our blog, is to pull those subtopics. And as you know, we've already created the infrastructure for pulling subtopic ideas. We just now need to get it in shape for adding it to Airtable like we did with the others. So let's copy and paste this down here again. And after that, we will be done with adding keywords to Airtable and generating topics to write about. Is then writing about the topics, which is the meaty part that involves the LLM chain, prompting, and all of that as well. So we'll get the same starting point. And the way that we're building this also gives us full control over our costs, because we've got these buttons, we're deciding which keywords we want to actually start generating long tail keywords about, which ones we think are relevant and which ones we think aren't. And then after that, we're thinking, okay, which of these seed keywords, like AI for automation, or maybe not motion AI automation course, which of those should we then be generating topics about? So we have full control over how much we're using the HTTP requests or data for SEO. So we'll say get subtopics, that's our name. So we need to make sure it's a button again. Get subtopics, open the URL like we had before. Let's make it a different color. So make it purple in here, and exactly the same as before. We go and get the webhook URL for webhook 3. Let's unpin the data in here, get the production URL. We're going to paste it inside there. We're going to add the question mark, record ID equals, and then append record ID as usual. Should be getting used to doing this now if you're following along. So we've got the get subtopics. It's quite bright, so I might change the color to something a bit less garish. Let's change it to a light green in here. We've got get keywords and get subtopics. And we're going to need a place to put those subtopics. So right now we don't actually have any subtopics in there. So let's have a long text field, and let's put subtopics has a new field in there, and therefore we can populate that. But like all of these, we need to also have a status. Let's duplicate the cells there, and this will be a subtopics status. So we understand exactly what's going on. Incomplete, processing complete, and all of them should be incomplete to start with. So the logic is very much rinse and repeat. Once you've understood your database structure, a lot of the logic is shared. We need to relate this back to the correct status, so it's no longer long tail status, it's subtopic status. If it's equal to incomplete, it will update to processing, and then we generate the subtopics for that topic. You start to see how this fits together. So we're then generating subtopics, and we need to make sure that we're passing in, let's unpin this data now, the correct keyword. And the keyword here will not be the seed keyword. It will actually be our keyword. We want to write subtopics or generate subtopic ideas about the keyword itself, the long tail keyword, because that's what our article is going to be about, our blog article. Because if you remember, we'll find it really hard to rank for these seed keywords, much easier to rank for these keywords. And by the way, when you're choosing which keywords you want to generate articles about, you can consider filtering and sorting by competition, volume, cost per click, keyword difficulty to get a good balance there. I see the data is a bit jumbled here with some text and some values. That's from the mistake we made earlier, but I think that's now should be fixed, but perhaps actually that needs to be sorted. And I've spotted the mistake. It's in update keywords 2. We're actually putting in the competition value, not the keyword difficulty value. So now when those update, they should update with more like medium, high, low, etc., rather than numbers here. The reason it's allowed it to add those is 0.47 can be a string as well. Usually it would reject them. So back down in our generate subtopics, we need to make sure that we are pulling the keyword, not the thing here. So let's execute webhook 3 by actually coming back here, picking a sub keyword, let's say AI automation course, and what we're going to do is get subtopics about that. That should activate the workflow. It should turn to processing, and actually this is a mistake. It should turn subtopic status to processing, not that. So we'll switch that back, and that shows that here we haven't updated this. So let's refresh the values. Subtopic status should be processing, and we'll rename that ST status. But let's go to the executions and see exactly what happened anyway. And you can see that we generated 12 subtopics all around AI automation course, which was our keyword, introduction to AI automation, overview of AI technologies, key concepts of AI and machine learning, case studies, successful AI automation in industry. So all of these are individual subtopic content ideas, and ideally we want to write about 1 or 2 of these. We don't want to write about all 10 because we'll be cannibalizing our own website SEO ranking by writing too much about AI automation courses, but it gives us a backlog of things we can write about in the future. So we've got 12 suggestions we can write about. So let's copy this to editor. We're going to group those together. So we're going to need the aggregate node before we send it to an individual row inside Airtable. And that individual row is going to be inside here, inside the subtopics for that specific row. And then we have everything we need to actually start creating blogs. So let's change the name of this to subtopic, not keyword suggestion. And then we'll change this to aggregate by subtopic, pin that data so we're not. And then we now have a list of subtopics which we can add to our Airtable database. So we're adding it to the keywords section again inside the subtopics field, and we need to also update the status. So let's refresh this here. We're in the keywords table. We are actually updating, not creating. And what we're doing is we are putting the aggregated subtopics as an array inside there. So we've got a list effectively per row of our subtopics. We're going to put our subtopic status as complete, and everything else, or nearly everything else, we can remove. We just need to match it to the correct row now. So it's going to update, and it's going to be updated based on the ID, and we need to just tell it where the ID is coming from. So let's refresh the column list here. There we go, ID using to match. And we're going to pull the ID from our initial get record 3 node here, and that should now update directly inside here. So what we'd expect to see is subtopics updated in here, and this turns completed. So let's run it from the top, get subtopics. That's going to workflow start. It's now processing. Hopefully we see an array, and it's already populated in here. We see an array of 10 different ideas, or maybe it's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, we've got 10 ideas that have populated inside here that we could now use as our subtopics for that keyword to write about. So that is all of the information that's now going to be passed into actually creating a blog. So we've done a lot of work so far. We've built out an ICP generator. We have got seed keywords based on a URL for both our own site and a competitor site. We've got long tail keywords that relate to those seed keywords, and we've got many of those. And then we've also got subtopic ideas that can now be written about by generating an AI blog. So we've done everything to relate the subtopic for a blog to the long tail keyword, to the keyword, to the URL, to the company. It's becoming a very hard thing to say, but now we are at the stage next where we have a subtopic for blog, and we actually now want to generate a workflow that takes a subtopic or takes several subtopics and chooses which content it's going to write about, but does that in a way where it's actually resonating with all of our brand inputs that we talked about earlier, generates an image, embeds things as well, and writes a really clean and coherent blog that's put back into our database and linked, put that back into our database inside blog content and linked to the company, the URL, the keywords. So everything is interlinked. And then in the future, we'll be able to easily put that, or more easily put that on a front end where we just replace the Airtable database here with buttons and a Supabase database in the background so that we can allow multiple people to log in and do this for their own companies. So if we come back to the holistic plan of this first version, we've got the front end, which we're still yet to build out. But what we're doing is starting to build out the database, which is now full of keywords for our company, as well as keywords for competitors. So we've got a keyword strategy that will form our blog and our blog posts. And we're getting those keywords predominantly from a lot of different pulls, from APIs, from data for SEO. So we're just using one service for that. We're also now going to start building out inside n8n how we take the keywords and the long tail keyword strategy and turn that into actual content using AI. But also, how do we make sure those articles are, one, high quality, two, cited and really informational, so they're actually going to be read, and three, interlinking between those. So if you remember, we want to achieve similar outputs to what we're seeing on Outrank, and you can actually see some writing examples on Outrank. Here's one for Documind, for example, which is 10 document management best practices to improve your work. And if we scroll down this, you can see there's images, there is a structure, which is like, actually, this is a list article of 10 things. You can see clear bullet points, more images. And throughout here, you'll see things like embedded links to both internal links, so other blog posts on the website. So we're going to need to actually scrape our current existing blog posts and actually interlink between those links. But also it's got relevant links to external parties, as well as where it has any specific information that's factual, that will be cited, that will be linked, and includes things like embedding YouTube videos, embedding images, things like that. So we're going to try and build out a high quality blog that emulates this inside n8n, and we're going to do exactly the same. We're going to do it step by step so that it's really easy to follow, and we can build this out one bit at a time. And then the end format, if we scroll back down on, is going to be two things. It's going to be first the ability to read that blog content and understand what keyword that blog content relates to. And when we start working on the front end in Airtable, it will look a little bit like this as well. And then we also want the ability to schedule those and connect those to any platform we want to. So if we jump back inside n8n, we're going to continue to build out in the same workflow, but for best practice, it might be worth at the end splitting these out into sub workflows so that we don't have so many being activated from the same workflow. But for clarity and visibility, we're going to build it out from the same workflow. So let's start mapping out all of the things that we're going to take as inputs first to understand how we might manipulate those and turn those into actual blog content, and then the outputs will be uploading them back into Airtable again. So similar to what we've been doing, but let's start mapping out the inputs here. So if we go into our Airtable, we can start understanding the inputs that we're going to put in. So first of all, we've been mapping out all of the seed keywords per company. So what we're doing is, for a given company like Automake, we're going to write specific blog articles that target these keywords, which are long tail keywords, which are going to be easier to rank for. So we're interested in the ones that are effectively low difficulty and low competition, but actually have high enough volume. So we can filter for those keywords. But first of all, we need to understand that actually we've got keywords as an input here. So we're just going to add that as a note inside n8n. The second thing that we want to do is make sure that the articles that we write are stylized towards a given brand. So often when you write articles, they're going to be in your own company's brand voice or a specific company's brand voice. So if you remember, we've got things such as the article examples 1, 2, and 3 if we wanted them. So these are all optional inputs. We've got tone and style. We've got the number of internal links between articles on the website that we want. We've got global article instructions. We've got image style, brand colors. Do we want to add YouTube videos, call to actions, infographics, and emojis? So let's start with the basics, figure out what is actually optional and what is required. But we will have a default style for all of these set up inside n8n, but we will take all these inputs in as inputs effectively. So we'll put blog style inputs, including images. And then the third thing that's important to note is actually we want to link between current articles and existing articles. So we have the sitemap URL, which will hopefully enable us to scrape the existing blogs on a given website and actually start to populate that blog content in here. So when we start creating articles, we're going to also populate the blog content in here, and it's going to link back to a keyword. So we've got that link back here, and we still have that traceability between the company, the competitors, the keywords, and the blog content. So we've got the keywords input, we've got the blog style inputs, then we've got existing blog content. And we're going to put this one as optional because this is like a nice to have, and we're going to start focusing on bringing the other bits of content in first. And then what do we actually want to do with these things? Well, for a given keyword, we've actually got topic suggestions. So at this point, we don't even need to come up with topic suggestions using AI. We've got a bunch of topic suggestions that we can filter through using AI and decide which one is probably best given the existing blog content. And the other input I'm just thinking about is actually we're going to need information about the ideal customer profile. So actually pulling in that company information that we have set at the start, because every article should be actually tailored and written to suit our ideal customer profile. So these are all the inputs that we're going to pull in. And then inside here, inside the n8n flow, we're going to be creating a few different things. The first is we're going to be creating some research around the topic, because actually we want information, we want facts, we want citations and embedded links. So where possible, we want things that relate to actual real world information. So that could be embedding YouTube videos. It could be citing other websites and actually putting a link to another website's blog page. But overall, we're going to need some sort of research to take place in here. And we'll probably use something like Perplexity and see how that performs. We're also going to have to generate a prompt for writing a blog in a particular structure. And what we might have is actually multiple structures. So we might want the AI to decide, based on the information it's got around the keyword, the blog topics, what is the most suitable structure for this blog post. And an example here might be actually it's an informational, and an example here might be it's a listicle article where we have 10 things. So that would have a different structure from just a generic informational blog post. So what we're going to need to do is allow AI to decide based on a few different factors and inputs what the structure should look like. But we also want to maintain consistency, so we don't want a random structure every single time. So we'll probably create a prompt around that and see how that works. And then ultimately we're going to write the blog and put that blog back into Airtable. And I think it kind of makes sense here to actually pull all the inputs in at once and then do this as a single flow where we generate the facts, citations, and embedded links and push those in as inputs into writing blogs. So one sequential flow that goes from a keyword and the inputs around ideal customer profile to an actual written blog in the structure that's then put back into the database. And as we build this out, we could change the way that works, because we're also going to add things in a separate flow like generation of images, etc., to add into the blog post as well. But we'll deal with those as we come across them. So the first major input is going to be exactly the same on receiving a webhook from a button click in Airtable. Say, for example, an AI automation course where we've got the subtopics existing already. This won't work without the subtopics because this is a requirement. Let's put in a button again called generate blog or generate article, call it. And we're going to need to do our usual process of getting the production webhook URL and adding that into here. So let's go back to our n8n. And as we've done with all the others, let's copy this first stage. And actually we can start building now our inputs here. We're going to have more inputs here because we need to get information from several different tables. So we'll call this generate blog post, and the inputs will be exactly as we put up here. So keywords, seed, and long tail. Actually this time they're just going to be our long tail keywords because that's what we're writing about. Blog style inputs, which we'll define some defaults for, and ICP, and then later we'll add existing blog content, and we'll add that so that we can interlink between the different blogs. So we'll have the URLs that we can basically link between. And then the output will be a fully cited blog article ready to review. And it's always nice to build out your own flows like this where you have the inputs and outputs, because when you come back to revisit this, it's going to be a lot easier to understand what the inputs, what the outputs, what was I trying to achieve here, how does it fit into the wider flow. So we can now get rid of this inputs sheet, and now we're focusing on actually what inputs are we pulling in. So let's get those done first, and then how are we going to actually do the research, create a blog structure, and actually write that blog. And we're going to use some tools from the school community around easier prompt writing or quick prompt writing that's going to enable us to make an 80% version very quickly. So let's grab the production URL here, and let's go back to our button, and let's finish off the URL formula. So we just need to paste the webhook URL in there before the question mark, make sure our record ID is being pulled in, and that will enable us in n8n again to, once this button is hit, check for the subtopics. Oh, everything's just refreshing here. Check for the subtopics and continue with the flow, go and grab the other inputs. The subtopics is the main input here, so we're going to put an if condition to say if the subtopics do not exist, and our usual check for is it complete or is it not complete, then we can continue on true and update the status to processing. So let's make sure we're pulling the record from the correct table, which is keywords. We're going to use the record ID. That's going to pull the record, and we're going to check for subtopics. So the two things we're going to look for once the Airtable loads back up is the article status equal to incomplete, and is subtopics not empty. So we'll put string is not empty. And we'll just call this if ready now. And that means that it will not continue unless there are subtopics and the article is not already produced, because we don't want to overwrite any existing content already. And we'll just make sure that we are updating the keywords table, and we will add a processing field here called article status. So we'll make sure that that is a drop down again. Let's actually just duplicate this subtopic status, call it article status, and we will default it as incomplete. And you notice it's getting a little bit cumbersome now. We have a button for everything, but this gives us complete control over the articles we generate, and therefore the complete control over the costs. When we put a front end onto this, it's going to be much easier to see the data rather than seeing it all like this together. So let's refresh the fields in here and make sure that we're updating the article status to processing like normal. We'll call it update article status. And now we are effectively checking if everything is ready. And let's just double check by actually doing two records, one with the subtopics in there and one without, and seeing what happens. So let's first execute it with subtopics, and then let's execute it without subtopics. And then in the execution history, we should see one success or two successes, but one will have been marked as true and processing like here. So that seems to have worked. And then the other will not have changed. Or just go back and check the execution history to make sure that that's working correctly. And later on, you'd go back and you'd add error statuses for things like this. So we'd want to basically say if the subtopics don't exist, then we'd have an error status that would show up on screen saying, oh, you must complete the previous step, which is getting the subtopics for the given keyword. Because actually we can have that as a manual entry too. Maybe somebody, instead of using their get subtopics button, might want to fill out a few topics that they are keen to write about on this particular long-tail keyword as well. But here's an example of all the topics we had for AI automation course, and we'll use this to actually write out some test blog posts for that. So if we look at the executions here, we've got one that appears true, and that would be the first one, and the second one should appear false because the article status is, because the subtopics are blank rather. So for the next stage, what we're going to do is actually pull all the other information. So when we're getting this record here, we're actually pulling things like the keywords, but we've not yet got the blog style inputs, the ideal customer profile, and the existing blog content. So we're going to use a previous execution here to actually get the record ID so that we can search the other tables inside here for things like the ICP from the company and other information. So let's go to the executions, let's copy it to editor, and now we can start pulling in the other information. So let's pull all the style inputs first. So what we're going to do is use the get record again, but instead of using the record ID from the webhook, call this get style inputs. we're going to use the record ID from the associated field. So if you think about the way these tables are connected, we are pulling information directly from the keywords. The keywords link back to the company. So we have a direct link to a record in the company ID. So it's going to be easy to pull ICP information through there. But we need a way to relate that also to our blog inputs. So we're going to need to link our company to our blog inputs here, and then get the information through those links. So let's just add a record here that links back to our company, and let's add some information around tone and style. Let's call it a listicle at the moment. Number of internal links we can call 3, and we're just checking at this point that we can actually pull things through. So we'll go for write a blog, brand and text realism. We'll add a random brand color. I believe that's the orange of Automake, and we're just basically trying to make sure that all these things we actually pull through as inputs here. So it doesn't really matter what information we put in right now. Let's delete this status field. Let's put in the blog root URL, and then let's also put in the sitemap, which I believe is an XML there. So let's first pull the ICP information inside n8n. So instead of style inputs, let's get the ICP inputs first. And what we're doing is getting from the company page based on the record ID with the link to company. So actually the record ID there we're putting it is here. So that should now pull the ICP inputs, and then we will do style inputs after, and we will use the information that we've got from this record ID. And if we go to company, what you'll be able to see is in the hidden fields here, we've got a connection to the blog inputs page, and it's linked to this record ID inside the blog inputs table. So once we've got the ICP information, we'll then be able to use the same method to get information from this blog inputs page. So let's deactivate this one for now. Let's execute from webhook 4, and we just need to make sure that on the keywords we're back as incomplete here. And if we open the if we open the get ICP inputs node here, you'll see that we've correctly pulled the information around this company and this record only. But we can also see that we've got this link to the blog inputs record ID. So now we can actually use that to pull the style inputs as well. Just need to scroll down, and you can see how powerful this is, because for all of these keywords, we've got links to the actual record. So we can pull information from multiple tables here. We're not relying on matching specific words. It's actually records linked together, which is the same way in which you do it in a database table. And we'll call this one get style inputs again. And we'll make sure that it's incomplete, and then we will execute again to make sure that it pulls all of the correct inputs. And the only thing we're not going to worry about now is getting existing blog content, scraping that from the website. We'll do that at some point in the future. And you can see we're pulling all of these style inputs. If we put the JSON format, we've got the sitemap URL, we've got the blog root URL, all of the stuff that we just filled out inside the Airtable we've now managed to pull in. So this is all of our inputs that we need so far. It's now about how do we create a fully cited blog article ready to review. But what we might want to do to just make it easier visually to understand our inputs is actually just put in an edit fields node, which is just a way to clean up all of the data we're receiving in, so we can see it all in one node, and therefore input that into our LLM chain when we start to actually write blogs or do research around a certain topic. So let's call this standardized inputs, and we'll get the edit fields node, or it used to be called the set node, and we'll call it set inputs. And to make those quick edits to names, just click on a node and hit spacebar, and if you want to enter it, then hit enter. But what we're going to do is just standardize all of the inputs we've received, starting from the actual keywords. So let's say the seed keyword, and let's pull in the seed. This is the keyword we're actually going to write about now. So we've got the keyword, which is AI automation course. Just having a look through all the fields to understand what else we need. We definitely need subtopics, and you can see that doing this, we're just cherry picking all the information that's actually important, so it's going to be easier to visualize. So that is it in terms of our keywords. Let's get some ICP inputs here as well. Let's put in the company name, and let's also put in the website URL in case we need it later. And then we're going to grab all of these: product description, who are the ICP, pain points and challenges, key goals and objectives, how do they currently solve their problems. All of that is going to be informative for the ICP. But what we might want to do to just clean it up and make it easier is actually put that all in one field. So let's call it ICP. We'll drag in the product description. And then after that, we will drag in the other information. And that's because we're just basically going to be handing this over to an LLM chain anyway, or AI, which is going to basically just have a data dump of information that will give it context when it's writing out the article, such as the seed keyword in the keyword, what subtopics it's writing about, and who it's addressed to and who it's on behalf of. So that's what we've got so far. And in terms of the style inputs, let's just call this style, which is listicle. We'll give it a number of internal links, which we should actually say, if this is blank, then use 3 by default. And if this is blank, then actually let's just do informational. And I've just realized something actually. So this should be informative, but I've just realized that for a given company, of which we have one row for a given company inside the blog inputs, we shouldn't have a defined tone and style. The tone and style should be defined based on the blog content. So actually for now, we're going to leave out the style here, and I might even delete the field from here for now, and we can always add it back in later. And let's come back and let's focus on the other parts. So let's add some article instructions. So this may be blank, or it could be additional instructions. Let's pull in things like the image style and the brand color, because that's going to form part of the image style as well. And then we'll also add things like the call to action, the YouTube video, infographics, and emojis, just the yes or no answers there. And we can just drag and drop each of those. And a quick way to not write them all is to just drag it into a new field here, and it will just add that for us. We don't want to include other input fields because we want this to be a clean set of data. So if we execute that, you can see that we've got all of our information in here in a clean, usable way that we can now pass into. So we've got about 10 fields or so here that we can now pass into an LLM chain to actually start structuring and writing a blog about a topic. So the next part of this then is actually setting up our research agent to go and secure information about a given topic subject. So what we're going to have to do first is give it some way to decide which topic we should pursue for the keyword out of the suggested topics, and then actually going and generating research that we can add into the blog content, because we want this to be super informational. So as part of the school community inside the classroom, this is all linked down in the description below. Inside the resource hub, one of the things that is going to save you a lot of time when you're building out anything with AI, LLMs, etc., is actually having a prompt generator. So we've got a tutorial here of how to set up your own prompt generator, as well as all the prompts for the prompt generator. And we basically have a format which gives you like an 80% version of what you need to. So this prompt generator is designed to give you like an 80% version just by inputting a small prompt, and it's hosted all in Claude. You can host it anywhere really, but I just use Claude because it's really good at writing. So we have a separate project, which is all about generating prompts. So we'll go to that project, and inside there you can see we've got attached files like the prompt for the prompt generator. And what it's going to do is take an instruction from us and actually generate a good first draft prompt that we can use. So I'm going to type out a prompt now, and then we'll talk through the things we've mentioned. But the prompt is to effectively take a topic and go and discover research from various sources that we can basically put into our blog content. And at a high level, our blog writing process is effectively going to be topic selection. So we're going to choose the subject from the subtopics for the blog. We're going to go and gather relevant high quality sources, including case studies, references, competitor articles, embedded YouTube or videos that we can embed. We are going to then plan the content. So we're going to probably have either in one LLM chain a planner and then another a writer, or have that coupled together where we have a planning model and then a writing model. And then finally, we're going to have that review and finalization stage. So once we've got the structure of that and it's all in the correct structure, it's going to be put back into Airtable. So right now we're on this topic selection and research stage. So we're just creating the prompt for the research agent to go and gather high quality sources for this. So what I can actually do is just take this, go back into Claude where we're trying to generate the prompts, and I'll paste it into here, and I'll just give it a bit more information and say, so we've given it a brief overview. I'm building out complete workflow for a blog generation system that takes inputs of customer ICP, target keyword, subtopics, and generates factually accurate, well-researched and cited blog content from multiple sources. This is how the flow will work. So research stage, content planning, draft writing. I want you first to create a research prompt, which takes the inputs of the ICP and a second input of one subject topic and goes and researches thoroughly and returns cited and relevant information. Uses Perplexity, so no need to give it any additional tools. So we're going to run that, and hopefully this will give us an 80% version that we can start with of a prompt that we can iterate over time. But we'll go out, take a subject matter topic and go out and actually generate research that's going to be relevant, which we can then feed into creating a structure of the content and ultimately into the actual content itself. And it's come back with a few questions here, so we're going to answer these questions. So it's come out with a full prompt here, and we're going to copy that into our flow in a second, but it's basically saying you're an expert research analyst specialize in conducting comprehensive, ideal customer profile focused research for content creation. You gather diverse, high quality sources and provide detailed summaries that will inform targeted blog content creation. It's given some constraints, like prioritizing sources from the last 12 months, including proper citations with URLs, focusing the research through the lens of the ideal customer profile. Do not fabricate or assume information. We definitely don't want to put fake information inside there. It's understood the inputs of the ideal customer profile and the research topic, and then it's given it instructions. Analyze the ICP context, conduct the research, evaluate the source relevance, and create detailed summaries, 1 paragraph per source, highlight statistics, quotes, or data points, and then we're basically going to have a comprehensive source list, detailed summary of main themes. So we might want to simplify the output here, because actually you can see in this JSON schema that it's output quite a lot of things. So I'm going to say simplify the output to have the summary of each part of the research and the citation only. And then hopefully we'll have the same prompt, but in the output or the solutions section, it will just simplify that for us. Because all we're looking to do is actually pass this information then into the content structure creation so that ultimately we can have a well-sourced blog article. So let's copy that back into our n8n environment. And now we're going to start. Of course, we need to select a topic, and we'll cover that in a moment. But actually, what we should do is introduce an LLM chain. And I'll just check that we can. In fact, we're going to use an AI agent because we're going to use the Perplexity tool. And actually, before we copy that, we're actually going to need to tell it that it's got a Perplexity tool connected to it. So add one tool and tell it in the instructions to use the tool for the research. The tool is Perplexity, passing in the research query to the tool to get results. So that should add a tools section to the prompt. So we're going to copy that completely now and take it back to our AI agent and copy that into the prompt inside here. So we've turned this to an expression. We're going to open this up and we're going to just copy in that prompt. We're not going to change any of the formatting at the moment. It looks a bit messy, but we just want to see if it's actually going to work. So we've basically said it's got a web search tool, but we can just call it a Perplexity tool. Searches the web using Perplexity with the parameters search term. So all we're going to do is just make sure we will have a specific output format. We will enable a fallback model, which means if this model is down, it will use another model as well. So in the tools, we're going to type in Perplexity, and you're going to need to make sure you set up a Perplexity account. You just need an API credential for that Perplexity account. And what we're going to do is just use the Sona model, and we'll see if that's good enough. We're going to start with the cheaper model, and then if we want to use a deep research model, we will actually switch to that if we're not getting good results. But it's always recommended to try with cheaper, faster models, see what results you get, and then if you need to improve that and spend a bit more money, then we'll do that. And then all we're going to do is effectively let the model define this parameter, which means the model itself is going to know to pass in the message there, and hopefully that will work. But we can test this separately with a subject topic like popular AI automation tools and software. We're going to connect it to a chat model, so we're going to use OpenRouter. And at first, we're just going to use a cheap model like GPT 4.1 Mini, and we'll use an OpenRouter backup model, and we'll try Gemini Flash 1.5 as the backup there. And all this model is effectively doing is working out from the input ideal customer profile and the input subject topic what query it should send to Perplexity. So it's not a huge task, and we've given it a lot of the context there. It doesn't need a memory, but we will have an output parser, and we'll generate that using a JSON schema. And you saw below, this prompt generator actually puts out a JSON schema. So we're basically going to have our research findings array, or object, sorry, and it's going to have a summary and the citation for each bit of research. So we're going to paste that in here, and hopefully that will correctly output for us. So what we can do is we can just assume, we connect it up here for now. Pop these down here, and we can just manually pass in things like the subtopic. So we'll say the research topic is popular AI automation tools and software, and we would dynamically pass that in afterwards, but we can actually dynamically now pass in the ICP. So let's drag and drop the ICP over there, and we can see that's populated dynamically, and we just need to populate the research topic dynamically later once we've got something that's decided. So we're going to call this the research agent, and what we'll do is we'll just give it a quick run, see what kind of results that comes back with, and then iterate from there. That research is going to be passed into our planner, which is going to basically take the research, take the topic, and work out a relevant structure for our blog, which will then lead to actually writing out the blog. So we just then need to feed in the structure to actually write out the blog. And it's probably best to use something like a planning model that has better critical thinking for that, and then a writing model for actually writing it in a human way. And we'll have two different prompts that we'll use the prompt generator for to do those. So for now, let's just chuck a note on that, and we will run it through and see what the results are. And a lot of this building these systems from scratch is iteration. It's not going to be perfect the first time, so we're just looking at getting a first draft version and then iterating as we go through. So let's run it from Webhook 4, and let's see if it correctly identifies and passes in anything to Perplexity and actually uses it on the run, or whether it's just going to go out and not listen to the instructions. And it seems to be using it, so that's a good sign. It's actually using the fallback model, so I wonder if there's something wrong with the model we selected there. And once it's run, we'll be able to see exactly what's happened. So it's come out and it's given us 5 different citations there. So it's not quite the 10 to 20 sources per topic. So we probably need to iterate and make it clear that we want more here. But let's take a look at what it's actually come out with. So Synesthesia's article highlights various AI tools, including automation platforms. While not explicitly focused on n8n, the overview of available tools is relevant for Automate clients, exploring different automation options, and considering the integration of AI capabilities in their workflow. So it's taken the ICP information and actually made this citation relevant, but perhaps probably could have given a bit more information around what the actual findings were in here. So if we go to the actual article, and I'll open up a few others, we've got the 40 best AI tools for 2025, June 29th, so a recent article, and it's actually gone through all of these different tools, and all it's kind of given us is it highlights various AI automation tools, but it doesn't actually give us any real information there. We've then got this YouTube video likely provides a demonstration or overview of AI automation tools. So again, it's summarized what the information is going to give us, but not actually given us the summary. So let's see what YouTube video is linked to here, but it's good that it's actually linking to a YouTube video. My top 5 AI automation systems, giving them all for free. So this is obviously a relevant video, so that's something, I guess, but it's not actually summarized the video or linked their video directly. So we're kind of looking for a little bit more here. We've then got things from a blog, make.com, and marketermilk.com. But again, it's not really given us comprehensive information on what we could actually use in a blog topic here. So I'm adding stuff to the prompt, like they need to be detailed enough that each source summary has a conclusion, because the facts that we had there weren't really conclusions. It just said, oh, this is what this blog article says. But to actually use it for information, we need some sort of conclusion from the source. And then I took away a line that said each summary should be a paragraph, because actually we probably need more information to give to the LLM so they can decide which bits of information are actually really important. So research exactly 10 to 20. I'm just going to put research comprehensively is subject topic, and return 10 to 20 usable facts with sources. Because it did actually return the sources, it returned the facts, but actually it just wasn't detailed enough. So we could actually see what, if we look at the history here in the logs, like what message it actually sent. And it literally just said popular AI automation tools and software. So perhaps it needs to give a more detailed query that it uses inside of Perplexity as well. In the instructions, I'm also going to add ensure it returns with clear conclusions from each source. And it's already got create multiple search queries to ensure comprehensive coverage, e.g. topic plus statistics, topic plus case studies. So in the instructions, it does actually tell it to go and give more thorough analysis, but maybe we just need a better model. So I'm also just going to change this immediately to probably to Gemini Flash. Actually, it's probably a bit more critical thinking-esque, and then we'll have the backup as GPT-4o just in case Gemini Flash goes down. So let's try and rerun that and see if it puts in a better search query this time. And we're just going to need to make sure that this is incomplete again, and let's rerun. Okay, and we've got some results. So actually it's found similar articles, right? It's got synesthesia again. Synesthesia highlights Gumloop as a no-code AI automation platform integrating with these various tools. This addresses automates ICP pain points of manual tasks and poor system integration by providing a user-friendly solution for connecting disparate systems of automating complex workflows. The platform's AI capabilities help improve efficiency and reduce manual effort, aligning with the ICP's goals of reduced operational costs and increased efficiency. So that's a bit more like it. It's a bit more conclusive there. And then we've got this blog. This blog post mentions n8n as a self-hosted, friendly automation platform. This is highly relevant to Automake. And then we've got this one down here from XLQ. It doesn't seem to be giving us enough results still. I wonder if that is just because the structured output parser has a limit. It doesn't seem like it has a limit. So maybe we just make it clearer in the inputs in here, and perhaps we switch this to Sonar Deep Research and see if this actually gives it a better set of return data, because maybe it's in the return data. So if we look at the logs, again, it's just saying popular AI automation tools and software, and not really asking a complex question into Perplexity. So I wonder if the research agent needs to be more focused and ask more questions to get a better response. And then also, yeah, do you know what? I think that is probably what the problem is. So let's go to Sonar instead. Let's not do deep research yet. But actually, let's just make it clearer that we want to ask multiple questions. So in the instructions here, we've got analyze the ICP context, conduct comprehensive research using web search tool. Let's for starters call this Perplexity to make sure it's clear. Ask multiple queries covering different angles, at least 5 calls to the tool. So let's see if we try and run that again, whether it actually improves the research there. And we're just iterating to make it better and better and better so that we can feed information to the blog content creation and have a system that is well cited, highly informational, interesting. Okay, interesting. So it has actually called it 7 times now, 8 times. So we can actually go through and review the queries. So it's actually called it 9 times. I wonder if it's done 9 different queries, and that would give us a more well-rounded set of research. It certainly has more outputs this time. And then if we use the little pop-out panel down here, we can actually go through and understand much easier in a large screen view what the inputs and outputs were to each call of Perplexity. So we've got popular AI automation tools and software, popular AI automation tools and software for business, AI-powered workflow automation tools. So it is actually pulling out way more research this time. Case studies of AI in workflow automation, statistics on AI adoption and business automation. So this is great. It's actually giving way more content, but we really want it to bring back more of this content. We want it to be less concise because we're ultimately feeding this in to a blog content creation system which can then pick and choose which facts it wants and lay them out in the same way. So we want to return all that research really. So I wonder if I go into this structured output parser, instead of calling this summary, maybe we call this statistics, and we have the citations still. And then inside the prompt again, we're just gonna, so for now, let's rerun it. And my gut feeling around this is we may need to change up the order. So right now we are doing the research first before we plan a structure of an article, and then before we write the article. So we definitely need to do the structure of the article before we write the article. But I have a little bit of hesitation around, do we do the research first on a given topic, or do we structure the article first and plan a structure and then do more targeted research based on that structure of the article? So I have a feeling that actually we may need to create the structure with the planning agent, find some research that fits into that structure, and then we give this research agent a more targeted brief, and then we write the content with citations, etc. So we're going to run it once more. We'll see what the results come back with, and then we will follow this on by just making sure it's ready. We will follow this on by actually creating the structure. So we'll forget about optimizing for the research right now. We'll do the planning agents, create the structure of the article, and then we will work out whether we want to do the research after that and feed the research into the structure of the articles once we're happy with that. Because we have a query like, or a topic rather, that is something like challenges in AI automation, but without a structure of the article of the different topics we're going to talk about within that, we're just kind of going in and researching broad. It might be better to say, okay, these are the key sections that are going to be in our article. Now go out and find research that's relevant to each of these key sections, and they could probably form the basis for the questions that we're sending, or the queries we're sending to Perplexity, and fill in the gaps in each topic area or each section of the article. So the more I'm saying it out loud, the more I realize that probably is the right approach. But let's have a look at the research that came out this time, and you can see it's a bit more hyper-focused. So it's actually like the input query is popular AI automation tools and software, and we've got actual answers to that question through the statistics that we've got back here. But maybe changing it to statistics has stunted that a little bit. So what we're going to do is create the planning agent to structure, okay, what should this article look like? Because there's going to be different between, you know, popular AI and automation services as a topic is more informational, but maybe it's actually the top 15 AI and automation tools, and we need more research that's relevant to those 15 tools, for example. So let's add in a gap here, and let's just start thinking about how we're going to do a planning agent. So we can copy the note across here, and we are going to have an LLM chain this time. We don't need any tools here, so we're going to have a basic LLM chain with a prompt defined inside the model. We will have a specific output format again, and of course we'll enable the fallback model. So we're going to need to go and create a prompt, which is basically like, you receive a topic input, help plan out what a structured article would look like based on the topic input. And we'd probably have some examples of good, well-written articles that we should put into this planning agent so that it understands exactly what kind of plan it needs to be outputting for this. And then we need to do a bit of research around what is a good planning model that has a bit more reasoning and chain of thought behind it that we could use to actually plan out here. Something like DeepSeek or a ChatGPT model, we can choose to actually test out, is this a well laid out article? Then finding research for that article with citations. Then we put those together into one big plan to actually write out the article with a writing model. And let's just put the draft in here now for the content agent. And we're calling these agents, but they're not necessarily agents. They are basic LLM chains, but actually this one in the middle, the research agent, is using Perplexity to go back and forth and then summarize and consolidate the information. So with the planning agent, there's a few really important things we need to consider. So let's start writing down the exact inputs and outputs we want. And we'll talk about the different AI models that might be suitable for this, and the method that I would use to determine which AI model you'd use for a certain task. So we already understand the inputs that we're getting. We're getting long tail keywords, these style inputs. So we need to actually look at creating a style based on the listicle format. So the 10 greatest things, etc. So we need to look at creating a style like the listicle style format or the informative style format. We get the ICP or ideal customer profile inputs, and then that is all we are passing into the planning agent. It then has a subject topic as well that it knows that it's writing about. So it needs to understand what style it's writing in and therefore output content that is a structure of a blog article. So actually, we're probably going to output something like headers and subheaders. We can even get it to put in some key points. So within a subheader, maybe the planning agent, because we'll use something like a reasoning model, can actually plan out the key points. And then the research agent can add facts into there. And the content agent can actually write about those key points in a really creative way that sounds very human. So we're splitting up and making this very modular, but we could actually pull more of this together later on. But for now, we're just trying to isolate each part and create a simple prompt that does a research plan for us, or rather a content plan. We add some research and then we write the content around that, and then we'll see how good that is and how close it is to what we're looking for, and then we will iterate based on that. So it's probably only going to output headers and subheaders, key points, and then maybe we'll also get it to put some research questions. So what we might want to pass into the research agent is specific questions tailored to the content that basically gives us really good research that can be fed in naturally to the content rather than trying to ad hoc put in random research. We'll make it really tailored. So in terms of how I would choose a correct model for this, there's no right answer for the correct model, and it's very much about testing. But one thing I do know is that we probably, for a topic structure, want to pick a reasoning model, because actually a reasoning model has longer thinking time, and the longer thinking time we give the model, the better quality the output should be. So this is really important, that we get the structure right and we get the structure that flows so it sounds really natural when we come to write the content. So we're probably going to use a model with high reasoning strength, or at least somewhat deemed a reasoning model. So I've got a comparison here, and I would usually just go to Perplexity, say this is the exact task that I'm trying to achieve. So structuring out a blog content topic, what models would you suggest? Should it be a reasoning model? And compare the latest API pricing for that. And we've got something like this where it's given us different models here. So we've got GPT-4o, Gemini 1.5 Pro, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and we've got the input and output price per tokens, per million tokens, the context windows, and also the reasoning strength. So we're going to use for the topic structure probably something that balances at first cost and reasoning. So we've got something like Gemini 1.5 Pro, which actually has advanced reasoning strength, but is cheap on the inputs. And we're going to put in quite a lot of information. We've got the ideal customer profile, we've got the topic, we've got the keywords, and actually still stays relatively cheap on the output tokens as well. But the output's going to be pretty limited. It's not going to cost too much because all we're outputting is the headers, probably some of this information as well, some key points and research questions. So the most important thing here is it's got advanced reasoning strength, so it can start to filter in those research questions that understand in which parts of the topic structure or the article should we feed in specific bits of research. So then the research agent can go and search those queries and feed those in naturally. So let's say as a first bet, we're probably going to use something like Gemini 1.5 Pro. And then we might use something that's also a balance of cost and reasoning as well as the backup model. So Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So we can go back to our planning agent here and we can use OpenRouter as our model. And we use Gemini 1.5 Pro, like we said. And then for our fallback model, let's use 3.5 Sonnet. It's always good to write the model names up here so you know exactly what you're using at each stage. So we'll also edit these ones here. And we're using Gemini Flash 1.5 and GPT-4o. Now it's really clear what we're using. So now we need to start to understand what the output will look like. And again, we will go to our prompt generation that we've got inside a project in Claude. We'll give it some specifications around what the inputs are, what the outputs are. And we're also going to need to feed in a different types of styles. So the prompt's going to need to slightly change based on the style of the output article. So if we go back to Outrank, which we're trying to emulate here, we've got two different example styles. So we've got like the listicle style, where we've got 10 document management best practices or top 9 AI video generators. So it's basically like a long list. You'll see a lot of these when you type in best technology platform or best AI as to best AI automation platforms. You'll probably see a bunch of listicles, best AI workflow automation tools, AI automation explained, 5 best tools, top 30 best AI automation tools. So listicles are very popular for things like software and other things. And then we've also got the informative article structure here. So how to monetize Twitter, proven strategies for content creators, which is not a listicle, but you can see it's got embedded images, videos, etc., links. And actually, this is more of an informative style. We've even got a table in here. So what we'll do at first is we'll just feed in an example, literally this example of how to monetize Twitter, the article, and say, let's take the essence of the structure of this and develop a prompt for an informative style article, i.e. this, that will take in our inputs of topic structure, or sorry, of topic, subtopic, and it will generate the outputs that we want, which is the headers, the research questions, and the structure. So I'm literally going to copy all of this and I'm going to paste it into Claude, into my prompt generator, and I'll type out the prompt and then we'll come back and we'll show you exactly what we've written in the prompt. So I've written out the prompt for the prompt generator now. So you are generating a prompt for a blog article planning agent. The inputs will be the ICP, the subtopic, the keyword, and I've written a little note here to write semantically similar phrases naturally in the content. So for a given keyword, we are also targeting phrases around that keyword. We don't just want to be keyword stuffing there to rank well. You'll have the input of the content style, which for now we have 2, informative and listicle. And contrary to what I just said, I've actually decided to paste in both examples of a listicle. So this 10 document management best practices, and also the informative content here, and seeing what it does in the output here. And then the expected outputs are simple, a thoroughly thought through flow and structure of the article that matches the content style, i.e. informative or listicle. Each header with a 2 to 3 supporting key points to eventually write about. And then I've mentioned that this output we pass into a content writer agent, just to give it some more context, as well as key research questions to pass it into a research agent. The article as a whole should be thoroughly researched, informative, and insightful. Remember that each article will be using facts, supporting and embedded information, potentially YouTube videos, tables, and statistics. So that will help it give it some context around what research questions it should do. Key research questions pass in into a research agent that uses the flexibility great in the prompt. So when we're writing a really good prompt, we have examples of what exactly great looks like so that it can emulate that. And then I've put, here are the style examples for informative and listicles for you to reference. And then I've pasted the informative and the listicle articles word by word in there so it can write a better prompt. And because this one is so important, I'm probably going to give it the Claude Opus 4.1, a larger model here for more complex challenges, and we'll see what it comes back with. It will have a bit more time to think about exactly what are the inputs and outputs. It doesn't overthink this and overcomplicate this. So we've got the prompt output. You're an expert blog article planner specializing in creating detailed, research-driven content outlines. Great. Your purpose is to develop comprehensive article structures that balance SEO optimization with reader value, ensuring each piece is thoroughly researched, informative, and perfectly aligned with the target audience's need and search intent. This is great. Really good intro there. So let's have a look at a few constraints. Always create outlines that match the specified content style, informative or listicle. 2 to 3 supporting points for each header, actionable research questions, create structures that support 2,000 to 4,000 word articles with substantial depth. Great. Never create thin or superficial content outlines. Each section must add unique value. I love that. And design content flow that naturally incorporates facts, statistics, tables, and multimedia elements. It talks about the inputs that we gave it, informative, educational, problem-solving focus, or listicle, numbered list format with actionable items. No external tools. Great. So here are the instructions. For informative style articles, analyze the ICP, structure the article with etc. For each main header, provide these key points. Great. An example structure, opening with current state problem, foundation concepts clearly explained, progressive depth into specific strategies, real world examples and case studies. Great. I love that. And then it's broken down for listicle style articles. What are the instructions as well? So separated for listicle and for informative, which is great. Design the list. Structure with brief introduction, 7 to 12 numbered items, each item as a self-contained mini lesson, and then for each list item, 2 to 3 implementation points. Great, this is actually really great. Research question guidelines. It's even given some stuff around like what you should ask in terms of research questions. Let's focus on finding recent statistics. Look for expert quotes, identify tools, platforms, or resources. Great. I think it might struggle to get videos there, but we will see. Identify 5 to 10 semantic variations of the main keyword. Maybe we add or topic there. Plan natural placement throughout headers. Avoid forced keyword insertion. Prioritize readability. Great. We don't want a keyword stuff like we said. And then on the outputs, we've got a complete outline with logical progression tailored to the content style, detailed headers, each with the stuff we've mentioned, estimate word count per section, the elements plan, where to include tables, statistics, videos, and other media. Great. So we can actually add that into our content writer so that it understands exactly where it should be incorporating things. A compiled list of all research questions organized by priority. And then it's even given us the schema output. This is what's so great about this prompt generator is actually you give it enough information and it will really start to build out like a 80-90% version that we can work on. So it's going to output the article title, the content style, which we'll have put in the input, the target keyword, the semantic keywords. So it might be a little bit complex, but we'll see what this outputs when we actually use an example. And then it will come out with the article structure, the header, the supporting points, the research questions, supporting elements, estimated words, and then at the end, we'll have total estimated words of either the section that I believe or the whole article. It looks like the whole article. So let's take this prompt now and let's use this as a basis and a starting point to actually start using our planning agent. So we probably want to add this in the system prompt rather than the user message. And then in the user message, we can just add the inputs in here. So this is just a preference. I prefer to add things directly in the system prompt. And right now, let's just go through and format this to make it a bit easier to read and a bit easier to change. So I've gone through and tidied it all up, including add opening and closing XML tags to the prompt. So it's easier for us to go back in and edit and read, as well as all these bullet points and numbering and instructions and headers, etc. But also for the LLM to actually understand the structure of the prompt, to understand what's nested inside what. So we've got instructions inside here for informative style articles. Then we've got, 1 to 4 with bullet points there and, lots of nested information. So it makes it easier for us to go back and edit, but also for the LLM to understand. So what I'm going to do is just copy the inputs directly. So this has all been put in the system prompt, which, like I said, is a preference. And now as an expression, I'm going to insert dynamically the inputs. So we will just remove the descriptions about the inputs here. And what we're going to do is just make sure that we pass in the inputs. And what we're going to do is just hard code this as informative for now. And the only thing that the prompt generator did not do was add really clear examples of what a good output would look like. So if we're not getting great output, we can go back in and add a really good output back in there. So right now we're going to hard code the subtopic as well because we've not chosen that yet. So we'll go for how to choose the right AI automation course. And the keyword is obviously AI automation course. And we will pass in the ICP as we did before. And one thing we did not reference actually was the website URL or the service name, but maybe in the content writer, we can actually get it to make sure that it references back to the service that we're selling, because in the call to action, we're going to need that kind of thing. So let's call this content planner. And now it should have enough information that it could add an output, but what we have not done is add the output parser yet. So let's add an output parser, and we'll do a structured output parser in the JSON schema. And I always find JSON schemas a little bit more reliable than an example. And we'll go back and we'll just copy this JSON schema for the output, and we will paste it directly inside here. And we're just going to get rid of the connection between this and the research agent, because we want to understand what has been the output, or what is the output of a given input from the planning agent, and is it good enough to pass to the research agent to then pass to the content agent. So right now we've hard coded a couple of things. Let's write them down. Topic selection and style is informative. And the topic we've chosen is how to choose the right AI automation course. And that will just remind us later to come back and amend these parts. So let's run it with the inputs that we had and make sure this is incomplete again. So we're running it with those inputs, and let's see what the content planner outputs and whether it's actually going to be good enough to pass into the research agent with some research queries, and whether it's going to be good enough then to pass into the content agent and actually thorough enough and clear enough that a content agent could start writing creatively in a human way about this topic. So let's go into the content planner and see the results here. So if I just make that a little bit larger over here, we've got the article title, how to choose the right AI automation course for your business needs. And already I'm actually quite impressed, because this is definitely something that I'd write about on my Automake blog. It's going to be informative. The target keyword that we've got is there, and it's also pulled out a list of semantic keywords. So online AI automation course, learning AI automation, career in AI automation tools training. So actually these semantic keywords can be fed into the article naturally through the content writer. We've then got the article structure. So we've got an intro, the growing need for AI automation skills. It's got the supporting points and the research questions, as well as supporting elements, highlight increasing demand for AI automation professionals across industries, discuss the benefits of AI automation for business, emphasize the importance of choosing the right AI automation course to acquire relevant skills. Great, these are all really good supporting points. Research questions: what are the latest industry statistics on growth of AI automation? What are some real world examples of businesses benefiting from AI automation? And what are the top in-demand skills in the AI automation field? Great. Supporting elements: statistics on AI automation job growth, examples of successful implementation, estimated words 200. So actually I'm really impressed with the individual elements that have come out of this at the moment. We've then got the next section type, which is the body. We've got the header. Okay, so split out like introduction, body, and then probably conclusion later. Yeah, we've got a section type conclusion down here. And actually, you can see that throughout this, we've got research questions, we've got supporting points, we've got a header. So we've got a really clear structure that we'll pin here that we can pass on to the research agent and see what research is generated based on the research questions input there. Because I believe we also have a separate research questions output. There we go. So we're going to need to find a way to pass in the research questions there, maybe split something out here, pass into the research agent, see what the research agent comes back with, and then we can start designing a content agent to actually write creatively about this. So we need to get some supporting facts. And as I'm doing this, I'm feeling more passionate that actually you plan first, you research to fit in with the plan, and then you write the content. I think that's a better structure than researching, then planning, then content. So let's see what we can pull out the outputs here. And if we go back into I'm almost thinking actually this research agent is a bit redundant now. So I just read through the prompt again. And before it was useful because it was like, based on this ICP, this topic, this subtopic, this keyword, think of research questions. But actually our content planner has thought of the research questions that we want to ask. Now we just want to pass them into Perplexity. And I'm going to just take this and duplicate it so that in case in the future we want to use it again, and just deactivate that. It's a good practice to do that. And now we're going to adapt this research agent to actually just take in the research questions, consolidate them a bit because there's quite a lot. There's like 3 per section in here, and we'd be asking for a lot of information, and it's probably spending quite a lot on research if we don't consolidate it. So the research agent should just take the research questions and then return like what bits of research are relevant. So it should take a bunch of research questions. Like, this is the research you should use in here. And then the content agent should be purely focused on content writing, and then just include the where possible. So we're using the models to each of their strengths here. We've got a reasoning model to do the planning, a critical thinking model with Perplexity attached to do the research, and that's able to go and get sources. And then we're using a writing model. We will be using a writing model to do the actual content production as well. And now, I'm one concern from historically doing long form content with AI is that actually, if you feed this all into a content writing agent at once, it will sometimes struggle to write the full content. So I'm inclined to actually split down the article structure and maybe change the output pass of this content planner to actually separate each section, each header into its own section that's fed through a loop, and we focus maybe tackling the research questions for each header and then the content for each header. And then maybe we have a consolidation phase where we bring it all together. So all we really need to do here is take the output parser, go back to the prompts generator, and just that we want exactly that. Each header section to be output individually flow, because if I show you why this will not work, and if I look down, let's try and split out, like, you see that's not going to the article structure 1. Let's try and split out. And I tell you what, I was totally wrong. We don't need to go and change the prompt, so thankful I didn't do that. It's actually able to split out the introduction, the different body elements, all the supporting points, the research questions. So split out each section, which is exactly what we wanted to do. So and now we have the ability to pass this into the research agent, and we're going to need to update the research agent. Effectively run the research agent 6 times and then run the content agent 6 times. So if it's going to run it 6 times, and individually we're going to do the research and we're going to create the content. So let's just try it now for the research agent and see if this is like an overwhelming amount of information and a bit overkill. So like asking 3 research questions on a 200-word paragraph is probably a little bit. So if we think actually like it is just but we might want to the supporting points that the research questions are trying to answer, because what we're trying to come back with is research that's so let's or say take this prompt and simplify it's the prompt, the inputs that it's going to ask directly to Perplexity. Let's try for still maintain its diversity, but reduce. And I'm just going to put, I'm really keen to get like this facts, links, but reduce. And the inputs are now the header of the section, the research questions that it's going to ask directly to Perplexity, and the supporting points that it's trying to find research for. Make sure supports the supporting points with the facts and the sources. And then I pasted in the prompt below. And it did really well with Claude Opus 4.1, so we're just going to run it with that again. And this is the power in having this reusable. Actually, it's saving me so much time having to just think through every single element of a good prompt if you just define it once with a prompt generator. So it's got 8 to 15 facts organized by supporting points. I think that's a little bit much because we are processing each section at a time. So we don't want to be processing 8 to 15 facts for, let's say, 10 different sections. Processing information individual section. So no need. And you can see that it's going to come back with a section header. And the reason we're including that is so that we can link it to our inputs as well. It's coming back with research question and the ICP details. So it's not quite understood the output here because actually the output the facts and information with sources that we're going to. So now in the JSON, okay, as we're going through this, it's kind of still returning things like 4 to 8 actionable facts with sources for each individual section, which concerns me because we're going to have, every single section's going to have a ton of facts. It's going to feel really unnatural and we're just going to have wasted API calls. So I think what I'm going to do is not split out the sections immediately and actually just pass all of the research queries into the research agent. And what it should do is just based on the research queries and supporting information that it receives in. So the research questions and supporting points, will pass those two in as inputs, go and do a bunch of research and generate a list of, 10 to 15 facts, including a mix of sources. And in that way, the content agent can then decide from that list of facts which bits it should incorporate. So we have like one bulk bit of research that matches back to the full lot of content, and the content agent can then decide which bits can fit. So let's see how that works instead, because actually we're in danger of overcomplicating it here rather than just letting the content agent have some autonomy around which facts it should include. And the research agent just needs to go and do bulk research based on the queries it receives. So I'm going to start a new prompt generator. So the inputs are now the research questions that it's going to ask directly to Perplexity and supporting points that it's trying to find research for. In the order of events, I'll analyze the incoming research questions, consolidate them where there's overlap, send relevant queries to Perplexity, and maybe we say up to 10 individual queries, and return relevant information that supports the supporting points with a mix of sources and always with a working link. So we're just trying to simplify that now. So let's run that again, and then we'll place that into the research agent, try and run it fully through. Content planner passes in the information into the research agent goes and gathers the facts. We're then at the stage where we can start writing out an article, hopefully. And at that point, we might want to split out the sections if it's not correctly writing all of the full sections that we input there because of the length of the content it's outputting. And let's just copy this directly in. So we've got question analysis, strategic search execution. Great. So it's like finding different sources, etc. And it's kept it relatively simple this time. So that's probably a good thing. So let's put it into the research agent. And actually, we're going to add this as the system message like we did before. In fact, no, we're not. We're going to add it as the user message so that it's able to properly comprehend things like tool usage, etc. And then we're going to just make sure that we input things like the research questions and the supporting points. So what we might want to do is aggregate that information from the content planner. And actually for now, for ease, we're just going to pass in the full JSON of what it's received. It's not a huge amount of information, so I'm sure it can infer from this. So the way we do that is go to the inputs and we'll do stringify. No, we won't. We'll do $JSON dot So we'll just pass in json.output.article structure, and it will basically, to JSON string, to convert it to a string, it will output all of the information inside the sections. So it'll have things that we don't necessarily need to put in, like headers, but it has all the research questions and supporting points. So that's good enough to pass in and see if our research agent can actually, process that well. So let's execute from our webhook, which was webhook 4. Let's rerun it, see what the research agent comes back with, and then see what we need to do to get it in a format for our content agent. And then we are nearly there in getting our outputs of our blog, which is really exciting. We're just doing the research now. We're going to consolidate that into a full blog content. We need to work then probably on a bit of formatting, but we will have a full blog section that we can output. So the research agent has now come back with some findings, and it's quite clear that there's not very many findings. So it's got 0, 1, and 2, so 3 different statistics here. And if we look inside the logs, which we can find by using this panel down here, we can drag it up, and it's actually easier to see if you put it into a new window. So let's pop out this panel into a new window, and we've got what are the latest industry statistics on growth of AI automation, what are some real world examples, what are the top in-demand skills, what are the key skills required. So actually we've done a huge amount of research here, all at very low cost, 0.005 per one. We've got a ton of citations, we've got content out here, but actually the output has been pretty poor. So maybe it's our structured output parser where we've got statistics. Maybe we should change this back to summary, and then we've got the citation. But actually we want to make sure that in the prompt, we're also saying in the outputs, in the conclusions and outputs, we want all of our research findings, basically. We want to pass in all of that research findings so that the content writer can choose which ones it puts in. So let's try and run it again. It executed very quickly, but not very comprehensively this time. And we are using a cheap model, Gemini Flash 1.5. So maybe we need to use Gemini 1.5 Pro again, which has a bit more cost to it. But if it's going to output us better results, then maybe that'll be okay. But you can see it's tried to output research findings, which is not what we've told it to output here. And if we go back into the logs again, we can pop out the logs. You can see that we've got loads of information. It's just the summaries and not actually output the research findings at all. So maybe we just simplify the output here, or just say findings and citation. I'm a little bit confused why it's not doing it, but maybe if we connect it to a more powerful model, like we said, Gemini 1.5 Pro, maybe that will actually solve the issue because it will understand the instructions a little bit better. So if this doesn't work on this attempt, we will do that. Okay, we can see this time it's done a little bit better. It's got some citations around, YouTube videos, popular AI automation courses, learning formats, but we just want it a bit more, to be honest. We want a bit more in terms of the output. So I'm going to take this back to the prompt writer, and then I'm just going to add make sure for this prompt below, that the outputs on the full research findings with citations from the returned Perplexity searches. Right now it's receiving a lot of info from Perplexity, but not using it. It might even be good to return the research question that was asked, the content from Perplexity, but let's see how this does now. Let's see what it does in terms of the JSON schema, the research questions and supporting points. So return the research question, the answer from Perplexity, return each research question, the answer from Perplexity, and the citation. Hopefully this now clarifies what we're trying to return here, because the problem is not in what is asking Perplexity, the problem is what is returning at the end. And all we're trying to do here, don't forget, is trying to get enough research so that the creative writer can just incorporate that research and focus on writing. So let's copy this now back in and see how this one performs. You can see it's very much back and forth, iterating on the prompt and also iterating on the JSON schema output. We're going to simplify what it's come back with. And this is why it's important to actually read the prompts, etc. So it's going to come back with the research questions, the supporting points. We don't really need that. We've got the research questions. What we're trying to get is the research results. So let's just try and get it to output the research results with the question, with the answer, and with the citations, and see how it performs. This is the final chance I'm going to give Gemini Flash 1.5, and if not, we'll move to Gemini 1.5 Pro to test this next. Okay, it's finished running again, so hopefully this time it has a more thorough analysis. It looks like it does. So we've got research results. This is the question it asked Perplexity. What are some real-world examples of business benefiting from AI automation? And it's gone out and given research, which is cited. It's got the citations here, 1 and 2, and then hopefully the citations down here. Great. It's got those citations down there, and it seems to have done a lot more. I mean, it took longer to run, which is natural because it's outputting way more content, but it seems that we can do it with Gemini 1.5 Flash. And we can even see that there is what are the pros and cons of different learning formats for AI automation. There's even a markdown table inside here that we could take and put inside our content as well. But it looks like it's cited, it's got information, and actually now we can start thinking about content writing. So to summarize, we've got a content plan, which has semantic keywords, it has our content style, it has literally the article structure written out, including supporting points. We will feed that all into our content writer, which specializes in just writing content and structuring this all as one. We will try it as a single content article, and if it can't generate the length of content we're looking for, then we will use the split out sections to actually split out the content plan, feed in the research every time, and write just one section at a time. But the preference would be just to get it to write the full content section. So I did a little bit of research on writing models for long form content. And we've got things like ChatGPT that takes in a huge context window, but it's fairly cheap in terms of writing. It's got fast, reliable writing and prompt optimization. We've got GPT-4o Mini, which would have a lower cost and better for short form content. And then in the past, I've always used Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is a bit more expensive on the output, but it has superb reasoning and creative writing. Like Claude 3.5 Sonnet rather has always been really, really good at creating content for me. So I'm going to stick to that as my first model. And then maybe we'll use Gemini 1.5 Pro as the fallback model here, because it's cheaper. And what we'll do is we'll see if we can pass in those inputs, and we'll create a new prompt for creative writing and start to write in a human-like way. So let's add boxes around there. I'm going to choose Claude 3.5 Sonnet as the main, and then actually our backup is going to be Gemini 1.5 Pro. So let's start building out that LLM chain node inside n8n. And for now, we're not going to split out anything. So we'll open the basic LLM chain. We'll do the same before, define below. And we're going to add the prompt inside the system message, and then we're going to add the inputs inside the user message. So we'll call this the content agent, and we're going to do all the same things we've had before. Fallback model, specific output format, and then we're going to add the prompts in there. We'll just call this the content agent. And it's going to have no tools attached because we've already got all of the research that we need being passed in from the research agent. So let's just pin that there so we don't have to rerun it every time we test. And what we're going to have to do is, one, tell it exactly the style in which it is writing content, pass in the plan, pass in the research, but also tell it to write in a human way and output it in markdown format so that we can actually, upload these to various sources and also upload it back into our Airtable. So let's connect it to the OpenRouter models, and we use 3.5 Sonnet again. And the fallback model here is Gemini 1.5 Pro. And by all means, you could consolidate some of these phases into one larger agent, but it makes it less modular and harder to maintain. So, not only does it make it harder to maintain, but also you cannot choose different models very easily for all of these different functions. So if you were to have one massive prompt, which was a planner, a researcher, and a content agent, with the output of the full blog. You wouldn't be able to say, for this part of the prompt, use this model, for this part of the prompt, use this model, etc. So by breaking it down in this way, we're basically trying to give ourselves more maintainability and more modularity in case we want to split out any of these functions in the future, or isolate a specific problem and fix it more easily. So we will connect an output parser to it. Right now we don't have a JSON example for that, so we need to go and create a prompt now. So we'll start the new prompts generator again. And before we do that, let's think about the inputs that we have to our content agent. And what we try and do is we're trying to name them exactly as they are coming in, because otherwise it might look at the wrong bit of information and assume that one input is another. So if we look at the content planner outputs, we have the article title, the content style, the target keyword and semantic keywords. So let's put that in. And we also have for each section, we basically tell it what it should write for each section. So we have section type, header, supporting points, and estimated words. So actually everything you need to write the article. I'm just going to copy it in here and I'll show you why in a moment. And then for the research agent, we're outputting question, answer, and citation for a bunch of research that supports the supporting points. So I'm going to copy all of that and I'm going to go to Claude and we're going to use that for our inputs. So let's type out our prompts now and we'll discuss it at the end. So here's the initial prompt. You're creating a prompt for a blog article writer for a website, product or service. Your focus is on providing factual info and value, not selling a product, although you will include a CTA at the end of the article. The structure of the article will be part of the inputs, as we know we're passing that in, as well as supporting information and citations. You must include some of this information naturally within the content of the article. The article is SEO, or should be SEO optimized, feeding in keywords naturally, including the semantically related keyword phrases, and not keyword stuffing. You write in a human-like way, avoiding M dashes. I don't know if you've seen M dashes before, but they're where you have like a long dash and they're commonly associated with AI. Short sentences with non-technical jargon, third grade reading level. That helps us make it sound more human and more informational and fun to read. Your main priority is writing actual, interesting, and valuable content that is not too serious. Here are the inputs attached as an example, which we've attached down here. Take inspiration from human-like writing and style prompts attached. So I've attached a tone of voice brief, which is basically how I use AI to write my content on socials, which is something that we do as part of the community. So when you join the community, you get access to this tone of voice brief and you basically create a tone of voice for the way in which you want AI to write on your behalf. So it's like, has some signature phrases that you use. It has like, I never use these kind of terms, things for platform specific guidelines. I've just included that so it sounds a bit more human readable, a bit more like me. Insert citations whenever used, making sure a diversity of sources, and your output is complete markdown blog article ready to be published. Include tables, fully source everything, do not include images, and if referencing a YouTube video, link it as it will be embedded in the content later. So let's see how that performs, and let's see if we can just go straight to actually writing this content for this blog. The hard part is generally getting everything in order to pass into the content writer, and then the content writer actually should just be structuring it all together and hopefully outputting long form content that is, 1,500 plus words. So we've now got a fully written prompt ready to review. You're an expert blog content writer specializing in creating valuable, human-centered articles that educate and inform readers while naturally incorporating SEO elements. Your writing style mirrors authentic social media voices while delivering comprehensive information that helps readers make informed decisions. It's got a little bit in the constraints around third grade reading level, avoiding technical jargon, M dashes, and overly complex sentence structures. Use markdown formatting. Maintain the specified word count for each article section. Include natural calls to action where contextually appropriate. It talks about the inputs that we've already said it would have, so we just need to dynamically insert those. And then the instructions is analyze the structure and the input, review all the supporting research, plan the content flow, write the introduction, develop each section, incorporate the citation, so make sure it's actually citing the sources, add tables, include natural call to actions, and then review. So hopefully this should output a really good first go at the content, and we will see we'll see how well it does. The only concern I have is at the moment whether it's going to be able to tackle the full amount of context and give us the full content straight away. So let's place that in, and it's also given us a JSON schema after another prompt for the article content output. So it's just one string, which is the complete markdown formatted blog ready for publication. So let's go back to n8n. And inside the content agent, inside the system message, we'll open up the expression field here and we will paste that in. And again, I'm just going to go through and add some formatting to that. And then we will put the inputs inside, as we did before, the user message as an expression. We'll make sure those are dynamic too. We'll come back and review. So we come back with the inputs here, and you can see why this might struggle, even though they've got a large context length. When we start putting in the inputs like title, keyword, content style, semantic keyword list, article structure, which is quite comprehensive, as well as the supporting research with citation and source links, which is even more comprehensive. And then finally, we put in things about the ICP for integration into the call to actions and things like that. And you can see why it becomes quite unwieldy, but we'll see how it performs with Claude 3.5 Sonnet. And if not, we will break it down to write one section at a time and pass in section context. But we've broken down more visually all of the different sections inside the prompt again, like instructions, inputs, etc. So let's see how that performs, and hopefully we get some good first outputs. And I've run the outputs through, and from first glance, it looks like it has done exactly what we thought it would, which is not produce long form content. I thought maybe this was a one-off, so I tried to run it again. But unfortunately, the word count does not look very long at all. So let me just double check how long the word count was. We're expecting 1,800 words, and we have 659, so drastically underperforming that. And to get a comprehensive article that covers a lot of topic areas, we're going to need more than 500 to 1,000 words. What if we want to do an article that's like 5,000 words? So the best way to approach this is to actually go back to our split out sections. What we will try to do next is actually pass in the content section by section into the content agent, but we will pass the research every time. So first we'll try and write each individual section by running the content agent for every single section. So what we'll try and do is we'll still run the research for the whole lot, but we will then actually split it out into sections, merge the results, and we will have two inputs for the merge. We'll have the research here and the split out sections, and I'll just bring together the two sets of results there. So if I just run this through as is, let's turn this to incomplete. If we execute again, we will see exactly what happens and then how to create the merge where we have the research going in every time, and then these split out sections. And you can see we've got the split out sections, and at the moment we are appending them. And what we're trying to do is to keep all of the input to sections, but append the research. So we're going to try combining by all possible combinations. And let's see if we have 7 combinations then that have 7 lots of research and 7 sections. Sorry, it should have been 6 items, not 7. So if we look at the table here, in the first, we definitely have the first research section, which is the introduction and all the research results. So what we're expecting to see is in the second section type, also all the research results. And it looks like that's worked. So for every section, we have all of the research, but just the section information there. And that will allow the content agent to pick and choose then exactly what facts it's going to use for each section. So what we might want to do is just process them in a loop, one at a time, and then pull them all together at the end, or we can process them just by plugging them into the content agent. Let's try the easiest method first, which is plugging them in to the content agent, but we're going to need to update the prompt to suggest that actually it's just receiving one section at a time now. So I'm going to take the prompt from down here, I'm going to copy it back into our prompts generator and explain that. So the difference in the inputs as well is we're going to have things like the section header, the section type, the supporting points that are trying to be explained in that section, and the estimated words. So we're going to need to build that into the inputs here. So we'll keep everything up here, and then instead of article structure with sections, we'll do the section type and drag that in. We'll do the section header and drag that in. We'll do the key points or section, drag that in, and then we've got the supporting research still and the product service context for natural integration. And we'll just make sure it's updated in the system prompt as well. So we've got section header, key points for this section from the plan, and we forgot the estimated word count. So let's just add that in there. And that should hopefully then be able to produce something that's a little bit smaller. If it's only producing 500 words or 200 words, for example, it should be able to produce that in a clearer way as well. So let's try and run it through and see if we get any better results. And this will take longer now because it's definitely going to start outputting more data. Now, should we revisit the content agent? It looks like, and I've tested on the word counter, that it's performing much better like this. So the article content for each item is defining, this is the header title, so how to choose the right AI automation course for your business needs. It's putting in citations in the text, including the links, and hopefully those are from the resources. It's also then, writing longer content sections. So for example, this section here is actually nearly the same length as the whole section was itself. So 465 words. So nearly the same length as the whole previous output was, and we've got multiple of these sections coming together. The only issue we have right now is lacking contextual awareness. So if you think about the way this flows currently, we are inputting a bunch of research, we're splitting out sections, and then we're giving the content agent section by section the information it needs, but it's kind of writing those sections in total isolation. So it could be using the same research, it could be writing about the same things, and more importantly, when a writer writes a piece of work, they'll start off with a structure and they will have a flow between paragraphs and sections, whereas if we're handing these to the content agent in isolation, it has no contextual awareness of what has already been written and therefore how to make it flow and what to avoid. So there's kind of two options we can go here. We can try and give it some context of what it's already been written by entering it inside a loop, so that when we pass each loop, we're passing in everything that's been previously written. Or we could have another agent at the end that kind of consolidates everything and rewrites parts, but I'm a bit wary that that will kind of be what we had before, which is trying to take a lot of information and write the full context back, so somewhat a bit unreliable, unless you're using a really expensive model like OpenAI o1. It's going to be a bit harder to get it to write that, and I really like the style of Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So I think for starters, we're going to try putting it inside a loop and adding some contextual awareness to the agent and adapting the prompt to say, based on what's already written and all the facts, at that point, write the next section. And therefore, we might have a final agent that just brings it all together in one paragraph, or we could just literally join it and not have that agent. So the way we would go about doing this is actually by physically adding two nodes, I think. The first is a loop or split in batches. And what this will do is it will just process one at a time. So we can go round and round. So we're going to feed the merge into a loop. And then we're also going to use an edit fields node and we'll show you why that will hopefully work in a moment. But we're going to use this to basically pass in the context, I think, of what's already been written. So if we're processing one of these at a time, we're going to basically pass through all the information to the edit fields for each section and through the content agent. So let's just process it and see what the results would look like if we just have nothing in the edit fields node here and we just process it as it was before. We'll see it go around in a loop and it will process it one section at a time, and you can see it's starting the loop now. It will head through the edit fields node and it's going to process one section at a time. So now it's on the second loop, etc. And we'll let it process all of those so we can see how we might be able to pass in context to the content agent on what's already written. And I've just realized as I'm doing this, what we're probably looking to do is pass the result from the content agent back into the edit fields node, which then gets fed into the loop. So the edit fields node will have all the information that's been received from the merge node already, plus it will have content that's already been written, and that will be passed into the loop. So I'm just going to stop that. So I'm coming back here. It's actually 24 hours after I last filmed, and it's because I've been trying to work out how to actually pass through the context consistently so that the content agent can see what's already been written and therefore not take any of the research that it's already used and duplicate that, but also have natural flow so that the content agent receives, this is what's already been written, here's the new section, write that on top. I've tried multiple methods using edit, set fields, using code nodes, but the most consistent and reliable that I can find at the moment is actually just using a temporary field inside our Airtable database, which we've called temporary content. And if I show you, temporary article, this field actually receives all the blog article content that's currently been written. And then each time within the loop, we get that record. So we retrieve the record and it's in the keywords table. So we're using the record ID from earlier on in the flow. And all we're doing is retrieving the context of what's already been written. So the first time this loop runs, it will retrieve the context of nothing because nothing has been written for it. The content agent then uses the article so far, which is the temporary article field we just mentioned. So at first this will appear blank, and then in future runs, this will have the context of the article so far, and it will then have all the same information as we had before, but the output this time is going to be actually slightly different. We're going to have the new article content, so it's the complete markdown formatted blog article ready for publication, blog article section rather, ready for publication, and then everything previously written with the new article content as well. So we've got new article content and article so far, and you can see how we basically output now the new article content. I'll go back into this. And then if this is the first action it takes, let me go back to a successful execution. I've removed this field since previously written, but we've basically got, for example, on the sixth section, which would be the conclusion, we've got the new article content, which is the full conclusion here. But then we've also got the article so far, the context that was fed in, and the article so far context is right from the very first section. You can see how to choose the right AI automation course for your business needs. And it's getting that because each time it's looking at what's inside this temporary article. And then on the later part of the loop, we are updating that field with the temporary article. So the article so far, which as you've just seen in the structured output parser, is basically everything that's been previously written with the new article content as well. So it's basically a running tally of the latest and greatest of the blog article. And the reason this is so powerful is because we're basically able to give the content agent a section to focus on. So it can just focus on writing and writing that well. All the research, so it can pull relevant research inside that, but also it has everything that's been written so far. So it can actually flow like a proper article. And the power in this also is that we get a full output of the full article here. So although this is an optimized content at the moment, we've got a full article with links, with tables in here. And if I copy and paste this to a markdown editor online, you can see that we have our first full blog article. So how to choose the right AI automation course for your business needs. We've got an intro section, which has some statistics in. We've got lists in here, bullet points that we asked for. We've got links to external blogs, links to external platforms, tables in here. So it's a really good start for our articles, and it's not like inundated with too many blog links, external links, etc., which is really good. It seems like it's very informational. It's got things about other platforms like deeplearning.ai, flexible certification programs. It's then got a section all around top AI automation courses and platforms. And it even mentions things like the n8n Academy from n8n. But you can see how this is built out like quite a structured article, very list-based at the moment. So we might want to optimize not for that. But you can see it's built out a structured article that we could see publishing on our blog. Is 2,161 words, which is far longer than we could achieve with just a single loop. And the only issue we faced here was how do we give it the context in the optimal way? Now, we've tried multiple ways to give it context. Now, the thing is with coding, you'd be able to update a variable as you go and then pass that variable back into the content agent. It seems like the simplest method is actually just to put it in an external data source. And for visual ease, I've put that inside Airtable, but you could use something like Redis for populating data inside there. And I'm sure there's a way that I'll find out that you could use the code node to push the code node and the static workflow data back into the start of the loop. But this was the easiest way I could find right now. And we're not pushed for time, so it takes a little longer because it's got to retrieve the data from here and also write it back every time. But it's marginal versus the outputs that we're trying to get to. And it also has the benefits of that we can see the actual article in this in this section here. So we now have a full article being output, and we have a planning agent that can choose between informative and listicle and put out different content based on that. But we've still got a couple of values which are hard coded. So the next steps, let's just write these down. Number one is to update hard coded values, which are topic selection and style. So updated hard coded values, topic selection and style, so that we're not having to do the same every single time. Upload the final blog content into Airtable. So initially we set up this blog content base. So we should link back to the keyword, the date that it was created, the title, the blog content, and then we can see what it looks like in the rich formatting, like we said before. And then it gives us a chance to actually schedule that as well. Make it more human readable. So right now, this blog is not optimized to sound like a human. Although it's very informative and educational, we could definitely do some work on making this more human readable. And as an example, you can use AI content detection. If we go to AI detector, 0GPT, and if we enter this in, it's likely going to be recognized as like probably 100% ChatGPT written, because we've not optimized it for certain keywords and certain ways of saying things. All we've said is third grade reading language, so not a huge amount. And there we go, 100% AI GPT. And the reason this is potentially important, and this is all hearsay, this is not actual truth, is that supposedly AI content generation is going to be punished, or is going to be punished at some point. So the more we can sound like a human and emulate how a human writes, and we're not talking like making mistakes, we're just talking about sentence structures and sentence lengths and choice of certain words, then the more readable it's going to be, and the better likelihood or the better position we're going to be in to rank our content highly. But also, if it's written by a human or seems written by a human, then actually it's probably more likely to be read by a human. It's probably going to be more enjoyable, more informational, and better to read as a human. As an example, I have used one of the frameworks inside the school community to create my own social media posts, and all of my LinkedIn content is created and then edited, created by AI and then edited by me. But as an example, that reads 100% human written, despite the fact that it wasn't. And that's because of the way the prompt lays out certain elements to talk about, certain ways to say things. And we can do the same with this, because if we click humanize text, if it gives us a free option to do this, okay, we need to sign up for a trial, but you'll see that when you humanize the text, it will like change sentence structure, change certain words, change the phrasing of things. And that's what we're looking to do. And we can emulate that manually. And I've also tried to put in content like we saw on Outrank. So that content there also says 100% AI written or 90% AI written, which suggests that we can actually do better outside of these platforms. If they're generating blogs and we're paying $99 a month for that, then we expect it at least to be a certain level of quality, and we can achieve that ourselves, or at least start to make strides towards that, so that when you take this template and you adapt it, you can make your own edits and make it sound like your brand of voice as well. So make it more human readable. We've then got image generation and embedding those images into the blog. So we'll generate images probably using something like Flux, which is an image generation model. We've got scheduling, which is merely going to be like date selection, and then Airtable front-end interface. So right now, if you were to, for example, build this out for a client, you don't want your client going in and, hitting get subtopics and hitting generate article for every single thing. What you want is to give them some inputs, like this company information and the competitor pages. You might want to display things like the keywords, but in a more friendly way, and also only for their company. The blog inputs, again, would be inputs that they put in. And then the blog content is probably an output that they see, like a schedule or an output. And the way we can do that inside Airtable is actually using Airtable interfaces. And I'll show you how to build that out. Because if we go back to our Excalibur model, what we're trying to emulate is effectively Outranks interface in here as closely as we can, but through version 1, which we said, where is it? Through version 1, which is going to be Airtable front end, Airtable database, and this content creation. So to reflect on where we've got to at the moment, we've actually completed this content creation, or nearly so, once we've done a few extra bits. We've got this completed, and then the next step will be actually building out that first interface before in future we display it on an actual front end and talk about things like auth, which is a little bit more complicated. We just want to get to the end of this version 1. I'm very impressed if you've stuck around this far to see and build out with me. So thank you for taking the time to watch. Let's continue now with getting rid of some of the hard-coded values and uploading that final blog content into Airtable and updating the status on the keyword there. So updating hard-coded values. If we remind ourselves, we've got 2 hard-coded values. The first is where we select topic. So to remind you, when we're in the keywords, we have these subtopics. So when we generate the subtopics in a previous step, we have all of these topics that we could choose from. So we've got to some way get it to select a topic. And what we might want to do is allow somebody to write this manually inside the inputs. So if you were somebody that's looking to do this for your business, you might come in here and say, okay, for this keyword, which is AI automation course, I like the sound of challenges in AI automation or best practices for implementing AI automation. You might have an opinion on that, or you might not. So what we want to do is give you the chance to input that. So let's use a long text field and let's call it selected subtopic. And what I'm going to do is make it clear that it is optional. So in future, when we build out the interface, we'll be able to say, okay, I actually picked this subtopic, write about that one, or we can basically get it to pick, and we'll use probably a code node to pick there. So if I just copy, for example, popular AI automation tools and software, and I put that in the subtopic, let's now go and start thinking about how we could dynamically pull that in the inputs. I'll switch this back to incomplete and select one if one has not been selected. So the idea here is just going to select one at random if one has not been selected by the user. So let's think about where we pull this data, and we're getting the keywords from this get record field here. And at some point we, in the set inputs, pass in the subtopics. So what we should probably do is add a new thing here for selected subtopics, subtopic, and we'll drag that up to be by the subtopic. And what we're going to do is just literally grab the name from what we did before. We copy the name from up here. I'm going to put it in quotation marks, selected subtopic optional. It's going to appear as red because our previous run of this did not have that in the inputs, but that's absolutely fine. We will have it in the next input. And what we're going to say is basically inside the content planner where we've set the subtopic, we've hard coded it at the moment. So what we can do is probably give an expression for, so right now it's how to choose the right AI automation course. I'm doing this all on a whim, by the way. I don't know if this is going to work, but the subtopic, we're basically going to say from the set inputs, what I'm going to do to make it easier is just disconnect this and rerun this from, we'll save that, disconnect it and rerun it so that we can see the selected subtopic come through. So if I come back here and I click generate article, that's going to rerun the workflow. And then if we go back to the executions, we'll see this will run very quickly, and we'll copy that to the editor because we basically just want the inputs to flow through. So selected subtopic is now popular AI automation tools and software, as we put inside here. So inside the content planner, we can now work with this dynamic input. So I'm just going to pull in selected subtopic, but what we're going to do is need to build in the logic that if a subtopic is not selected already, then we're going to have to randomly choose one from this subtopics. So we always use a question mark here. So if selected subtopic does not exist, and we'll test all this, I might be wrong, then we're going to basically give it a subtopic. So let's just call that a subtopic for now. So if it does exist, then we're going to give it the value in there. And if it does not exist, which we show with the columns there, then we're going to give it subtopic. So if we open this up and scroll down to subtopic, if selected subtopic does exist, it's going to pull the subtopic. If not, then we're going to use subtopic. So let's try and execute it where we have not selected a subtopic. And I'm just going to get rid of any connections there so that when we rerun it, it doesn't run the whole process. I'm going to copy this up to the keyword above and get rid of the selected subtopic. We're going to click put this as complete, and we're going to click generate article, and hopefully effect flow and give us an idea. This will default to subtopic if the subtopic does not exist, and then we will build out the condition. So we're just testing that the logic of the condition. Be that to the editor, easier to see in the editor. Put for subtopic. Okay, so the logic exists. If selected subtopic is null, then it's going to put subtopic. So now we need to say subtopic is null. Then we're going to need to choose random. So the way I'd usually approach this, the easiest way, and say I need an expression. To extract a value random. If the selected subtopic does not exist, and then I've posted in what the logic we've got so far, and let's see if we can do it just in one line using n8n, and it will randomly select. So it's given us the full logic here. We can actually go and paste that directly in C, what it's come up with. So it now says benefits of AI automation in various, which we can see is the second one in there. And if we actually, can we go in again? Okay, that doesn't work. This is actually each time you go in. Yeah, it is doing that. Okay, so skills required for AI automation professional. If I go back in again, skills required. Okay, I'm a little bit confused, but I think it's working correctly. It's basically just choosing subtopic every time. future trends in AI automation. So every time this loads up, it will basically, if there's no pre-existing subtopic, it will choose that subtopic. So that is the topic selection. Now with style, how we want to do this. So we have, and again, in the content style, and inside the system prompt, if you remember, we have basically some different information for informative style articles and listicle style articles. So we can only choose between listicle. And I here is we should actually get the content to decide on whether it's listicle or informative. However, so do a similar thing here. And actually text will make it a single select where we make it listicle. Maybe. No, the default is actually nothing because we're going to drag that over here. And this is why we interface around. It's becoming a bit unwieldy. We have all the keywords. We have the subtopics button, we have the generate article, and we're going to make this a lot simpler when we put it into an interface, when we just think about the logic from a user's point of view. But you can see how you build up this logic over time, and then afterwards you just think about the logic. Let's do the same. Let's just put informative there, and what we're going to do is to make it select a style unless. So let's add the contents in with the selected sub, pulling it from the get record for. So we'll just replace. So then down in the we'll dynamically pull, get this to select. I've just thought of a way. So in the inputs, when we pass in content style, do a similar thing where we say undefined. This, if this does not, we'll just put choose. And what that means is when we pass in to the content planner and there's no previous style selected, it will say check content style, choose style based on content plan and title. The AI will be able to say, should it be informative, should it be listicle? So now we just need to, we make sure we update the prompt to say, actually you have to or listicle. If a user inputs a content style in the inputs, then take that and create it in that style. If they don't, then actually you choose listicle based on the logic. So we need to update this phrasing in the inputs here. So in the content style, a user optionally inputs contents informative or listicle. If in your inputs it's defined already, then use the appropriate instructions, i.e. if a user says it, just do it. If it is choose a style based on, then use your best judgment to select from one of the available styles based on the content topic plan and which one would naturally make sense. So use your best judgment if the user has not specified. That way we give the user the option to specify if they want, and if not, then we use instructions. Let's add a first section here around content style. Same. Check the inputs from the user, and then if the user optionally inputs, etc., etc. So we are basically saying before you do anything, check the content style. And then in the output parser, let's also just capture, oh, it looks like we already are. Cool. So that's great. We're already capturing that, and that means later we can put that back into the updated review. So now we should have updated those hard-coded values. It might not be perfect. We're relying on AI to do its best efforts here, but we have updated those hard-coded values now for topic selection and style. Let's upload the final blog content now back into our Airtable data. So let's put the updated content back into Airtable. So at the end of this loop here, we are updating the article content directly in the keywords. So we are putting it into this temporary article. What we want to do is remove that once we've finished the loop and actually just put the blog input, put the article status as completed, put this as blank, and then actually at the end of the loop, when we're done, we want to update the actual blog content in the article. So we want to do a couple of things here. So let's connect this to the done, and let's put update blog content, and let's just call this the first draft. And we are first going to, we're going to update the status inside the keywords table. So let's refresh this here, and we should have a field that is article status. So let's add the article status, and let's put that as complete. We'll get rid of these other fields. We're going to use the same ID to match. And then the temporary article, we're also going to just make sure that we update it with an empty value here. So that temporary article is now going to be removed. So I'm just going to put this one as incomplete, but this is incomplete. Remove this here. So we're just updating the article status and turning this to blank. And then what we're going to do is actually rename this, update status. Then what we're going to do is then update the blog content in the correct table. So we're going to need to connect to the blog content table, and it's going to fetch the fields there. We're matching on ID, but actually what we're doing is creating a new record in the table, not updating. So we're not matching on ID. It's going to create its own ID. We're going to link it back to the keywords. So if we go to the blog content table, remember the keyword links to the keywords record here. So we can link it back by using the record ID from all the way back at the start, or from this get record. We've been using it so far. And that is going to be the keyword record that it's linked to. The date's going to be today, and we'll make sure it's typecast so it fills in that date correctly, hopefully. And then we are going to extract different information about the blog. And if we go back to previous execution, it will be easier to see, because we'll be able to see exactly what's being passed from the done branch into here. So this will be done 6 times, and then this should pass once, and we should aggregate the information and then basically output only the last blog content section, and we'll put it into blog content rich formatting. And then we also need to extract the title of the article. So I tell you what, it's probably best to also add in the properties here the title, because the title is going to be that selected subtopic or similar. It's not actually going to be exactly that. So we're going to pull that out as a separate bit of content there as well. So let's rerun it for one so that we get a full loop. We can update the processing status, and then we can fill out the content in this update blog node here. So let's deactivate the update blog. Let's run it through once fully, and then we'll come back once we've got some results in there. And a way to speed this up, and actually we're pulling the article title here earlier in the content planner, so we can just pull it directly from the content planner there. So that makes it a bit easier. There we've got the article title, and now we can actually remove the article title from our output here. We don't need it as an extra output. So let's pen some of the data that's been run through here so we can speed it up and just reproduce this content agent in here. And we're going to remove this temporary article so that it runs through, and then we can see the status update to complete. We'll see the temporary article go. So if we come back and we have a look, it's now marked as complete. One thing that hasn't worked is it's not overwritten the temporary article. So what we can do is just make sure that it overwrites that with a blank value, for example. Let's just try putting in a blank value like that, and it doesn't really matter if it doesn't do that. But also one thing we're going to do is we don't want it to update that 6 times. We want it to just update it once. So we're going to use an aggregate node, and we're going to aggregate the fields that come in through here, but mainly we're going to aggregate the blog content stuff. So let's just put all item data into a single list, aggregate values, and let's just pin these outputs so that it hopefully can just run through this last bit. But what we're doing is basically we're going to aggregate the values of all 6 of those blogs so that we only update it once. We're only passing through 1 item, not 6. That's why we're doing that. Because if we look at the done branch, we basically have 6 lots of things that are coming through. And what we want to do is take the last item, which has the most up-to-date blog on there, basically. So putting all of the data into one huge column now. And now let's just identify what we need to update. So it has updated that with a blank value there. It's not perfect because it's got the quotation marks, but it's better than nothing. Maybe we could put in a null value. Let's see. Let's just put in a dash like that. And then let's see how we can grab the correct blog content. And what it will be the temporary article content, but it'll be from the last most value. And I've figured out an easier way to do this. We can actually just use the limit node and grab the last item. So we keep the last items 1. And then in the update blog, we just go back to the last item and we say, actually just pull in the latest temporary article, which was our final version. And for now, we won't add any dates scheduled. We'll just update the blog. So let's unpin this data. We'll try and rerun that again using the same example and see if that updates the blog. The blog content should then be put in as 1 row inside here where we can see, and that will be us finalizing the next step, which was uploading final blog into Airtable. Then we can focus on the next steps. So before we go on to the image generation and stuff like that, there's actually a couple of things that when I went away, I found out about some of the assumptions I'd previously made. So the first one is all around these models for reasoning and writing. I actually went and did a bit of research there, or got some help with some research that made me change my mind about the models we should actually be using. And actually we can get better quality models for certain tasks for roughly the same price. So before we said, actually we use Gemini 1.5 Pro with a Claude 3.5 Sonnet backup for the topic structure and planning. But the research actually suggests when you look at the data that we can use, well, firstly, Gemini 1.5 Pro is not good at reasoning. It's got an X here, so we shouldn't have actually used that. Not sure where that assumption came from. But Gemini 2.5 Pro, which is their latest and greatest model as of right now, which is, end of August 2025, does allow for reasoning. And it also allows for caching, which means if we put in large prompts again and again, it's going to cache that data. It's the same price on the input, and that's where most of our tokens are going to be because we're adding in a lot of context each time. It's double the price on the output, but it's still very affordable, $10 per million tokens output. And we're only outputting a structure and some research questions, so not anything massive. So actually, let's switch that to Gemini 2.5 Pro first. So that is on the content planner here. So because we're using OpenRouter, we literally just need to switch the model and that will perform there. And we can also probably switch out the Claude 3.5 Sonnet with Claude 3.7 Sonnet. So if we look at a comparison of Claude 3.7 Sonnet, which is a better model for reasoning, it's actually the same price as Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So we probably want to use this for the reasoning backup model. So we're going to switch this out for Claude 3.7 and we'll just update the names there. 2.5 Pro, 3.7 Sonnet. And then similarly with the research agent, we're just using Gemini Flash 1.5 at the moment. The reason we're using that is all the research agent needs to do is consolidate the questions that come from the content planner and actually send them to Perplexity. So it's not a huge task. It seems to be doing that relatively well at the moment. So we'll keep that as the cheap Gemini 1.5 Flash. But in terms of the actual content agent and creative writing, we probably want to switch this to Claude 3.7 Sonnet. But also feel free to try out a model like Gemini 2.5 Pro. So if we go to something like LLMarena.ai, which I've just discovered, is a really great resource to understand what models you should be using for certain tasks. So for text, we've got things like Gemini 2.5 Pro, which rank at the top. Image editing, search, text to image, all of these kind of things will show us which model we should be using. And then we've got an overall arena overview down here, which is really useful to see which models should we be using for different things. So for creative writing, we've got Gemini 2.5 Pro at the top. Claude 3.7 Sonnet is a bit further down here. However, I know from using Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Claude 3.7 Sonnet that they're actually very good at creative writing. So we will definitely use that as the backup writer. But let's try and use Gemini 2.5 Pro, because actually, if it's really good at reasoning, it's really good at creative following, and it's really good at instruction following, and it's relatively cheap, then there's no downside in giving it a try. So actually, let's actually switch this out to not be Claude 3.7 Sonnet and be Gemini 2.5 Pro instead, and see what the quality of the results are. And if they're not as good or as well SEO optimized as Claude, then we can always switch it back to Claude 3.7 Sonnet over here. So we use 3.7 as the backup, and we use 2.5 Pro as the main. And this will be ever evolving. As you see this template later on, go to LLM Arena, see what's ranking highest for things like creative writing and put that in. The reason we're not using Claude Opus 4 is because the price of Gemini 2.5 Pro is significantly cheaper there. And you can see also the model comparison of the price of Gemini 2.5 Pro, which is what we're now using, versus 3.5 Sonnet, significantly cheaper. So actually it's going to be better off for our workflow as well. So we've now fixed the models. The other thing that I've discovered whilst we're away is all around how to pass contacts using static data within the workflow. So I mentioned before that one of the difficulties in writing, first of all, is actually producing long form content. The next difficulty was then how do we pass the context via every single loop through to the content agent, so that the content agent receives what's written so far and then can add to that. And we built a workaround in Airtable where we get the record each time from the temporary record field. So if you remember inside here, we have a temporary article field. It fills it every single time. And then each loop, it goes back and pulls that information from the article so far. And then it updates the article. So as it's producing, it adds more and more content to that article. And it's all added back to this temporary article field. And then when we're done, we finally override it in the update blog, I believe, or update status node here. We finally overwrite it with this dash. So I've now found a way to actually just update the context through using a code node. So I'm going to paste in that now and we can walk through that. So we have two fields. We have two code nodes rather. We have get latest article, which is going to replace this get record. And we have the article updated, and we'll run those through to make sure they're working correctly. But on the end of the loop, we're basically going to be putting get latest article, which is then going to feed into the content agent. And it's going to replace this get records. And the reason this is better is because if we're not storing an external database, one, it's more modular and reusable when we want to replace the front end. And two, we don't need to actually take the extra step of storing that data elsewhere. It's going to take longer to do that when we can actually just store it in the memory of the workflow. It's very minimal data to store. And then the article updated is going to basically just store inside the code node that article as it's updated fresh. So we're going to replace the article updated with this new code node here, and we'll look inside the code node to see exactly what's happening so that you can write this out yourself. We'll keep those to one side as we always do and just deactivate them in case we need to use them or this doesn't work. And this is also going to mean that we actually don't need to update this temporary article field anymore. So what we're going to do is just probably delete this field directly and then hope that this solution works properly so that we don't need to use that anymore. So what we're going to do is basically in the code node, we're using this function that's built into n8n, which is get workflow static data. So it basically retrieves data that's stored inside the workflow in a production run. That's the best way I can describe it. So we've just given a random variable s, this get workflow static data. And what we're saying is if it exists, then call it blank to start with. Sorry, if it does not exist, actually, I believe that is, then call it blank to start with. Then return the current state without modifying it. So when we update it in a minute, you'll see what this will be, but it's going to start as null for new article content, which is the stuff that we're producing that loop for that section. And then we've got articles so far, which is going to pull everything that's the markdown string that's produced so far. So once the content agent produces the outputs, and if you remember, it produces new article content and articles so far, this code node, again using the get workflow static data, we will start this variable article so far. And what we will do is we will append the output of the content agent to the variable article so far. So when we run it in a second, you'll see exactly what's happening. But basically, it's going to cumulatively add the content that's created to that article so that we have an updated article at the end of this that's then retrieved the same way in which we were retrieving it from Airtable. So we update it here and we retrieve it here. So we're just going to need to change the name of this to article so far because that's what we are calling it here. So we'll just pull article so far, and then now when we run it, you should see the article so far appear as the previous context. And then when we are adding it and updating the blog at the end, the new variable that we're adding is going to be called article so far as well, because we're basically pulling the last article or the last time it was called article so far, which would be the complete article. So let's rerun it. And we're running it for the keyword open source workflow automation, which is here in our keywords dashboard. So we're going to need to make sure that this is incomplete before we run it again. And now we will execute and it will go through all of the steps and we can see how long this takes. But this will now be processing again. And we will see if this now works with our new models, as well as our new flow to keep the context within the workflow data as well. So such is the case when you are building out these workflows. Try to rerun it and it's now finally running. Try to rerun it with those new models, but this is why we have fallback models. So OpenRouter, for some reason, has gone down. So I cannot use Gemini 2.5 Pro through OpenRouter. I also cannot use any of the fallback models. So what I've had to do is substitute in the models using the actual providers like Google Gemini here. But even 2.5 Pro for some reason is not loading on OpenRouter. So I'm using on Google Gemini. So I'm using 1.5 Pro still for this with 3.7 Sonnet as the backup for the content planner. We're using Gemini 1.5 Pro instead of Flash 1.5 just because it's quicker. GPT-4o still as the backup through OpenRouter, but if this fails, then OpenRouter is still down, it won't work. We've switched all these output parsers to autofix and connected them to the relevant models. And yeah, having to replace also the OpenRouter nodes over here temporarily for Claude 3.7 Sonnet, because we can't get Gemini 2.5 Pro working through there. So Claude 3.7 Sonnet is the next best for the content writing, and GPT-4o for the backup for that. So just temporary fixes. These are sometimes things you have to face when you're building out the workflows, testing them. And you can see right now it's looping through and retrieving that context. So we've done successfully the content planner, the research agent, and now we are getting the latest article. So on the first run, you will see, we go to run 1 of 3. We basically have null in the new article content. The article content so far in number 1, run number 1 is going to be nothing. In run number 2, it's going to be the article so far. So it starts with unlocking automation, and then you can see there's the first section there. And then this should now be the second section as well as the first section. So it starts the same, but has the second section as well. That looks like it's just failed because of the structured output parser. It seems to be struggling to put it into the correct format when we use Claude 3.7 Sonnet. So we might temporarily switch that back to Claude Sonnet 3.5 as it was working before correctly, and we'll re-execute that, update the blog. But now we're going to focus on, now we know that we can do all those things like retrieving the context, etc. We can also see inside the content agent that it's now picking it up. So it's picking up the latest article. You can see all of the context is correctly feeding through. Now we're going to focus on the image generation. So we'll rerun that in the background, but let's focus now on the image generation. So what we want to do is embed images inside our content article. So we need to figure out how we're going to feed that into this workflow and what model we're going to use for image generation. Now, luckily for us, there's been a recent release of Nano Banana, which is effectively Gemini Flash 2.5, the image model for that. So it's literally in the last few days, this has become available, and it's supposedly the best image generation model where it can add text to images. It's supposedly superior to Flux context. We can do things like editing photos directly, as well as image generation at really high quality. So this is probably what we want to use. You can see there's all these news articles about it, videos, etc. This is probably what we want to use and try out for our image generation. We were going to use it through OpenRouter directly, and hopefully OpenRouter comes back up by the time we come to test it, because what we're trying to do is just generate a few images for a given blog article that's completed, upload those to somewhere where we can embed them as links in the article, and then we've basically got a full blog article ready to publish. We can then make this a lot simpler to navigate if we were to pass this off to somebody else. So put all the buttons in the relevant places and create interfaces to create our front end for Airtable. So while this is all loading up, I've copied in some previous nodes that I've used before to generate images, although we might change it if we're going to use the OpenRouter Nano Banana. So we'd need another HTTP request, which we will form in a second for the Nano Banana, and we can test that and see if it's going to work. But right now I can't get the OpenRouter keys, so we'll see. But otherwise we can use a platform called Hugging Face, which has basically hosts loads of versions of various models. So we can use something like Flux, which is hosted by Black Forest Labs here. And we can use something like Flux.1 Context, which is the next best model for image generation. You can see here, it's really good at keeping things like adding text to images, keeping character consistency. We only need it to generate images for us. We don't need it to be the most perfect image. We want it to just be something that's probably a bit of realistic or cinematic and matches the context of the blog. So we're going to need to create a prompt based on the blog content and decide how many images we want to create, and then use a model like this. So to do that, you need to sign up and log in to your Hugging Face account. You can use free models like Flux.1 Schnell, but we're going to try and use this Flux.1 Context Dev. So you're going to need to make sure if you use that you have some credits in there. And in fact, for ease and to show you, we'll use this Schnell because it's free. So all we need to do is go and get our access token and add that into our HTTP request here. So we have the HTTP request, which goes api-inference.huggingface.co. And then we're using this model, which ends in flux.1 Schnell. And then we're going to basically have a header auth, which is authorization, bearer space API key. So we'll set it up here. We'll create a new token. We'll call it n8n. We'll give it read and write access. And we're going to copy that. And we're going to paste that into here. But we're going to type in bearer. So with capital X like this, capital letters rather, space. And then we're going to paste in our API key and save that. And that should allow us to connect to that there. We then have inputs in the body, which is our image prompt, which we're going to put in. And then we decide the parameters of the output. So we'll just do a square image as the output here. And we'll just do something basic like realistic computer so that we can test this call to the Hugging Face API. And we'll just add in a manual trigger to make that easier to test. And then we can execute directly from this manual trigger. And then we'll talk about uploading it and hosting it next, but we just want to make sure that we can generate something first. And it's saying that something is wrong with the body here. So let's go and find this model, see if it still exists. I used it a long time ago now. So we've modified the HTTP request to work now. So it outputs a string, which we then convert to a file. So we need the header authorization, and then inside the body, we need the inputs. But the one thing that was causing it to fail was in the header parameters, you need accept application/JSON, but also in the options of the HTTP request response, you need the response format as text to receive this back. So we've updated this realistic MacBook Pro 2025, and then we've made it not square anymore. We've made it an image that would fit on a blog page, so 1024 and 768 high, and then we convert that data field to a file. So let's run that through and see exactly what it comes back with. And it seems to do this actually really, really quickly. So it's come back with the MacBook Pro 2025, and you can see that that's a really realistic image. Now, to actually embed it inside a blog post, we're going to need to host this somewhere where we can actually, pull back a URL and embed the URL. So the URL needs to stay there permanently, and we can embed that URL. So if you don't mind your images being hosted somewhere publicly, then you can get 50 free requests per month on remove.bg image hosting here. And in fact, this might just be removing background, which is not what I wanted to do. So if you wanted to remove background from the image, then absolutely you can use that. But what we actually want to do is host on a service called ImageVB, not remove.bg. And you can actually upgrade to your own account super, super cheap, or you can just use their HTTP request, an API, or their API rather, and start uploading your images for free on here. So you can alternatively upload this to any platform like S3 bucket if you want those to be private using a HTTP request, or actually, I believe they've got a built-in node there, and that's fairly easy to do. But actually, for this example, for accessibility, we're going to use ImageBB, which is api.imagebb.com/1/upload. And then inside there, we're actually going to add a query auth, and it's going to be, the name is going to be key, and then the value is going to be from your ImageBB account. So if you go to your actual account, you can go to API and get your API key and paste that in there. We're going to make sure that it's an n8n binary file type in the body of using form data, and the name is going to be image for now, and we're going to upload from the input data field, which is data. Now, for blog posts, you want to make sure that the image is not too large. So when we downloaded this image here, you can see that it's 705 kilobytes, which is not huge, but we can make that significantly smaller so that the page loads quicker and we have a better optimized image. So what we're going to do is pass that image URL to a service called resmush.it. Hopefully this still exists. Yep. And you can effectively upload here to reduce your image size. So the idea is it keeps the original quality or close to it, but 75% reduction in your actual size, or an amount reduction to optimize your images, and then be able to upload them to something like a blog. So in this HTTP request, it's just the URL, and then we pass the URL of the image on the end of this, and it will send us back an image as a data file that we can then use again to upload to ImageBB, and it's just in the file, just in the field JSON.destination. So I think this comes back as a URL. Let's give it a go now and see if this will upload the image, optimize it, and we'll see the size of the image at the end of it. So we've got the MacBook image there. We've got an invalid API key, so we need to go and update that. And we've rerun that successfully. So we've got the original file, which as a reminder is there. Then we've uploaded this to ImageBB, and we get things like a display URL. So we've actually now got a URL for if we wanted to download or look at the file. So it's hosted online, hosted on ImageBB is the point. We've got no expiration date, so it will be hosted indefinitely unless ImageBB goes down. That's why you might want to store elsewhere where you have more control. We then upload to optimize, and you can see that we've decreased the size by 67%. And actually then we've uploaded the final image to ImageBB again. And if we look at or grab the URL, display URL there, it's going to be the same size image again, but it's actually going to be much, much smaller, 67% smaller. So it will help our blog load much quicker. So we basically then want to store those URLs somewhere or embed them directly inside our blog. So if we think about where we should actually put this, I think it makes sense holistically when somebody wants to generate a blog, they also want to generate images that go alongside that blog. So I think it should be created after we create the actual blog content. We feed in some elements of the blog content to make prompts dynamically for those images. And then we do the whole process of uploading them and then choose a place to embed those images inside there. Or we might pass the image URLs into an LLM chain that basically decides where the images should go. But we want to generate the images separately from choosing where they're going to be put into the blog. So it's going to be somewhere around here or at the end of this here. But before we update the blog inside our Airtable, we want to embed those images. So I actually think the most sensible way to do this is create this as a sub workflow. So we'd use the execute sub workflow trigger here. And this is a sub workflow that can generate images and return them to an agent, for example. And the reason we might want to do that, and we can also add the Nano banana when OpenRouter comes back up. So the reason we do that is because we want to generate potentially a variable number of images. So per 1,000 word long blog article, we might generate one image. For a 2,000, we might generate 3 images. For a 5,000, we might generate 5 images. So we want to give the LLM or AI agent a chance to decide based on the content within constraints how many images to generate. And therefore, we can use this sub workflow as something that can be called upon multiple times. So we have that as a sub workflow down here, and we will define the fields in here, and the fields will effectively be, let's add it, image prompt. And each time it will, for one image, it will generate one image prompt. And then inside here, we can actually dynamically pass in the image prompt. So we'll do $JSON.image prompt. And now what we're going to do, and we might have to take away the quotation marks. Yeah, I think we will actually take away the quotation marks because they're already noted as a string. And then what we're effectively saying is we want to call upon this using an AI agent. So at the point where we've got all of the blog content, we don't want to call the blog complete until we have images embedded in that. So what we're going to do is add in an AI agent here, and we'll define the prompts like we usually do. So we'll have the inputs inside the user message and then the system message down here where we write out. In fact, this time we'll use the user message to write out the prompt because AI agents use tools. So what we're going to do is connect it to a tool, which is a sub workflow tool, which will be called execute. Let's see, call n8n workflow. That's the one. Right. So we are going to connect it to this workflow, which if we go back is called SEO content generation system. So we'll make sure it can call the right tool, and we'll type it in, SEO content generation system. Now we can even have that embedded in the same workflow. Then it will call this when it wants to generate an image. So we'll disconnect that from there. We'll make sure that this is after the limit node, the last item here, and we will connect it up to everything in a second. We don't need n-memory because it's not a consistent chat. It's just going to be operating one time to generate a couple of images, and then the blog will be created. It will add then the information into the blog content and then update the blog back in Airtable like we were doing before. So for the chat model, all we're effectively doing is we're going to be asking it to take in all of the blog information that's written so far, identify 1 to 3, let's start with, images that could be generated for certain sections that are spaced out within the blog article. Call the sub workflow to generate the images and pull back the URL of that image, and embed those URLs within the markdown text where appropriate, where it thinks it should place those images. It will return then the full markdown, which is then the full blog content with hopefully embedded images that are hosted elsewhere. Hoping this works, we'll go to our prompts generator in Claude. We'll type out a prompt and we will see what we get as a first version. In terms of the chat models, let's for now just connect this to Anthropic chat model. And we'll of course give it a fallback model and a specific output parser like we have for everything else as well. So we'll open up the output parser and we'll generate from JSON schema. And this will effectively be the same as the content agent here, except it will just be completed article with embedded image URLs, as well as, if we just type this out, completed article, it's going to be a string, complete markdown formatted blog article, ready for publication with image URLs embedded. So we need to make it really clear exactly what the output of the completed article is going to be here. And then we will also have a structure where we have multiple image URLs, but it's going to be a little more complex to write. So it's going to be a string and it's going to be an image URL. But if we have multiple images, then we might need multiple of these. So let's come back to this or see if the prompts generator can actually generate this for us to just make it a bit easier. So I'm going to type in that now into our prompts generator in Claude, and we'll come back and we'll review the prompt. So this is quite thorough, and I've written it quite thorough because I'm quite clear on the instructions that we need to give it. Otherwise, it's going to get very confused. So agent receives a full blog article that needs some images in a consistent style. Based on the content, you should decide using some constraints how many images need to be created, 2 to 4 ideally per blog, and generate an image prompt for each image. Each prompt should be used with the tool, and you have one tool attached, the image generation tool, that needs to be called once, passing image prompt as the only input to generate one image. So if you think 3 images for the blog, it needs to be called 3 times. So I'm just explaining it like it's really dumb, and it should come up with some good prompt here. The prompt should be associated with the content, but follow a consistent style. Prompt should be short, less than 300 characters. We don't want it to generate a huge prompt. You'll receive back a URL for each image. You should already know where it's based in the content. They should space out evenly in the content, and then the image URL should be embedded in the content in the appropriate place using markdown formatting. Then you should return, and then I've put exactly what we defined in the JSON output, where all generated images are returned. All generated images are also returned in the output. So we've got an example here where it's told it the tool that's connected says analyze the blog content, determine the image requirements, define a consistent style, generate image prompts, execute image generation, embed images in content, final assembly. So this looks really good actually. And the JSON schema on the output is the completed article. And then it's saying, okay, what prompt was used? Let's return the prompt. Let's return the placement context and the URL. So that's quite good actually. And it's saying that all of those are required. So let's give that a go. We'll pass that back in. And yeah, hopefully that can actually generate something that is in line with what we're talking about and actually generate and embed it inside the blog. So one thing we didn't do was just call this image generation to generate images. Generate an image rather with the pen image from, and then we should let it define that automatically. So inside the AI agent, we're going to put this as an expression because we're going to dynamically pass in inputs. And you can see, let's start to format it correctly, but you can see it's got everything that we just saw inside here. Then inside the output parser, let's copy in the JSON schema we had here, which seems a bit more comprehensive than ours, and hopefully will help us return that. So what we're going to do is pass in the full updated article which will be the article so far. So it'll be json.article so far, the same as we had in this content agent. And we'll pass that in as an input. And right now we won't put in any style inputs, but if you saw in the inputs, it's got blog content, style preferences, requirements. For now, we'll just keep it so it creates new requirements every time, and then we can standardize that once we've got it working. So inputs, blog content, and then I'm just going to put this at the end of the prompt here. And what we're going to do is now try to run this through. So we're going to pass all the context through the content agent into the AI agent and see what it comes back with, see if it actually generates those images and see if it's embedded those images as markdown in the final output there. So it's now successfully run, and also OpenRouter seems to be back up and actually using Gemini 2.5 Pro. So I've replaced everything with Gemini 2.5 Pro, and it seems to have generated some good stuff. And then inside the image generation, we've got, as expected, the completed article. So it seems like it's included the full length. And I can see if I search image BV, if I have a look down, I'm sure it's got some images embedded there. So you can see that inside here, we've got an embedded image in Markdown. We can go to that image and have a look. So at the moment, it's a fairly generic image, but it's the right size. We scroll down a bit more. We'll also have other images in there, but what we can do is just scroll down to the actual images or go to the table, or the schema is probably easiest to see. Actually, we can see the images, where it's placed the images. So it's decided to put 3 in. We can open up the other 2 images that we haven't seen yet. So one thing with Flux is Flux Schnell, the free version, it's not brilliant with words. So if you were going to use a free version like this, you might add to the prompt, don't add any text to the image, because it's got Charles the Reckon Mill in software, automation software. So yeah, you don't want an AI image like that inside your blog, but it gives some context around where it's placed it and why. Like, it's placed it at the beginning of the evaluation framework section to illustrate the concept of choosing the right tool. And this one is placed just before the comparison table to visually introduce the comparison of 3 tools. So let's have a look. There we go. 1, 2, 3 tools. I get that. That makes a lot of sense. And the prompt that it's put in is a flat illustration in a corporate textile showing 3 distinct tech products, scale, side by side, representing a product comparison between automation tools, blue and purple color palette. So actually, if we were to introduce some standardized prompts around our brand templates, so if you remember, if we go back to the blog inputs, we wanted to introduce things like a brand color and an image style, and we could then take those inputs and put them into the image generation. But for the demonstration here, we're not going to update the image prompt. We're just going to keep it as is and see if we can now put that blog with the images embedded back inside our Airtable database. So we're going to mark that as complete as we did before. And then in the update blog, we are going to make sure that we're passing in the output from here, which is the completed article. So in the blog content and the blog content rich formatting, we should have the same thing, which is actually json.output. I've already forgotten, completed article. And hopefully that will now update and show inside our blog, inside our Airtable. We're going to have to rerun this to make sure that it's updating. And I was having a bit of trouble adding things like date scheduled when you're also introducing company links. So I took typecast off on the other nodes and made sure that this was prioritized, that adding things like the link between them and not adding the date. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but right now, in all of the areas where we upload anything to Airtable with a record ID, even in the previous ones like updating keywords, I've made sure to, where we're updating a date, for example, I've removed the typecast and I've removed the date. So up here for example, in update keywords, we've gone back and removed that because we're having trouble actually linking the records. And then later we'll deal with updating the date. It's quite a simple fix. So let's rerun that. I've pinned a lot of data, so it should just run through to actually putting it back in the workflow. And the workflow should hopefully link it inside this blog content area back to our keyword, which was the open source workflow automation keyword. And then we've got a complete blog that's marked as complete now. So that step has run. We will hopefully have a complete blog that links back to that now. So we'll go to the executions and just see if it's progressing okay on that. We need to make sure that our keyword is input as an array because it's actually a record ID linking back to the keyword. And we also need to make sure that we are pulling this from the correct node, which was the image, what we've called the image generation there, and not the last node. So we'll call it image generation.item.json, and that should hopefully pull the completed article. Let's try and rerun that. And you can see it whizzing through because everything's pinned now, and we have the completed article. We just want to make sure it's added into our Airtable blog. And if we go back to the blog content, we've got for automation software, the title is The Ultimate Guide to Open Source Workflow Automation Tools. And we can see in the rich formatting, it won't display the images, but it will display the blog as we know it. And this is where the images will be linked. So we can link or look at those images directly in here. We could even add some columns if we wanted to display those images, but because we're going to end up putting this on a different interface anyway, we probably don't need to do that. There's a table in there. There's lots of links, and it is a full-length article like we were expecting as well. So this is great. It's got 3 images in total in there, and we now have what would be a full content blog. So we've actually done the image generation. We'll also quickly cover how to use the latest model, which is Nano Banana, which is from Gemini 2.5 Flash. It's the latest model. I was talking about it before. Latest and greatest. Good with words as well. So actually, it would use a slightly different HTTP request here because we're actually going to use it through OpenRouter and not through a Hugging Face or anything like that. So it'll probably return from OpenRouter as a URL, but we will see. Let's go to OpenRouter. Let's type in banana, and it will probably show us. That's a message, sorry. We need to go to models and then search banana. Or maybe it's just, there we go. So it's actually Gemini 2.5 Flash image preview. You can use the free version, but in about a week or so, this probably won't be available. This is just a special offer by OpenRouter to get them using it. So actually, let's just make it the preview version, and it's going to cost 0.3 per input tokens and 2.5 per million output tokens there, and 0.03 per 1,000 output images. So actually very, very cheap. 3 cents per 1,000 output images, which is crazy, especially as it's the state-of-the-art image generation model. So the way we connect to this is by working out what the curl request would be. So if we scroll down here on the overview, we basically have our curl request, which we can copy directly into the HTTP node. So we come back here, we import curl, and we import that. That's going to give us the endpoint. It's going to allow us to put in our OpenRouter key. But actually what we're going to do is just put it in up here as predefined, and then OpenRouter. And then it's going to predefine the request body, which has a user message, which says what is in this image, and then uploads an image URL. But actually what we're trying to do is get it to return an image. And let's just try and remove this section. I'm just guessing how you do this at the moment. Let's try and remove this section. We'll keep that to one side. And let's try this. Return an image of a MacBook Pro in 2025 with the words MacBook is the best above it. And we'll just add the manual trigger back in to test out what we're actually getting in return here. So it has returned a base 64 encoded image. So if we go to the data, we can see this is a base 64 encoded image, of which we're going to have to convert it to a file again. So actually, we would follow the same path where we convert it to a file, and the input field rather, we're going to drag in because it's all the way down here. That's not quite worked, so we need to work out how to get the everything after the base 64 from there. So maybe we turn this into an expression. And actually, I'm just gonna go and seek some help from Claude here, or Perplexity. No, let's use Claude. We'll go into new chat. So I'll say in n8n, trying to convert this output from OpenRouter into a binary file. It's from an input field called, and then given the field name. It's saying to add a code node, which basically strips out everything after the comma, but I'm going to ask if we can do it in an expression. And I only know how to do these kind of things because I've seen the problems enough. So when you do enough automations, you'll start to recognize certain things happening again and again. When I first saw an image as a set of text, I was, totally perplexed. I didn't really understand. But it's saying we can try this expression. So let's take the expression back in here. And actually that seems to have pulled it. So everything after the base 64 and then comma, let's try and convert it to a file. We'll rerun that. We'll get a new image URL or image base 64 string. But the great thing here is if this works, no. So the problem we're facing here is that we're telling it the input field is this, but that's not the input field we're passing in. We need to be passing in the input field. I understand what I need to do actually. So we need to be passing in the input field, which links directly to this string. So we're going to need probably a set node in between here that just does exactly as we did then. Turn it to an expression. Actually, it's fixed. I'm going to call it data. And what we're going to do is pass in exactly what we just had. You'll see what's going to happen in a second, or at least if it works. And then the input field here is going to be called data. We're basically trying to pass the base 64 string. So inside edit fields, this should now be just the string that we were expecting. And it is. So hopefully this now, it allows us to convert it to file and that we can view it directly in here. Great. So it's actually done that. And it's given us this cool futuristic background, and it said MacBook is the best. So you can see it's significantly better at writing than the Flux model. So what we're going to do actually is just get it to flow through the whole process. In fact, from this convert to file, it's going to be exactly the same. You see our input there is data and our output is data. So what we're actually doing is just moving this along a little bit. And at the start of this, we are instead of using Flux Schnell, which is free, by the way. Flux Schnell free, in case you want to use it. We're using Nano Banana, which is the latest model, and that's going to generate the images now, and everything else is exactly the same. So we've updated that to the latest model, which is really cool. I'm just going to put some notes in, and then we will move on to creating an interface to make this a lot simpler for a client to use, or for you to use every day if you want to create multiple blogs, rather than having to go into the keywords, into the data and dig in and click every single button. We're going to make it simpler to view. So we've worked out image generation and embedding that into the blog, which is awesome. We've now got basically a full content generation system for our articles. We can obviously improve areas. For example, for the image generation, we could be generating infographics, and we might add that as well after. But for now, we can move on and say that we've completed this section, and we will actually move on to Airtable front-end interfaces. So if we revisit our diagrams back here on Excalibur, where are they? Here. We've now got the full content creation system, including embedding information like facts, statistics, as well as images even, into the content. There are minor improvements we can make there. We're also creating complete blog articles, and we saw blog articles like this, where we've embedded those directly. And in fact, we can probably post in our most recent. Let's see if it actually loads the images on this Markdown editor. Might not, but let's give it a go. grab this version, which is the markdown version, to place in here. Great. So actually we can see a blog with our slightly dodgy images, but it's kept consistency throughout, right? They're all purple and blue theme. So we can see that we've got a full 2,788 word blog here, which is fantastic. It's got tables, it's got citations, it's got our images, another table there, and it's got relevant content, most importantly. So we have content creation working. Yes, we can optimize the prompt to make the information in the blog better, but those are all iterations on the whole system or those are iterations on small bits of the larger system. So let's focus on getting the actual logic flow working, and then you can iterate the prompts to, however much you want. We've got the database, which is currently in Airtable and feeding our Airtable front end. Now we'll show you how to actually create an Airtable front end. But one thing I want to do first is actually change this blog ID from being the unique key here to it being title. And the reason for that is when we do the interface in a moment, we'll want to display the title as the key field inside the blog. So let me see if we can do that. Change primary field, great. So we've now got the title as the primary field here. And what we're going to do is open up Airtable interfaces. And I believe you need an upgraded account on Airtable to do this, so a pro account. So I'm going to show you exactly what it would enable for this content. And the idea is here that we have a bunch of information. We've gone through step by step how to build out this system. We've got a bunch of buttons like generating articles, generating subtopics, generating keywords, but it's not a very user-friendly way to view the information in a table unless you're the only person that's going to need it. If you have clients, for example, that you want to put this in front of, you might want to make the inputs as simple as possible. If you want to run this for your business and hand this off to someone else, we don't want them looking at all the data necessarily. We want to only put in front of them what they need. So we're going to open up the interfaces now, and I've had an example where I've run through these and I can show you exactly what we're trying to achieve with this, and then we'll show you how to create it for yourself. So for example, if we go to the company info and we preview it as someone else looking at it, what we might have is a page where we can add a company. So if I wanted to just add a new record, all I'd need to do is add a company name, a website URL, and a company LinkedIn, and it would create a new record in this table for me. So if I'm managing a portfolio of companies, you'd have the information for all the companies down here. But not only that, we've got all the fields that we had in the data, but in an easier to view visual format that we can actually go in and edit. So we've got the button around generating the ideal customer profile here. We've got the company name, website URL, and LinkedIn. And then if we wanted to generate the ICP, we would, or we could, and that would activate the workflow like we saw before, and it would put in all these descriptions, but they'd still be editable. If we wanted to get rid of that last line there, we could do that. So it keeps it in a clean, separate interface. So maybe once we update the company info, we then have our competitors. So I don't necessarily need to see all the competitors here, but if I wanted to add a URL to, it's like a form to be adding competitors, then I can do that too. And we tell it, okay, it's a competitor of this company. So for example, for n8n, we could put in make.com. And then when we create that, we would see that actually in the data. So if we go back to the data, we see competitors. We see in n8n, we've got make.com now. But the client that's using this, or you, if you're using this, don't necessarily need to see the back end there of all the competitors. You just need to add them, so make sure they are in there. We've then got the blog inputs. So this is similar as the company info. We've got like a record view here, which is like for each company, Automake, n8n, etc. We've got all the blog inputs around, like here are the best example articles for the writing to learn from. Right now that doesn't feed any of the automations. This is just an example. I've got the number internal links. Again, that's default right now. We've got things like the image style drop downs, and do we want to add YouTube videos and things like that as well. Not all of these are being fed into the automation. These are upgrades from the automation, but you get the point. You can add inputs and then adapt the automation to feed from those inputs. We might then have a list view of all of our keywords. So For Automake, and you can see we've got it per company here that we're using. For Automake, we've got all these seed keywords, which are lists of 1, and those are our 10 seed keywords. So if I scroll down, we've got 10 different seed keywords, and then underneath that, we've got all of the long tail keywords. So for AI automation, we've got AI automation tools. And again, we've got the ability to get keywords. It will show us the status of whether the keywords have been got. But actually, I keep forgetting this one, which is the get keywords is not possible for a sub keyword. So actually what we would probably do is maybe we can find a way to only get keywords for those seed keywords and then display just the long tail keywords there. But anyway, the point is we can come in here and we can click the buttons to get subtopics, and that will bring out some subtopics. And then we can also click the buttons to generate an article. And then once we've generated an article, we can view the article in here. So we will see in a certain view articles. So we'll see exactly like we saw with outrank.so. There's this like view where we have the article down here, and maybe we want to display something like an image as well. That's easy to add, but actually we just have a view on, here's the title, here's the keyword it's targeting. And what we can do then is start to actually work out a schedule and, drag and drop and things like that. So we're going to show you how to set these up now so that you can set this up for yourself. They're very, very simple to set up once you understand the core fundamentals. So let's go back to the edit view. And what we are allowed to do now is basically creating a new interface. So if you create a new interface, we've called this AI blog at the moment. But yeah, you can see there's a few hidden bits as well. You can choose what you want to hide. And actually, let's just hide everything, and we'll start from what we do is come in here and add a page to an interface. The benefit in this is they're super quick to set up, and like I said, you can choose different formats. We'll go through those now. Con in this, in why you'd want to migrate this all to something like Supabase, is you basically need one Airtable per client. Let's say if you're servicing multiple clients through this Airtable, it would not be possible. They'd all be able to see each other's data. So you probably want to set up multiple Airtables if you're doing that, or just have a separate data source that's feeding this and a separate front-end interface. But right now, we're just worried about getting an interface and making our data look really nice. So we have the list view. So we saw this with like keywords, where we could display all of our records in like a list, which is just like the normal table view, but a bit. We have a gallery view. So if we wanted to view our blog article, the image up there and some information about the blog articles, we have things like Kanban and calendar. So calendar might be useful if we can drag and drop those around. We are allowed to create new records in certain fields, and that's what we were doing with our competitors. We can create dashboards if we want to, where we summarize information. So we might have a home page that summarizes the number of keywords. We have an overview page which might link us to all of the relevant pages. So you'd give this link to a client and they'd be able to say, okay, I want to add a client. I'll click on add a client. And then what we're going to use quite a bit is the record review, which is where we can see an individual record. So we use this for things, company information, where we can display a row as a big page. So one row becomes a big data record. So what we're going to do is start off with an overview page, and let's just name this. And what we're going to do is pick what goes on here. So we can add a logo if we wanted to. We can add a description, and you can see everything is clickable here. We'll add a description, quick links, SEO page. We're not going to add a logo for now, but what it's going to enable us to do is to add links in here to the different tables that so we'll have multiple links, and they'll link to certain pages. So you can see how we need to create the pages first and then come back to these, and we'll decide whether it will open it in a new tab if they click on it, or open in this tab. And what we're going to do is just remove this sidebar for now. We don't need that there. We're just going to have this as a SEO quick link. And yeah, let's make it look a bit nicer with that. And you can see we can add bookmarks to all of the different interfaces that we're going to make. So this is like a way just visually create a summary page. And then when we want to publish it, we can hit publish, etc. But right now we're still building, so we'll go up here and we'll add a new page to the interface. And what we're going to do is start thinking about the company info. So when we are in the data, and let me open up the data in a new tab so we can always reference. Inside the data, we have these quite unwieldy rows of information where we have company name, website URL, and company LinkedIn. We have the button, and we basically want to enable a client to click the button and generate this information and see it on one page. They're only one company, so they only need to see their own data, not all of the other. So we're adding new page, and that page is going to be a record review, because if you remember, we're only viewing one record here, which is you can see the desktop and mobile views. So it's mobile optimized, and we're basically going to say what table does this relate to, and it obviously relates to the company table. But if I click through, I can see what other tables would look. If we had keyword record, one table for one record review for each, we probably wouldn't want to do that because we'd have thousands of keywords, whereas companies we're not going to have. We can then also add conditions to filter and sort. So we'll probably sort them, by company name, alphabet, which makes sense to me. And then if you wanted to group them, we don't have any groups at the company name level because companies are highest hierarchical level. So we're going to hit next, and then it's going to tell us which fields do we want. So we'll have things, we probably won't have company name because that's up there already. We'll have the URL, the link, the generate ICP button, and then we'll also show things like the ICP, the goals, the objective, probably the state. In fact, we probably don't need to show the status, and we don't need to show any of the links or the linked keywords or anything like that. So we're limiting what the client actually sees. So we've picked the elements, and we're just going to call the company, I'll call it company information because we've already got a company info table. And you can see now, if I preview it as the client, we basically have all of the information that is generated for a given company. There's a couple of things we want the ability to do. We want the ability to add a record, but also to edit these down here. So we're going to click into preview as us as the editor. And the first thing we're going to do is click on one of these fields and allow it editable. So on every field we want to be, that shouldn't be editable. This should be as well. So all of these buttons, we're just going to individually say that these should be, and we can choose the size of them as well if we don't want them, large, extra large, etc. And we can add helper text. So this enables us to create a nice clean interface that somebody can come in and edit. Now, if we want to the ability to add a record, we're going to click on this tab over here for company information, and we are going to allow to add records. We can remove some of the additional features around sorting, etc., and still leave this. And the button will say add a, and we can allow them to print or allow them to export it. And we can even allow them to create groups by tab, or allow them to filter by a drop down, which is status of complete. But right now, I don't think that makes much sense. So we will simple as. And that is our first page. We've created like a record review of there. So if we wanted to, we could add a new, and all we'd have to do is add company name, website URL, and company LinkedIn, because those are the fields we've been missing. And that would then appear in the data and down. So if we go back to our data review, the next thing we want to do is add the ability to add competitors. So we'll whiz through this, but we're going to preview as ourselves. We're going to make sure we're in this page, and we're going to add form that allows us to add competitors. So we're going to add a form. It's going to add two competitors, and we're going to say actually we want to add the URL. We want to link it to an existing company, and we're not interested at this point in the keyword status of the competitors. So actually it's as simple as new competitors, or let's say add competitors. We can add a description. Add competitor to your company here. Keyword reason. And now that gives us the ability to basically go in there and add competitors. And again, we can change some things about this, but actually we don't need it to be very complex here. We're just adding competitors and saying who are their we're then going to go back and we're going to add an int for the blog input. So again, it's another input that is being created. So it's going to be like we did for companies. So actually we don't need to rehash this one out. I'll show you exactly what I've created here in blog inputs. But as we've created, we've in fact, I will do it again. So you can new interface page. It's going to be a record review again, because we're viewing blog input per company, so per row. So we're going to go to blog inputs, and it's going to appear quite confusing. And this is why I wanted to show you it, because the unique identifier we've got on this blog input set page is our sitemap URL. So maybe it should act the company from and not the sitemap URL, but I don't want to mess with it too much. Okay, link to another record fields cannot be the primary. So what we might do is a new field that is single line company, and just make this and we'll swap that to the primary field, and this will be n8n down there. And the reason I've done that is you're seeing now, instead of looking so complicated, it's got automake and n8n on there. So it doesn't have whatever the primary field, or the primary field will always appear kind of at the top to be the unique record. When we're adding blog inputs, again, we want to have all of the different fields, because actually these are the bits that people are going to come in. So do we want them allow to add anything here? Yeah, except for the company, because the company is the field. So everything else they're going to be able, let's call it add blog style, whatever. And again, we're just going to make sure that these are all completely edited. This is edit. Everything should be completely edited, so that a user could come in and change these after the fact, and it would instantly change everything that activates the automation. It would change the so all lovely stuff. And we'll click back on this tab, and what we want to do is just enable to add records through the form, and probably don't want any of the sorting and filtering and grouping again. And we can decide based on the list here what we want to do. So we can actually give them different colors. We could display image. The title here is actually going to come like we said, but you can change it to another field like sitemap URL. And now that I know that, actually, I'm going to come back and make the sitemap URL the primary, because what we're doing is actually just saying the title should be the company name. We can add any of the filters like we said before, but we don't really need any of those. And we don't really need to show the image style there. We just want to link a blog style and blog inputs to a specific. So that's great. And maybe we can filter by the fact there's an unnamed record in there, which is quite an where company, so filter data where company is not empty. And there we go, we've just got automake and edit and there now. So we've got the blogs. Now we want to display our keywords for the blog and enable somebody to generate keywords. And they generated keywords actually through the competitors. So we need to find a way to get those keywords. But let's display the keywords. So we're going to come back here, make sure we are adding an interface page. We're going to add a list. And the reason we're doing that is we want to see all of the keywords, not individual keywords there. And the list is going to be of our keywords, like we said. And you can see that we've got this list of keywords. Now we're going to click on the list itself, and we're going to need to start filtering and sorting. So let's think about how we were filtering and sorting our keywords here. We've got it grouped by company, then URL, then seed keyword. So company is our main metric here, URL, and then seed keyword. Or we probably want to do it in a similar way. So group by company, URL, and we may only be able to group by 2 fields there, but that's fine. We've got the company and the URL there, and we can sort by seed keyword. So hopefully that groups it a bit more. Yes, it does. AI automation is all together as the seed keyword. And we can color by certain things like long tail status, or color by different drop downs. So it's not really relevant at this point for what we're doing, but we can color by condition. If a seed keyword contains AI, then it will show in blue, for example. So you can do various things based on what you want. We can change the row height to be a bit more manageable, so it can be smaller, and we can show field descriptions if we want. And what we're going to do is just collapse it by default so that we're able to open individually exactly what we want here. And if we want them to be able to edit the seed keywords, then we will allow them to edit them inline and add and delete records inline as well if they want to. And we also want them to be able to click into a record detail. So if I click on it, it will open up the information about that keyword, and it will enable me to actually get keywords for that keyword. So if I'm a client looking at this, I'm thinking, okay, there's the AI automation tools keyword. Let's hide a few of these fields actually, and let's add a few more fields. So competition, we want volume, we want competition difficulty, keyword difficulty there, and we can add anything else as well that we want, cost per click. And that might give me enough information as a client to actually decide. And by the way, you can even hide the seed keywords if you want, but that might give me enough information as a client to decide that actually I want to get long tail keywords around that concept. So for example, for AI automation, I can activate the long tail keywords through there, or because I know that I shouldn't be activating the button for these keywords because it's just for the seed keywords, I might decide to hide that, and actually they can just click inside the record instead. And where there's no keyword, I'm able to click get keywords. We have the long tail status, we have the subtopic status, etc. But what we might do is display the subtopic status to allow them to click that and the subtopics button, get subtopics button. And also we want them to actually have the ability to write down the selected subtopics as well. So we might drag and drop if we can. So yeah, we can write in the subtopic, selected subtopic, but we also want to show the actual subtopics. So where there are a list of subtopics, we want to show those. And that's why you might want to allow them to click into the record, because if we click into this record, we're able to see all of the information like subtopics, selected subtopics, and you can see how they can view individual records there. We want to show them all the information that we had before around the keyword. Volume, we've got volume already. Oh, we've already got keyword difficulty. So actually we just want to make sure that they can see everything basically. Remove. Their ability to get long tail keywords from there. They've got all of this information visible, and then eventually we're going to enable them to generate an article, right? So we've got generate article, and we'll also have the content style, the article status, and we will link it to the blog content. So if there is an article that's been created, we can link them directly to that article. They can click on that and go through to actually see the article. So it's really cool, right? You can show all of this different information. You might even allow them to generate an article from here and have article status, etc. You could also have different views on this data, right? You could have keyword view, then you could actually just put a generate article view. So you could have another view that takes away a lot of this information and says for those that have subtopics and selected for those that have got subtopics and a long tail keyword, generate articles. So actually, let's do exactly that, because I want to show you the power in like guiding people to the right solution. Because when you've got too much information, you often do things wrong. So if you're giving them only what they can do at certain points when they can do it, then that is useful too. So what we're probably going to do is see if we can just duplicate this keywords 3, duplicate it. And I'll show you what we're going to do as additional measures in here. So we've got keywords 3 copy, we'll call it generate articles. And what we're going to do is just basically only allow them to generate articles for the ones that are ready, i.e. have subtopics. So the subtopic status should be complete. So if we filter by, let's have a look. We've got a group, must be a way to filter. There we go. If we click on filter, this is the user action to filter. there we go, filter by where keywords is not empty, i.e. it's a long tail keyword. And what did we say? Where subtopic status is also not empty. No, not the subtopic status. I've lost the filter now. Let's click back on filter by condition. It's not subtopic status, it's where subtopic status is, and we can select an option, complete. So actually it's only going to show the ones that we're able to generate articles for, because we need to generate subtopics first before we create articles. So if I view this as a user, I can basically see, and I would probably want to make this not editable at this point. I would probably want to see, okay, for these seed keywords and the long tail keyword AI automation course, we've generated a bunch of subtopics. We want to make that field in particular, selected subtopic, editable. How we want to be able to say, okay, this is the content style. Now generate the article. And I think we've got enough information to do that. And then it gives us the article status there. So if, for example, we go back to the data and we get subtopics for another keyword, that should now appear, if it works correctly, inside that next step. So we'll do automation software tools. Let's get subtopics. That's going to process. And when it generates the subtopics there, if we go back here, we'll now have automation software tools is now appeared here. So because we've got the subtopics for it, and in fact at this point we don't need the button that shows get subtopics because we've already got the subtopics naturally. We don't need subtopic status. We can clean this up a bit. It's like, this is the subtopics. We write in a selected subtopic. We then would allow them to put the content style in there and to generate an article. So we might want generate article as the last field in there. We'll add it as the last field because we want them to basically come through and add that. Oh, actually we'll add article status as the last field. And you can see if you re-enable them, they become the last field. So we might also want to hide those that have an article that's already completed, because why would we allow somebody to generate an article if the article status is complete already? So we would click on filter again to make sure that we are filtering the data by the right condition. And that's when article status is not completed, is not complete. And now it's like the articles that are ready to be generated. We input things like the content style. And what we do here is just reduce the number of fields that are visible again. So we'd have the keyword. Let's get rid of everything we don't need at this stage. We're not getting keywords about it. We're not worried about the long tail status because it's done. We've got subtopics, so we don't need to see that. We need to see, in fact, we need to see the subtopic, sorry. We do need to see that. And then we need to see the link to the blog content. So if I just hide that and then put blog content back in, you can see what I'm doing. I'm just making it as easy as possible for somebody to come in here and say, okay, based on these subtopics, and the way we're going to do that is just drag it down here. Look, we're going to generate an article at the end. So based on this keyword, we've got these subtopics. We don't really need to see the article status because it's either complete or not complete, right? So let's hide that one. So we'll hide it in here. We don't need to see the article status. Do you know what? Yes, we do, because we'll drag it back up. We want to see when it's processing. And for this one, we probably want to just allow them to generate the article, but also we should maybe let them edit in line. So let's allow them, if we click on the table here, to just edit records in line. And that means they can just, type in the selected subtopics from the list and write the content style and then generate the article. But also this one, we probably need some extra tool rows because it will look a bit nicer. And we'll give the subtopics a bit more oomph there. But that will allow you to then just generate articles for those that are ready. So if we go back to the keywords, this is a list of all the keywords that are being displayed. Yeah, what we're doing is enabling them to see all of the keywords and generate subtopics for those keywords. So we'll see things like the subtopic status, and we'll allow them to get the subtopics and then even write the selected subtopics in there if you want. But actually at this point, we shouldn't be enabling them to generate the articles because they're not ready for that. So let's get rid of the ability to generate articles. And the way we can do that is just get rid of the field so they can't see it. And then article status will of course always be not complete there. And then we can rearrange things because it's not in the best order right now. We want subtopic status to be after get subtopics. We want these subtopics to be after that. And then we want to select a subtopic finally after that. We also might not want to see the seed keyword. No, we would. Let's see the seed keyword. It's disappeared. I've made two things disappear. Probably the seed keyword and the keyword, yeah. And let's just make sure that those are at the top. So we can see the seed keyword, the keyword for each company, for each URL. We can get the subtopics. So we'll call this actually, instead of keywords. In fact, we will call it keywords. We're then going to be basically generating articles once we've added all the information about our company. So we can generate articles. We then want to display the blog content. So the final interface we're going to build quickly, and actually we might try and build a schedule one as well. So the final two. The final one is we can have a list or a gallery. I'm going to show this because we've not done gallery yet, of how you would display the blog content in a gallery style. So you might have the blog content, and again, we can filter and sort by however we want. So we can make this, per company, for example, we can filter this per company. So actually we're like, I just want to see the blog content that's been created for Automake or for n8n, and it's going to filter like that. We want to show some fields on there, so we don't really need to see the blog ID. It'd be nice to see the linking keyword, which is great. Do we want to see the start of the blog content? Maybe not. Maybe. So we'll put the blog content rich formatting there. We'll remove the date because that's not the date it's being scheduled for. And we might want to display the company it's for, so we are aware. And let's put on the date scheduled, even though those are none right now. We might have an image field in here. So we're displaying this right now in blocks, and we can make those a bit smaller. We can make them larger. We can color them by company or however we want, right? And we're allowing them to click into the record. So when they click in, they see all the information, including the actual blog post. And what we want to make sure, again, that these are editable, because actually, if somebody wants to edit them directly inside this view, then great, they can. Date, we won't allow them to edit because that's upload date, but actually scheduled date, we will. And we'll move that up to the top as well. So date scheduled, we want that to be editable, and we want the company link to be editable, but we want them to be moved to the top as well, because it's quite unwieldy going through all of that data. So let's move the date scheduled. How can we do this? Let's hide the blog content from there. Now that should all be, yeah, that's correct. So let's actually just wonder if we can make these a little bit smaller. There actually just makes them larger. So we'll leave those as a default, and that means somebody can come into the record. That should just be the title rather than the already. So come into the record and see all the information around a specific blog. We can also create this as a list, or we have a list of blogs with prospective dates, but I thought I'd show you how to do it as kind of a grid view. Now let's try and create a calendar style view. And what we'll do for that is we'll just add some prospective dates to the calendar for date scheduled. See if it lets us do it. So let's do 30th August. Let's 2nd of September. And again, let's do 2nd of September to see how it reacts. And on the interfaces then, they've got the dates down there, and you can change things like how these fields are displayed. You can probably change that directly in this field itself, actually. So you go in here and let's display it in a friendly, and then it probably will update there. Yeah. So now we can see for those prospective dates, these are the blogs. If we filter by both companies, we've got that. So let's now add a new page. And I'm conscious this is quite a few things, but it's really good to build these out and work out how they work. It's always good options. Let's try a calendar, and it's going to be on the blog content page, and it's going to be date scheduled. And the then end date is going to be, so we're going to click that there, and you can see inside, let's see what we can filter by. We probably want to view a month. You might want to show some fields. So at the moment we've got title. What happens if we show blog content? Nothing. Let's allow them to edit records inline, which will just allow them to edit the title. In fact, let's not allow them to do that, but let's allow them to click into the detail of the actual record. And if we click down, if we look at the view, if we're previewing this as, if you let me just update there. What we want to do is get it into a view where we can actually drag in these dates, but maybe that's not entirely possible. There seems to be some limitation in what I can see there. So click into record detail, content detail. Yeah, it should show us the full content like that where we click in. It should show us expand content, I see. So if we are a user, we can come in here and we can expand the content. And then actually we can say, actually, I want to schedule this for the 26th. And you saw that just, and I wonder if you can allow it to drag and drop. You're obviously allowed to filter. This is the 2 week. Let's keep it on the month view, or let's try and do a 4 week view from now, actually, rather than the month view. So it goes from this week through 4 weeks. We can see an expanded view, although that didn't seem to do anything. Maybe that's if there's images in there that we want to display. And you can see I'm just playing around with this right now for the first time in the calendar. And I'm going to ask Claude quickly if Airtable interfaces can create a drag and drop schedule. Maybe we want to show things like date scheduled. That might. And again, if we want to try and make this, okay, we can edit the date directly in there. Yeah, we can. Actually, we can edit the date directly in there. So it doesn't necessarily need to be drag and. It's saying we should be able to do. Great. Yes. So it actually is a drag and drop. If I wanted to reschedule this across here, I just need to allow them to edit those in line. So that is actually awesome because I can now drag and drop that. If I go back and maybe try and allow us to see a bit more here. I'd like to see like a block of text rather than just this slim thing. So we've got 2 fields visible at the moment, but that's only when you expand the data. Yeah, it seems quite a compact view, this view. We might allow them again to be filtered by company. So actually for Automake, we only have the 1 blog. For n8n, we have the 2 blogs scheduled. So this is pretty awesome, I'm not going to lie. I did not expect to get this much functionality out of it. And we could probably add things like images, etc. in here. So really excited that we've managed to actually put this in a really user-friendly interface where we can add now all the summary links back here. So if we're building it here, we have a page here that would be add your company and generate IC. We'd add a new bookmark for add competitor info for keyword research. Or we might add required in the description. We would then add a new bookmark. So we're adding all these bookmarks. Add your style preferences for articles. Again, required. We're going to add a new bookmark, again, unsurprisingly, and it's going to be to our keywords 3, which we need to rename from keywords over. We go back to the summary. We were adding the keywords overview. Seed and long tail keywords generate article ideas in here. So you're writing exactly what somebody would do. Then we would add another book to generate article. And then if we've created the articles, we then want them to be able to view the blog content and also view the. So we'll rename this blog content 2 to blog content dash or review blog article and then schedule article. And then if we go back to the summary, we have review blog articles, which is edit and review article, schedule content for upload. Now, naturally, we don't have all the functionality in n8n to actually, actually upload it on a certain day or integration to the platform at the moment, but we've got the ability for a lot of this. functionality right now, like editing and reviewing, and it will edit the underlying data as well. So this is pretty much done here, and we've actually built out a lot. We're going to hide the page here, the automate SEO page. And actually now we've got all of these things. So we've got summary, company info, add competitors, blog style, keywords overview, generate articles, review blog articles, and schedule articles. The one thing we have not done yet is allowed the ability to generate seed keywords. So if you remember in the keywords overview, we can't generate the seed keyword, the long tail keyword. What am I missing? We need the ability to generate keywords to start, and then we also need the ability to generate long tail keywords. So if we look back at where that functionality is, it's all in the keywords table. So again, we need filtered views of the keywords table. So we need the ability to take a competitor and generate keywords for a competitor. Okay, that's the main thing we need for seed keywords. So we're going to add 2 more interfaces. Sorry, it's adding on more, but we're going to basically want to duplicate the keyword. No, we don't. We want to create a new interface, and we want it to be a record review for the competitor. And with that record review, we want to basically allow them to generate keywords. So we want this get keywords, we want the keyword status, and we want to see the keywords possible. Yeah. So we'll start that and we'll call generate keyword. And what we're going to do is replace this here with the title. If possible, we want the title field to, okay, we can leave it as the URL because it can't be the competitor of. So it might be another one where we come back in and actually in our competitors, we add a single line text and company. We say automate n8n, and then what that means is back in here in the interface, we can actually, if we reload this, we probably have to come out of it and come back, generate keyword. We click on this up, and we want to make sure that company is the field that is going to be our title. So again, we've got it by company, which is a bit simpler to see. And again, we want, instead of the title being the URL here, we want it to be the company, but then also show field 1 status as the competitor, so the URL, and field 2 with the effective keyword status. So for each company, for this competitor, have we generated keywords? That's what we're saying basically. And what we're trying to enable them to do is generate the keywords for those. So they can come into here, and basically if there's no keywords that exist below that, we will click get keywords. We want the URL to appear a bit higher. So in the visibility, we'll just drag the URL off, we'll put the keywords last like we have. And now they can come in and they can click get keywords for this. So I can demonstrate this here. I'll click get keywords. And back in here in the interface, you'll see that this is now processing. And once they are added, we'll get the seed keywords for that website, which for True Horizon are quite random. They're like AI, what is AI? Solutions to AI. But these are the 10 most relevant seed keywords apparently to that website. And then once we got those keywords, we can see in the keywords overview for automate for True Horizon, we can see the seed keywords. And then what we want to do is the ability to generate long tail keywords from those keywords. I'm wondering here whether we have generate keywords, and then we have another table which just allows us to generate seed keywords from those keywords. I think that would make most sense. And the reason we're breaking these all down is it makes it simpler where a user comes to interact with. So let's come back in here and let's move this generate keywords way to after add blogs. I'm just going to delete all of my old ones, actually, just clean it. So we've got generate the keywords, then we have the keywords overview. So we probably want one in between those, which is generating long tail keywords for each seed keyword. So I'm wondering whether this would be best as a record review with the list of all seed keywords. I think that would actually make a lot of sense. So what we're going to do is create a new page. It's going to be record review. And the great thing about this is it's so easy to build. You can always change it if you want to. So we want it that's a record review about keywords, but we're going to need to apply the filters. So first we're going to group by competitors. We're also going to group by competitors, which in this case is the field URL. And we're only interested in seeing the ones that are not complete, because we don't want to generate more long tail keywords for keywords that we've already completed. So we're going to filter for where long tail status is, and let's say is not complete, so that we can see the processing ones as well. And then we're going to sort it by volume. We want to see the highest volume first, so we want to see 9 to 1. We want to see the highest volume things first. So let's go into that. Let's add all the details into the record itself, like keyword difficulty, the ability to generate the long-tail keywords, which we're not going to add things like getting subtopic, generating articles, because that's unnecessary. We also don't need the date. So we've got the seed keyword, and we won't have the keyword here because we won't have generated any keywords yet. So actually, let's remove the keyword. We've got the competition, the volume, the cost per click, the keyword difficulty, and that is everything we need. And we'll call this table generate long tail keyword, and we'll make sure in this pecking order that it moves to here. So we generate, let's call this generate seed keywords, so it's clear. And then we've got generate long tail keywords, and you can see they're quite different. Seed keywords and long tail keywords. We have all of the different seed keywords that we've generated here. Which ones do we want to generate long tail keywords? We have this one which is currently on processing. That's the seed keyword, as we know. What we probably want to display on the side as well is the volume, if we can. So the list item has the long tail status there. That's not really important. We probably want the volume and keyword difficulty so that we know it's sorted by volume. And we can say, okay, well, automation company has a really good volume and is low in terms of the keyword difficulty. So let's pick that one first and get keywords for that. And if we preview as client, we'll get keyword. That will jump to process. And then once it's complete, it will disappear from this list so that we can no longer generate long tail keywords for this. So we'll see this disappear in a second, I hope, if it's working all correct. And what we'd be able to see in the keywords overview, I think this was for automate, we would be able to see all the keywords being added to this list space if it's not broken. So what we're going to do is just go back to the content generation system. We're going to go on executions, and we can see that it is in fact succeeded, but I'm not sure why it's not updated this status as processing. So we'll come in here, and maybe this is a fault. Long tail status should be updated at the end of this to complete, and it's saying it was automation company. That was definitely what we just did. I understand. Okay, so it's basically updating this for every single new record that comes in, not the original record. So if we go to copy to edit, so if we looked at the seed keywords, they would all have completed on their keyword status, but that's not what's relevant. Actually, what's relevant is that the original seed keyword, the one we've pulled, the record ID that we've pulled initially, that's the one that should be updated. So let's just add another update keywords, and this is what you spot as you're going through the, call it update seed keyword, and we'll just make sure that this executes only once at the very end, and it's going to update the keywords table. It's not going to create, it's going to up, and it's going to match it based on the ID, and the ID, let's refresh here, hopefully it will pull ID, there we go. The ID is going to be pulled from our webhook, or what the record we're getting initially, and let's make sure that this is an array, because we know that we need an array for record ID, and we're not updating anything apart from the long tail status. Get rid of all this. It should just be the long tail status being updated at the very end. So it has worked. It's just how to update the long tail status. We just pin all this data, pin this as well, pin. It should run through and update our seed keyword status over here. So this should now appear as complete and disappear from this page. We pray. Right, webhook 2. Let's go webhook 2. So it should just run through all those nodes and then update the seed keyword properly. And now it's saying that it's waiting to be called. So let's just go to the executions and try and rerun this. We can't because it wasn't a failed execution. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rerun it again, but because instead of pinning all the state, I'm actually just going to deactivate it temporarily, highlight and don't pin it all. It should just fire through now if we activate it again, and it won't double update all of our seed keywords. So let's hit get keywords again for this. We jump to complete any type. And I forgot to save it, so that all that work for nothing probably. It's probably going to run. Okay, so because it was on, allow this. And this is why it's good to test these things, because actually the user to line to things like this. And they should be able to manually change this field, because when I'm on here, I might see incomplete. And it should complete and then disappear. If third time lucky, this actually works. Let's see what happens. It's saying we must provide an array of objects. That is what I'm going to do. That have been added. I'm going to run it again, exactly like I just did, and it will take a little bit longer. Incomplete. And it's processing, great. And hopefully this time it will not fail. But whilst that goes through, you've now got a full process, like all the data in the back end, all the front end that you could need, that you're effectively, if you're going to take this to an external service, just replicate exactly what we've got here. We've got all these different pages. We've got a summary which points us to the different pages. We've got adding our company information, adding competitors, adding our blog stylings, and then all the functions. So generating seed keywords, long tail keywords. We then see our keywords overview. We can generate articles for those keywords, review the articles and schedule the articles. So everything from literally zero, full AI content production, SaaS. And I take it it's failed because, and it's failed on the same thing again. What I'm going to do is just connect this. It doesn't need to be updated after everything. Connect this. Now it will execute as the last one. Need to be. Try it one more time. Put it as incomplete. And it's errored again. Troubleshooting 101 here. It's trying to do again. I'll tell you what I'll do. It doesn't need to be the flow here. Connected to this, which is sending item. Final key will work this time. We'll go incomplete keywords, jump to processing. And now if everything else is working correctly, which it should be, then I'm praying that the long tail status will turn to and you can see, even with lots of experience, how much trial and error it is. So let's go back. Let's go to execute. So we're only trying to pass from one item for an array of 10 items. So I wonder if this is because I set it incorrect, expecting an array of. We're actually just passing an array of one item. Same as all the other. Let's just make field. To ID. I said this was the last time, but let's give it a go. We'll eventually get to the end of this, and we'll be able to update this summary page. So I'm going to go away from this page for a second. Automation company is what we're looking for to disappear. We'll go back to the summary page, view it as the builder, and make sure these are all linked correctly. So if you've changed the page name, they seem to have disappeared. blog style, generate articles, review blog articles, schedule articles. So we need to add a few for generating keywords, seed keywords. We've actually added the map one of these, where we get rid of the articles from here to no. So we don't really even let's just change this schedule articles to generate long tail keyword, those up to generate seed keyword. And you can see we've got 8 in there, and that seems to be the max you can add. We then go publish this, and it's now public. One can come here through the data, providing the workflow is active in the background through this process, and add information and run the API calls. And we can see this one's still processing, so clearly wrong there, even though it said it did. Head up. We'll find a way to fix that, and now we can just node, and we will call this V1 finish. So we all the way through to effect. We look at our initial set of requirements: a full SEO content writing system that produces high quality blog articles. We need to do a little bit of iteration in the next version on sounding more human to beat content detectors. It is cited as informational. It's decent length. The last article was 2,700 words. It had embedded images, diagrams. We need to do a bit of work around YouTube videos and infographics. It's SEO optimized, so we have all the key processes and webhooks in place to optimize it via SEO. It fits in with all your current keyword topics by scanning your website for the keywords. At the moment, we don't do internal linking, so we'll need to do that in the next version. And it fits in with all of the current blog workflow. It allows you to hand schedule the content, albeit it doesn't actually connect to any platform to be scheduled at the moment. So the next version, we will talk about additional front-end interfaces, these improvements. And now, I know we said we'd stop there, but I couldn't resist making some more final improvements before V1 went live. So I went back into the flow yesterday and I did a few things, and I'm going to run you through the changes and why I made those changes. But ultimately, a lot of it was about prompt improvement. So I wanted to make sure that when our articles are published, they're actually very human readable, they're informational, they're engaging, and to do so, I want to make sure that they be AI content detection algorithms. So you've got things like Quillbot content detector or AI Zero GPT, and you can put in chunks of text inside here and effectively tell by the way that it is written whether it has been written by GPT or an AI model. So I wanted to avoid that because I wanted it to sound very human readable. So I thought the best way to do this was actually just to do a few things. The first is give it a few words to avoid. So we improved the prompt to say, these are the words that AI commonly uses, avoid those. These are the sentence styles that AI commonly uses, avoid those, or mix them in with more natural linguistic patterns. Make sure it's a third grade reading language, but sentence structures also need to be varying in length the same way in which a human would write. I also wanted to make sure that links to a source were only included once throughout the whole process, because actually if you link multiple times to the same source, which I noticed in a couple of the outputs, it's not very professional. So we've linked once to each source where relevant. And the way that I went about this was actually going to do some deep research with Claude itself. So I went to Opus 4.1, which is a great model to help you conduct deep research. I turned on the deep research connector down here, the research here, and put on extended thinking to give it more time. And it went out and did a 5-minute research plan on effectively what things make writing less AI written. So first I just put in the prompts that I put in our prompt, suggest edits to this prompt. I want to ultimately beat AI content detection algorithms, making it sound more human and still maintain its readability. I attach the prompt. The essence of the prompt should remain the same. Include examples where possible. We should also include a section on words to avoid, as well as grammar and punctuation. And we talked about that. I put in some words that I'd previously heard to avoid. So things like meticulous, navigating, ever evolving. So things that are a bit just over the top that AI commonly use. And it went out and did like a starter set of research on those prompt improvements. So it basically came out with suggestions. Expand your constraints section. Avoid AI common words and phrases, and it included the words list. Replace formal transitions with casual ones. Use plus instead of moreover, but instead of however. So things like this help it actually write in a more human way. We then added a new section called natural language patterns, and it talked about the different ways in which humans would actually talk and write things. So it might be things like rhetorical questions that don't need answers. Weird, right? Makes sense. See what I mean? Or colloquialisms or informal ways of saying things, day-to-day way of saying things, like a ton of, pretty much, kind of, basically. And then using specific numbers. So instead of saying several ways, say 7 ways, or 15 minutes instead of a quick process. We then got a few other things, but I decided actually it needed a bit more deep research. So it went out, it cited 302 sources in the report that it came back with. And it basically came back with this report on the right-hand side, which is, how are AI content algorithms actually working? And therefore, how, as a result, can you obscure your writing styles so that actually they don't think you're AI written? And it's not necessarily that you'll get penalized by Google for writing AI content. But what we're trying to do is make it way more readable, way more informational, way more engaging. If it's written and it sounds human, you're more likely to read it. And therefore, people will stay on your page. And therefore, you'll get a better ranking over time because the time on page factor is going to be higher. So it came up with this huge report, all sorts of things around grammar, vocabulary, sentence structure, etc. And then I asked it to actually, based on that report, come up with additional suggestions for the prompt. And I wanted to make sure that they were kept in our initial sections. So if you remember the prompt itself inside the content agent, if we go down to the system message here, we wanted to make sure that actually we still kept it in the style of constraints, inputs, tools. There's a few additional sections we had compared to normal. So we had like humanization techniques, start articles with stories, questions, or surprising facts, never with definitions. Use I, you, and we naturally. Vary the perspective. Reference pop culture, current events, or common experiences. Admit limitations. Sentence length variation. All these kind of things built into the way that we've currently written the prompt help it actually try and beat those content detection algorithms. And we'll show you how it performs in a moment. So yesterday I did some tests and I put in, I think, 1,200 words. So a huge segment into these content detection algorithms. And it was detecting 80 to 90% human written, which is actually unbelievable. Like, that is amazing for the length of content. It thinks 80 to 90% chance, or 80 to 90% of the article is human written. So it has actually worked. And then we've updated things like the SEO integration section with a human first approach. Don't cluster keywords. Write how people actually search. Why does problem keep happening? Not solutions for problem. And all sorts of other things where we've taken these and actually added them into certain sections inside our prompt. And if you go in and download the template, you'll have the complete prompts here. But we've got things like, human thought patterns, self-interruption, hedging naturally. So saying things like probably, I'd say, seems like, so actually de-risking yourself almost. Real-time realizations. So AI doesn't have real-time realizations, so it can actually fake that it's having a real-time realization there. So all of these things obviously make the prompt longer, and we've got a fairly comprehensive prompt here. And actually, if we copy it in, we can see how long this is. So it's 2,200 words or 15,000 characters. So very long prompts. You can see how it's broken down here. However, this is really comprehensive and something we need to create really valuable content. And ultimately, this is taking in a section to write about the previous article content and then writing about that. So it needs a lot of context to write something that's actually going to be engaging and valuable. I then also went and updated the image prompt. So I noticed from a few of the test images that it was trying to put words in the prompt, or words in the image rather, and it's a bit touch and go. Apart from with the new Nano banana where it's much better at words, I said to just in general avoid words in the prompt. I then included things like actually taking inside the inputs of style and brand color. So when we initially set out inside our data, inside the blog inputs, we added things like brand color, image style. So I thought actually I'll build that into prompt before we publish this version 1. So we've added things inside the prompt here, did the same thing, went to Claude using the prompt generator and started to amend this prompt. But you can see the inputs are now the blog content, the style preferences, and brand guidelines. And then at the bottom, we've got all of those now being fed in from the previous steps. So the blog content was fed in before. We've got style preferences, which will be things like brand and text realism, watercolor realism. But we've also given more options now. So we've got cinematic realism, illustration, sketch. So if you want to actually do things in a different style, it's got this base level prompt which will follow each time. So it's not a huge prompt because actually each time we're deriving a specific prompt based on the context that's being fed in, but actually it gives this as the start of the prompt, which means all of the images inside our given blog will be similar. They'll be consistent. They'll follow that pattern. So I actually need to go back and add all of these to the options here: cinematic realism, illustration, and sketch. And you can test these out and see if they work for you. But in general, what you're going to have is like per website or per competitor, they're going to want one style. So we'll keep the image style just per company effectively. So for Automake, we've got brand and text realism, and we're using the brand color that is an orange color. And you can see that when we go to the articles, review blog articles down here, you can see, and I've also now added images in here, which I'll show you in a moment. You can see that orange is consistent throughout all of the header images, and then inside the actual blog themselves, if I copy one of these to a markdown display, you'll hopefully see when there's the main image. Okay, this one only has one image. Go back, take one from here, paste it in the markdown display, and you can see the oranges appearing throughout the images. There we go. Maybe the images just weren't loading the last one quick enough. Even though we've optimized them, you can see there's consistency in the color. It's even got the little code there for the color inside all of the images here. So we've got consistency, which is actually the main thing. And this is all brand and text realism. But if we change this to sketch, for example, size Automake, let's change it to sketch. And if we ran another one, hopefully it would actually, incorporate that sketch base prompt and create consistent images from that sketch base prompt. So one other edit that you saw that I had made then to the Airtable was actually updating the blog directly with an image. So inside the data, inside the blog content, I added a field called main image. And all you need to do here is upload effectively a URL of one of the images. So I amended the output from image generation, or actually I didn't even amend the output from image generation. Just in update block, I added a new field, which was the main image. And then when you add an image as a URL to Airtable, you need to put it as an object like this. So we have the array there, and then we have the object with the URL, and just the first image that appears out of the 3 images or 3 to 5 images that are made will be the header image for the blog in the actual interface. And you can see that those are uploaded as the main images there for all the different blogs that I was testing out yesterday. And then I've made a final improvement, which is very, very minor, but took some time to actually work out, which was if I was to run multiple of these blogs at the same time, this way of retrieving context and storing context within the global variable, get workflow static data. Before, if you remember, we had get workflow static data global in here. However, if you store that globally and you run multiple executions at the same time, what I was finding was actually multiple of these blogs were intertwining with each other. So picking up each other's article content of what's been written so far and actually overwriting each other's. So we ended up with like 5 blogs that all looked all written with the same content in some weird way, even though their titles were completely different, their sections were completely different. So we've worked out that actually this should be node in here. And what this does is just constrain it to this workflow execution. So every time this runs now, you can have multiple executions running at the same time. It's always going to remember the data stored for this execution only, and therefore write the content for this blog. So you can create multiple blogs at the same time is the point. One additional thing we've made sure of is deleting that workflow data. So we've stored data here. It's good practice to remove that data from your memory, because otherwise we could continuously be storing data and eventually our server will crash because we're storing data and data and data and never clearing it out. So after the whole workflow is run, there's no need to store it anymore. We just use a code node to delete that workflow data. The weird thing, I'm not sure if this is a bug about this, when you're running it in production, is you can see all of the, if we go here and we go to JSON, you can see this is the start of the article, investing in efficiency, navigating the costs, and we can see the article so far as that. And then each time we expect this to get longer, and it does, right? So the article so far gets longer and longer as new article content is added. However, for some reason, when we run this with get workflow static data node, it doesn't show anything in the article so far. When we recall it in the previous part of the loop, and it also doesn't show anything in the article so far for each item that we pull through here. None of it ever shows here. However, we know from this node that it is actually receiving all of the data, because every time the article so far will always start with the same step and it will always append it. So it is working. It's just like quite hard to track, and it was quite hard to work out whether that actually was working properly. So those changes should drastically improve the results for both the readability as well as the way that the blog looks and feels, as well as the performance of the actual database. So you can run multiple of these now at the same time and not worry about them overwriting each other or not have to wait for any of them to complete. I've also added one more feature, which is adding a list view as well. So if you want to actually view this in a list, then you can also do that instead and make direct changes to the list in here as well. And that is V1 complete. So if you've watched this along so far, like massive congratulations, because this was no easy feat building this out. Even if you loaded in the template and worked through and watched the video side by side, this is no easy feat. Like, getting to this stage is massive, and I hope you've learned a lot from the way that we've built this out. I'm really excited to continue this, drive some additional benefits through things like integrations, internal linking, adding a front end, putting a database on the back. But I hope you've enjoyed what we've done so far. Thanks for watching.